did you go back to New York with the $75,100?
Yes, I did.
Did you thereafter hear from, did you thereafter receive money again from Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, I did.
Now, you've expressed some concern about carrying this amount of money around with you. How were you traveling during this period of time?
By airplane, Eastern Airlines shuttle usually.
And did you ever change your mode of travel? Did you have a problem on the planes?
Well, there was a period of time when, of course, with the hijacks and all, they started a searching system on various airlines, and that was a little problem. And I got in the line one time to go back. It was when I had probably only about 50,000 at this time. And a fellow in front of me, 2 or 3 persons in front of me, was stopped and had to produce, I think, 4 packs of cigarettes or something, set off the alarm. So I went into a coughing fit, and I went down to Pennsylvania Railroad and took the train home.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. If William White, who wrote The Organization Man, could have produced much of the Watergate script so far, it was Damon Runyon's turn today. The witness was Anthony Ulasewicz, former New York cop, who laid out all the practical difficulties of unloading $200,000 in secret installments to the 7 Watergate defendants. And he had the committee and the audience laughing more than they have in 7 weeks of testimony. He also got the message sooner than anyone else. What they were doing wasn't kosher. There couldn't have been a more startling contrast with the next witness, a Mississippi gentleman, rich with oil and real estate, who volunteered his time to the Nixon campaign and found himself sucked into criminal activities. Fred LaRue has already pleaded guilty to conspiracy to obstruct justice. In his testimony today, he contradicted much of the testimony of John Mitchell, his close and good friend.
LaRue helped conduct John Mitchell's initial probe of the Watergate break-in, and today he added some more clues to the character of the mystery man in this drama, G. Gordon Liddy. In a soft-spoken voice, LaRue talked about his meetings with Liddy, and he told how Liddy was ready to accept punishment for failure at Watergate.
Mr. Liddy assured us that in any event that he would never reveal any information about this in the course of any investigation, even if it led to him. But if we were not satisfied with that assurance that though he was I think personally morally opposed to suicide, that if we would instruct him to be on any street corner at any time, he would be there and we could have him assassinated.
LaRue also told the committee that he came to the conclusion by late June that the break-in had been approved by someone at the committee to re-elect or at the White House and was funded by the committee to re-elect the president. Just a moment. We seem to have got our videotape a little bit backed up.
I think you'll agree when you see for yourself in a few minutes that in terms of personality, Tony Ulasewicz and Fred LaRue couldn't be more different. Well, Stephen Hess, the Brookings Institution senior fellow who watches these hearings with us from time to time, has some preview comments about that aspect of it. Mr. Hess?
Senator Howard Baker, as he so often does, nicely summed up the testimony of Tony Ulasewicz when he asked the colorful New York City detective, "Who thought you up?" The answer might have been Damon Runyon or Jimmy Breslin. Clearly, every congressional committee hearing deserves a Tony Ulasewicz. And yet there's a serious side to what he said. Think perhaps of Ulasewicz in the role of the fool in a Shakespearean play, the person of low caste saying wise things in disguise. After all, it was Ulasewicz who warned Kalmbach, the clever presidential counsel, of the dangers ahead rather than the other way around. It was Ulasewicz, not Kalmbach, who had that sort of smarts. Compared then to Ulasewicz's testimony, which may seem like comic relief, we next turn to Fred LaRue, who in a low-keyed, intense manner gives us testimony that is really the stuff of which men go to jail. And in this case, the men could be John Mitchell, Jeb Magruder, John Dean, possibly Kalmbach, and finally, LaRue himself.
All right, another obvious difference, of course, is the New Yorkese of Tony Ulasewicz versus the Mississippiese of Mr. LaRue. All right, Mr. Hess will be back at the close of tonight's broadcast for further discussion of today's session. He'll be joined at that time by John Kramer of the Georgetown University Law Center.
Here's our nightly rundown of testimony to let you know what comes when. In the first hour, former New York policeman Anthony Ulasewicz recalls that he took the first payment of $75,100 from Kalmbach in a hotel laundry bag, and that he ultimately made 4 money drops to the Hunts, who distributed cash to the other defendants. But, Ulasewicz says, by September he had a shaky feeling about the legality of the entire enterprise. He says he still continued to follow orders, never acting without Kalmbach's okay. In the third hour, he concludes his testimony, saying that part of his job was to acquire information on the sexual habits and drinking and domestic problems of potential appointees to the administration, or its enemies. Ulasewicz also says he collected information on potential campaign contributors. Fred LaRue begins to talk in the fourth hour, speculating that the Watergate plan was finally approved when Magruder got a call from Charles Colson. And LaRue recalls, after the plan aborted, Campaign Director John Mitchell suggested a good fire to burn incriminating material. In the fifth hour, LaRue says that he didn't consider the payments to the Watergate 7 as blackmail, and LaRue says he agreed that disclosure of the payments could create a threat to the election of the Republican ticket. LaRue concludes his testimony by saying he made a final payment early this year to lawyer William Bittman, only because John Mitchell said he should. Senator Ervin is about to open the day's hearings and begin the second appearance before this committee of Tony Ulasewicz.
The committee will come to order, and counsel will call the first witness.
Mr. Tony Ulasewicz.
Let's see.
He's been sworn in.
You were sworn in. You took the oath as a witness when you were here before the committee before, and this same oath still covers your testimony. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Terry Lenzner, Assistant Chief Counsel, will question the witness.
Yeah, fine. Mr. Ulasewicz, I see you have counsel today. Would you identify yourself, please, sir?
John Joseph Sutter, Mineola, New York.
And I understand you have a brief statement you'd like to make, Mr. Sutter.
I do. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure much to the relief of the committee, Mr. Ulasewicz does not have a prepared statement he desires to read. He is here merely for the purposes of answering questions from the committee, and I should like the record to indicate that he appears pursuant to a subpoena issued by the committee dated April 30, 1973, and served upon him on or about May 8, 1973. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. Mr. Ulasewicz, you testified here about your relationships with Mr. Caulfield and making contact with Mr. McCord. I just want to go back and ask you, were you contacted originally by Mr. Caulfield in February of 1969 with reference to doing some investigative work?
Yes, I was.
Now, I understand the committee is not going to inquire into that area in any detail at all today, but I do want to just ask 2 other background questions. One, were you also interviewed by Mr. John Ehrlichman in May of 1969 at the VIP lounge at LaGuardia Airport?
That is correct.
And in June of 1969, did you meet Mr. Herbert Kalmbach here in the District of Columbia?
That is correct.
Now, on or about June 28, 1972, did you receive a call from that same Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, I believe it was on the 29th of June.
And could you tell us what he said to you and what you said to him?
Mr. Kalmbach asked me to come down to Washington the next afternoon, that he wanted to speak to me regarding an assignment.
And did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
And did you see him the next day?
I did.
Where was that, sir?
It was in the Statler Hilton Hotel in his room.
And can you tell us what he said to you at that time and what you said to him?
Mr. Kalmbach advised me that he had a very important assignment, and he went at least 3 times over a statement saying that it was a situation that developed that he was asked to do something and needed my help in doing it. He said that it was legal, that it was to provide funds for persons in difficulty, for payment of their counsels, and for a payment to assist their families during some troublesome period. He repeated the statement several times. He was very ill at ease, very nervous, and we got to the point when I said, well, Mr. Kalmbach, just what is this now? And he says, well, I guess you have guessed it, that it's the Watergate situation.
Mr. Ulasewicz, let me just interrupt. Could you put the microphone more directly in front of you, sir, please? Thank you.
And he said, it's the Watergate situation. I guess you've guessed that. And I said, yes, sir. And he said, well, again, let me assure you that I would not in any way or fashion ask anyone to do anything that I wouldn't engage my own services in. It is an assignment for me, and I'm asking you to do this. It will necessitate confidential methods, possibly. He couldn't go into, at that time, as to what it might completely take in. At a certain point in the conversation, he mentioned that there may be a necessity of communicating by telephone with me from time to time, and what might be the best procedures. I said, if you mean as far as best procedures of eavesdropping or anything of that type, that the telephone booth method is the only one. And I started to explain that, however, wherever you want me to call you, you should give me the number in advance. You should check it out, know where I'm calling. And then I do it in return, and that went right over his head, actually, because it didn't quite work out that way. But we went into the phone booth deal, and we agreed to it. After that...
Would you explain what the phone booth deal was, Mr. Ulasewicz?
Well, that if he wanted to be absolutely certain of receiving a call at a cleared phone booth or so, he should have... the way it would be to go into an area where he wanted me to call from a phone booth and establish that it was actually a phone booth. But we did make an arrangement later where I did furnish him with numbers.
Of phone booths?
Of phone booths.
Did you also talk about names that he and you could use to contact each other?
Yes. Mr. Kalmbach agreed to use, suggested that whenever he might call me in relation to this matter, he would use the name Novak, and that would be just strictly for myself. In the course of that, he said that if another name would probably be necessary, it would be John Rivers.
Now, who was supposed to use that name?
He anticipated that I might use that name in contact with distributing this money to the people that would be necessary. At a point in the conversation, he said that he had the money with him, and it was $75,100, which he gave me. It was in $100 bills.
And what did you put it in?
I went to the closet in the room and took a laundry bag and put the money in a laundry bag.
Now, going back to the code names, do I understand it correctly, Mr. Ulasewicz, that when he called you, he would call your home and say, this is Mr. Novak calling?
Correct.
And would he leave a number for you to call back?
It developed to that, yes.
And what would you do after you...
What happened when he'd call Mr. Novak, when he'd say it's Novak, after our initial call, which I supplied him with public telephone numbers, I would go to the telephone booth, and and he'd give me a time, usually about a half hour, allowing me time to get to the phone booth, and then he'd call me at the booth.
Now, did you go back to New York with the $75,100?
Yes, I did.
Did you thereafter hear from, did you thereafter receive money again from Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, I did.
And I'd like to get your receipts all at once here if I can. Where was the next place that you received money from Mr. Kalmbach?
At the Regency Hotel in New York City.
Approximately how much?
$40,000.
And approximately when was that?
That would have been in July.
Of 1972?
Of 72.
Where was the next delivery
at
to you?
the Hilton here in Washington, $28,900.
Again, approximately when was that?
In July.
And
then my recollection is the final amount was $75,000 at the airport or inn in Los Angeles opposite the Orange County Airport.
All right, now going back to the original $75,100, what denominations was that in? Did you
$100 bills.
And where did you keep that cash?
I kept it at home.
Did there come a time when you received these other amounts that you left them somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
In a safe deposit box.
Now, after you got back to New York, did you hear from Mr. Kalmbach again?
I did.
And what instructions, if any, did he give you?
He mentioned, he told me to call a Mr. Caddy.
Mr. Caddy?
Right, Mr. Caddy, to come back to Washington, D.C. and call Mr. Caddy. And he supplied me with a telephone number.
How soon after you left Washington did he tell you that?
It probably was the same evening or the next morning.
And what did you do? Did you go down to Washington and call Mr. Caddy?
I did.
And could you tell us the conversation you had with him?
I contacted Mr. Caddy, and he suggested that he would, now prior to this is when Mr. Kalmbach said, tell him that, and was one of the code names. We had gotten into other names, Tom Kane and John Ferguson and Tom H. Smith. So there was a little confusion once in a while on that.
Now who gave you those names, Mr.
Mr. Kalmbach and myself in conversation as kind of backup. However, in this case, he instructed me to use, I believe it was John Rivers, when I called Mr. Caddy. And that at this conversation, I was to say the purpose of my call to Mr. Caddy was that I was asking the cost of a script, of a play, plus the salaries of the players, which I did. I contacted Mr. Caddy, and he responded and said he would meet me in a restaurant sometime in the afternoon here in Washington, D.C.
And just to clarify it, you identified yourself to Mr. Caddy as Mr. Rivers, is that correct?
I believe Mr. Rivers, yes. In most of these transactions, it was Rivers.
Was there any reason for the code name Rivers for you to use?
No.
Now, did you go to that restaurant in Georgetown?
Yes, I did.
And what happened there?
I waited for Mr. Caddy's arrival. However, a phone call came in. I was paged by the bartender. Mr. Caddy got on a phone and said that he couldn't meet me. After speaking to somebody in his office, in the attorney's office, that he could not meet me, would I be able to come and see him? I told him I would get in touch with him. My instructions originally with Mr. Kalmbach was that I enter no negotiations at any time, as he would not enter negotiations. This is refreshing my memory again. And another thing he said, that I am to do, if I received amounts or so, I am not to deliver anything until I get in touch with Mr. Kalmbach. And continually throughout these negotiations and drops and whatever may come up, this was the pattern, that I would make the contact as directed, but I would take no action until I reported whatever was said or done to Mr. Kalmbach, and then I would await a return call from Mr. Kalmbach to whether to proceed or not. In this case, I reported Mr. Caddy's message, and Mr. Kalmbach said, well, probably give me the number you're at. That's at a phone booth here in Washington. I'll get back to you.
Did he call you back?
My recollection, he did. He called me back, and I think at this instance, it was call Mr. Caddy again. This might have been an hour or so later. I called Mr. Caddy again, and we got nowhere as far as any costs. I am now picturing that I'm going to deliver this $75,100, which I got under my arm, and he's not going along with it. And
you had the money with you on that date?
Oh, yes.
How did you carry it on that date?
I carried it in a brown bag with the ordinary type of, with a little string around it. You know, sometimes carrying what's most obvious doesn't raise any suspicion. Carrying an armed box would ask for trouble. So
you're just carrying your lunch?
Carrying my lunch.
All right.
Nevertheless, I got to back to Mr. Kalmbach, and this was a series of calls, and somewhere in this, Mr. Caddy suggested that I should come up to the office, that they would have where there was a corridor or a separate office, and that we would not be observed, etc. And so again, I had to report back to Mr. Kalmbach. And I think these calls might have been going California-wise by now. I'm not too certain. And then he would intend to get back to me. However, there was a delay. Apparently, he couldn't reach whomever he was attempting to reach. The communications were not there for some reason or another, and I probably went back to the city, and in the final result being that was it with Mr. Caddy, and we never did meet.
Well, at some point, did Mr. Kalmbach tell you to drop the whole Caddy business?
Yes.
Now, I take it you were having these conversations phone booth to phone booth between yourself and Mr. Kalmbach?
That is correct.
And were you loaded down with change, Mr. Ulasewicz?
Oh, yes, indeed.
And how did you carry that change?
Well, when I started out, I started with kind of a little box deal. And when I finished up, I had a bus guys, one of these things that you click with quarters and dimes and nickels.
It's true. It's true.
Well, after you got back from to New York, did you again receive instructions from Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, just about the time that it ended with Caddy, in which we got nowhere, and I still had the $75,100. I was asked to call a Mr. O'Brien using the name of John Rivers.
Did you call him?
I called Mr. O'Brien, received a very tart kind of brush-off response, and that was the end of that conversation. It was one phone call. He showed no interest in any script, players, or any type of message that I was relating.
So you were giving the same instructions
routine
by Mr. Kalmbach to talk about a script, the scenario, the players?
Yes.
Did you call Mr. Kalmbach again, telephone booth to telephone booth?
I did.
And tell him the
and
results?
told him exactly as I've related here.
Did he get back to you again with other instructions?
He come back and gave me another person to call. Now, it wasn't a person. He gave me a telephone number at this time, and there's no name involved. To the best of my recollection, it was call, and when it's answered, the fellow will be expecting a call, mention your John Rivers or whatever name was appropriate that he then it would have to be Rivers, I imagine. And I called this gentleman, and
where was the number?
Washington, D.C. area. And I may have called from the city of New York at that time, because running around with that 75-100 and trying to get rid of it was becoming a problem. So I called the unknown, and he said to me, you can talk to the writer's wife. And I said to him, well, as far as the writer's wife, I don't have a phone number. And he says, well, why don't you do what I have to do, look in a phone book. So that was the end of that conversation. I hung up on him, because apparently that was another one we're not going to get anywhere at.
Did you report that back to Mr. Kalmbach?
I reported that back to Mr. Kalmbach and had to await his call back again. All of these were again precluded. I call him, wait for a comeback, and I began to call him comeback calls. Anyway, the 7610.
Well, did you get further instructions from Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, I then was instructed to call a Mr. Bittman in Washington, D.C., whom I understood was an attorney.
And what instructions did you have to talk with him?
Same thing, the cost of a script, the writers, and to get the figures on what the attorney fees, and rather not attorney fees at this point. This cost of the script, the players, and etc.
And you were using the same name, Mr. Rivers?
I believe so, yes.
And did you call Mr. Bittman?
I did.
And did you speak to him?
I spoke to Mr. Bittman, and I recall that the first conversations were, Mr. Bittman said, well, I understand. He was expecting a call. He said, well, this is very unusual. He said something like, I don't know if you're an attorney, but an attorney doesn't anticipate fees and costs in this manner. And I said, well, I am instructed not to negotiate in any manner. I understood that you would have a figure, and I told him that I am prepared at this time, if we can get down to this, because at this point I still wanted to get rid of all those cookies, $75,100. And he brought in the situation that he wasn't prepared at that time. Something was not according to the way he'd like, and I so reported to Mr. Kalmbach, received my call back from Mr. Kalmbach. He told me again to contact Mr. Bittman. At this time, Mr. Bittman, now this is some period of time passes by, and he said, all right, that his initial fee would be $25,000.
Now, what period of time, Mr. Ulasewicz, are we talking about?
This would be around July 6th to the 10th, in that period of time.
You're talking now about your discussions with Mr. Bittman?
With Mr. Bittman, correct.
And did you call Mr. Kalmbach and tell him Mr. Bittman had indicated he wanted an initial fee of $25,000?
I did.
And what was Mr. Kalmbach's response?
He said to deliver it to Mr. Bittman in any manner I saw fit.
Did he give you any instructions about not being seen by Mr. Bittman?
Oh, yes, those came in after the caddy call. Somehow, apparently, conversations were arranged that I would now not be seen by anybody, to do the money without being observed or in a confidential manner.
And that was Mr. Kalmbach's instructions to you?
Correct.
Now, you've expressed some concern about carrying this amount of money around with you. How were you traveling during this period of time?
By airplane, Eastern Airlines shuttle, usually.
And did you ever change your mode of travel? Did you have a problem on the planes?
Well, there was a period of time when, of course, with the hijacks and all, they started a searching system on various airlines, and that was a little problem. And I got in the line one time to go back. It was when I had probably only about $50,000 at this time, and a fellow in front of me, 2 or 3 persons in front of me, was stopped and had to produce, I think, 4 packs of cigarettes or something, set off the alarm. So I went into a coughing fit, and I went down to Pennsylvania Railroad and took the train home.
You're doing very well, Tom.
Well, now, you arranged, as I understand it, Mr. Ulasewicz,
yes, sir,
to furnish Mr. Bittman with $25,000 for the script. Was that the
that is correct.
Conversation? And how did you arrange to deliver that money?
I contacted Mr. Bittman right from the lobby of his office building. I spoke with him, and I told him that I had the cash. Prior to that, I went out to a drugstore in the area, bought a couple of envelopes and some Scotch tape, and I had to count out $25 from that 75-1, $25,000 from the 75-1 original, which I did, and put into a plain glass brown envelope. I called Mr. Bittman from the lobby of his building. There was two or three phone booths, and on one side of the phone booth was a ledge with phone books, and I called Mr. Bittman. And
Mr. Ulasewicz, let me just interrupt at this point. Could you now approach the easel and tell me if you can identify this first exhibit?
Sure.
That's all right with it. Just a minute.
Now, you were starting to describe, Mr. Ulasewicz, where you left it. Is that the lobby of the building that...
Yeah, this is the lobby. These are the phone booths. These are elevator doors on either side. And that's Tony Ulasewicz right there.
Very good. Thanks, Tony. Now, can you hold the microphone up a little further?
All right.
And would you now indicate on the photograph where you called from and what happened after that?
I called from this telephone booth to Mr. Bittman and told him that I had the delivery, and that would he come right down, and that it would be on a ledge at the telephone booth. Now, this gentleman is standing where the ledge is. There's 2 or 3, 4 telephone books, and there's a ledge above it with kind of a space. And I told him there'd be a brown sack and that the money would be lying right on that thing. And if he'd come right down, walk right to it, pick it right up, and go immediately back in the elevator, I would be satisfied.
Now, thereafter, did an individual come down the elevator?
We had a description of clothing, as I recall, that he'd be wearing a brown suit or something at that time.
And did somebody come down wearing those clothes?
Yes.
And where were you at that time?
I was in a telephone booth. I had it half shut. There was another person in a booth. These booths, incidentally, on a weekday are very heavily used. There's a newsstand section in front and quite a bit of traffic on a weekday, while this was taken on a Saturday, I believe. He came right out and did as we agreed, come out of this elevator, the first elevator, and walked right over, picked it up, walked right back in, and went up.
All right, now, Mr. Ulasewicz, rather than having you go back and forth several times between the table and the easel, I'd like to go ahead and continue, if it's okay, and have you describe other contacts that you made with individuals to furnish the money. Did there come a time later when Mr. Kalmbach instructed you to furnish funds to Mrs. Hunt?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have a conversation with Mrs. Hunt where you arranged to furnish her with some funds?
Yes, I did.
And can you just describe what you told her, how she could pick up her money?
I told Mrs. Hunt that at a certain time in a day, and I picked an hour thing, to come into the lounge through the American Airlines, which is a long lounge leading right through the building. Ticket desks at one side of it, seats in the center of it, and a very busy area. And that about the center of that, she should check with the time. I have a large clock so that it'd be almost exactly at that point. If it were 12 noon, and if she saw 5 to 12 and that, to please not to go back out and come back at about that time. She followed the instructions explicitly at all time. In the meantime, when I arrived in Washington, whatever drop I would have at the time, I put in this particular locker. And I would take the key, and just before, when I'd call her with the instructions, now 5 minutes before I knew she was coming, well, that's a little precluded. There was opposite and about 25 feet away across towards Northwest Orient Airlines, there's a series of telephone booths, 5 or 6 booths, with 5 or 6 booths, and there's a newsstand across, and there's a bit of traffic. Before making the arrangements, I spent some time observing the telephone booths, and of all the booths watching people going in and out, the most isolated one that for some reason people didn't use was the very end one. So that's the one where I made my arrangements to leave the key. Now, 5 minutes or so prior, 3 minutes prior to the time that I would tell her to come, I would go into this telephone booth, and underneath where the coin drop is, I would scotch tape a key to the locker where I had made my drop. And then I would leave that area and either go by the newsstand opposite, or this would be where the phone booth would be. This is a lounge, and where she'd be coming through would be in this direction. This is a window for airplane observation by the public, etc. And I would probably be seated in this area, walk there, or be a little further behind, but I could watch the booth. And she would come right. Her directions were the same thing. Don't hesitate. Go right in the booth, remove the key, go over to the locker. The locker would be in this direction, about 25 feet, I guess, or so, across the corridor.
Now, before she arrived on the first occasion, did you also have a description of the clothes she was going to wear?
Yeah, she mentioned that day she'd be wearing a blue outfit, and I think she set her hair in a clip, back of her shoulders.
Now, I believe on May 19th of this year, when we went out to that phone booth with you, there was still some scotch tape underneath that telephone box. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, did you observe her on the first occasion come by, pick up the key, and go over to the box, which I think is N301, and remove the funds that you had left there?
That is correct.
And did you see her do that on other occasions?
Yeah, on 2 other occasions.
Now, the first occasion, how much money did you leave in that box?
$40,000.
And the second occasion?
I'll just refer to the notes to...
Sure, take your time.
I mentioned there was one occasion that Mr. Hunt came. I mentioned 2. There were actually 4 drops to the Hunts. I don't want to confuse.
There were 4 drops to the Hunts, 3 to Mrs. Hunt, and 1 to Mr. Hunt. Is that
correct?
And how much did you leave the second?
It was $43,000 the second time, $18,000 the third, and $53,500 on the last occasion, which was September the 19th.
All right, sir. Now, I take it you had the telephone booth under observation from the lounge after you left the key until some at some point when Mrs. Hunt picked up the key.
Correct.
And what if somebody had come in and found that key there, Mr. Ulasewicz, while you were watching?
Well, he would be very quickly relieved of that key.
Well,
I think that's the best I can answer. That's why I posted myself in that position.
I take it that was the purpose of keeping the booth under observation.
Correct.
Now, did there come a time when you were instructed by Mr. Kalmbach to deliver funds to Mr. Liddy?
That is correct.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
That was in July
of 1972. And did you contact Mr. Liddy and give him instructions as to how that money would be delivered?
I did.
How much was that, by the way?
$8,000.
All right, sir. Now, would you explain what you told Mr. Liddy?
I contacted Mr. Liddy. I had obtained a phone number from Mrs. Hunt. She had made those arrangements saying that he'd need money and gave it to Kalmbach, came back to me to deliver the money, the $8,000. And I told him to, in that conversation, he started, and it was the only one I had with him, he started, at that occasion, started saying something about, again, he thought I was in policy making or some contact, and he said, you can check with anyone, I'm a stand-up guy, etc. And I said, Mr. Liddy, I'm only delivering something, a package. He says, okay. And we made arrangements, and in this instance, I placed the money in a locker at this end of the bottom. In another area of National Airport, the main lobby where Eastern Airlines comes in first, the money was placed in the bottom locker here. The others were not available higher. And I placed the key in an envelope and placed it on a ledge here by the window, and myself in a position back to observe, much in this fashion. And
next to that travel...
next to this Mutual of Omaha insurance situation here. Then he came in and did as instructed, told me he'd be wearing a shirt or so, and description. He come by, walked by me, and I proceeded up. There's a flight of stairs which lead to an upper deck. And I watched him from up here. I lost sight of him. He had gone into there's a corridor leading in here, and he probably thought that there were lockers in this area, and he went. However, he come back in maybe 30 seconds or so, and then looking at his key, opened the thing and took the money.
Now, did there come a time when you were asked to deliver money to Mr. Fred LaRue by Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes.
Was that in September of 1972?
That is correct.
And approximately how much was that?
$29,900.
And what arrangements did you make with Mr. LaRue to deliver those funds?
The instructions at that time from Mr. Kalmbach were there were two deliveries that day, one earlier to Mrs. Hunt in the manner as I described, and the second one to Mr. LaRue. Shall I go in the entire conversation at this point?
Go ahead.
Mr. LaRue, Mr. Kalmbach said that, gave me a telephone number and said contact Mr. LaRue at 6 p.m., and Mr. LaRue lives in the Watergate Apartments, which, of course, was a little surprise to me. Now we're back into the Watergate deal. And he said to leave, Mr. LaRue suggested that I leave the package at the desk. And I said to Mr. Kalmbach that at no point have I been observed, and I've been obeying the instructions as best as I know how. And now I certainly am not going to walk in and leave it at the desk, because that's a third party. He said, all right, handle it any way you want, as usual, etc. And what I did is a garage opposite where Mr. LaRue lived in the Watergate. His entrance had one telephone booth, and it was being used quite a bit, so I didn't go there. But I hated to go to where I did go, which was the Howard Johnson Motel across from Watergate, which was used in the original situation. And that's where I wound up. I placed the key. I called Mr. LaRue and asked him that I had a package. He was waiting a call, 6 p.m. exactly. He was awaiting a call, and he says, fine, he would be right down. I had never met Mr. LaRue. I asked him to put 2 magazines under his arm and come across the street, come in through the motel entrance, and the money would be on a ledge in the motel. When he came out, it's a wide street. I watched him through the motel window here, and he had the 2 magazines. He stopped at the island because of the heavy traffic. When he stepped off the island, he was now approaching. I laid the money on a ledge in the envelope, and I proceeded through a door back of the cigarette machines. And I could see him come in, pick up the money, hesitate a moment, go right out and back to his apartment.
And so you had the money and him under observation until such time as he picked it up?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ulasewicz. Can you return now to the table, and we'll go back to pick up some more your conversations with Mrs. Hunt. Now, after you delivered your $25,000 to Mr. Bittman, did you so advise Mr. Kalmbach that you had made that delivery?
I did.
Now, after that, did you receive another phone call from Mr. Kalmbach instructing you to contact the writer or the writer's wife?
Yes, and he gave me the telephone number to the writer's residence.
And who are you to call on that first occasion?
The writer, who would be Mr. Hunt.
And did you have any instructions? What were you supposed to say to him?
That a listing of the cost of the script and the same routine, the actors, and who may be concerned in that show.
And did you call the number that Mr. Kalmbach had given you?
No. The telephone number?
Yes.
Yes, I did call.
And did you have a conversation, did you ask for the writer and talk to somebody out there?
Yes, I spoke to a male whom I assume was the writer. He was evasive and wouldn't recognize my call in any way, and that was the end of that call, and I got back to Mr. Kalmbach, who then, I had to await a return call, and the return call was to call again, and that if the writer's wife, ask for the writer's wife, which of course was Mrs. Hunt.
And did you call and ask for the writer's wife and talk to somebody?
She answered the phone.
And you identified yourself as Mr. Rivers?
Right.
And what?
She was expecting the call, so that the contact was first made at this point with Mrs. Hunt.
Could you describe the conversations that you had with Mrs. Hunt?
Yes, I told her that I was calling regarding the figures, and Mrs. Hunt stated that she started with a list of necessities of attorneys, attorney fees, and she went into the persons down in referring to people down south with the necessity for aid.
Well, I take it, Mr. Ulasewicz, you had a series of phone conversations during July of 1972 with Mrs. Hunt?
That's correct.
Well, can you tell the committee the substance of what those conversations concerned?
Initially, Mrs. Hunt was, when she went into figures, I would inform her that I'm not to negotiate, that I was simply in a position to deliver and whatever was necessary. However, she interjected herself continually, and early feeling that I would pass a message on or something of that type. She started out initially in the early conversation requesting rather than demanding or building up, but she would mention, she started with herself, the fact that she had lost her own job due to this, and that should be taken in consideration. And that with that, there are certain things with the job that, for instance, hospitalization and whatever benefits might be there, that had been lost. And that she thought that perhaps $10,000 or $15,000 might, and this is, no matter how many times I would try to stop her, she would continue in with that. And she said she's sure the same situation was occurring. There was apparently, and the calls I cannot separate completely, but where it started from the 4 instances of dropping the money, she started with this suggestive way and then got into it heavier each time. Subsequently, she would mention the necessity of that Mrs. Liddy was undergoing some psychiatric treatment or might be undergoing, that she was a school teacher, and that she probably wouldn't be able to work as a result of this, and that should be another amount of money. When she spoke of cost to Mr. Hunt, her husband, Mr. McCord, Mr. Liddy, she gave figures of approximately $3,000 a month would be satisfactory, and she had hoped that that might be done in some multiples so that we wouldn't go through this thing monthly. In addition, she mentioned the names of Barker and that he was particularly and this is in the 4 conversations, not all in this one.
I understand.
And it built up on that, and no matter how many times I would try to say that I'm not negotiating, she got her bid in, and of course, it continued in that manner. When she got into Barker, she explained that Mr. Barker had some peculiar problems in this matter. He was dealing with the people down south, that others may have become involved, others than they started originally, that there was some bail problems down south. She mentioned that in the course of these conversations over this period of time, that she was the one who was delivering the money to the various people after she had obtained it from me. Then she mentioned Sturgis, Gonzalez, Martinez, and when she had mentioned with Barker, she mentioned a sum of $10,000 for under the table. And then she mentioned Barker with his problems with other people, suggesting that there were others possibly involved. And this is towards the final calls. So that
Well, now,
when she went, excuse me.
with reference to Mr. Barker, let's just stick with him for a second. When she made reference to him, she was asking or seeking a specific sum of money. Is that correct?
Yes, with Mr. Barker.
Yes, sir.
She was asking a sum of money which wound up to $23,000.
And how did she break that down?
She broke it down: $10,000 for bail, $10,000 under the table, and $3,000 for other expenses he was incurring with either coming up in this area and going back down, or suggesting something of that type.
And then when she spoke about her own expenses for, I take it, travel for delivering these funds,
right?
How much was she seeking for her
$5,000 for her personal expenses.
And when she talked about her travels, did she also discuss with you her concern about the people down south and what assurances they might be given?
She wanted to, she was concerned that they receive money likewise for the support of their families and for attorneys.
Well, was there any discussion concerning the impending trial and its effect on the people down south?
Yes, that some of them were getting uneasy, were getting nervous, and she intimated that unless the money was forthcoming, that certainly would help alleviate the situation.
Now, you spoke about multiple sums, and I take it, by the way, that you were transmitting these requests, these concerns of Mrs. Hunt to Mr. Kallenbach on a...
Continually, and no action taken until he'd come back with an answer.
And was there an answer on the multiple sums that Mrs. Hunt was seeking for the defendants?
Yes, it was to be $15,000 to McCord, Liddy, and Hunt, $6,000 to Barker, $4,000 to Sturgis, $2,000 to Gonzalez, $2,000 to Martinez.
And for how long a period was that to cover?
5 months.
Now, in a later phone conversation with Mrs. Hunt, did that become a matter of concern?
Yes, she said that it was causing a problem down south because it so happened that they were concerned because the 5 months ended up in a period just after the election. And from that I gathered that they feared that that was deliberate. And I reminded Mrs. Hunt that she is the one that brought this matter up and that I was cutting it off, and as I did with the negotiations. And I said, I certainly don't think that's any situation here that I'm concerned with. You'll have to stick to the amounts and et cetera, cost of the script, et cetera.
Now, when you say down south, by the way, Mr. Ulasewicz, what are you referring to? Or do you know what Mrs. Hunt was referring to?
Yeah, the Florida area, Florida.
Now, was there also a discussion with Mrs. Hunt about the attorneys in the case?
Yes, there was.
And would you tell us what she said to you about the attorneys?
She said the attorneys, and she mentioned names of the defendants and their attorneys. She mentioned $25,000 for Bittman for Hunt. Now, this was in addition, and I don't know if she knew that I delivered the 25, but she did present to me again that in this text that Hunt and Bittman, $25,000. That McCord with Lee Bailey, $25,000. Liddy with Maroulis, $25,000. Barker with Rothblatt, $25,000. The 3 others, each $10,000, a total of $30,000.
All right, and you were transmitting again those figures to Mr. Kallenbach?
Correct.
Now, when you delivered your first delivery of $40,000 to Mrs. Hunt at National Airport, how was that figure arrived at?
Mr. Kallenbach gave me that figure. And at that time, and it was the only time in these that he in that message was to say a certain amount for people, and it was like a down payment because it was obvious that the $75,000 was not going to cover into what we were getting.
And as a result, you later picked up at various locations additional funds. By the way, did there come a time when you totaled up the amounts of money that Mrs. Hunt was seeking?
Well, it was, yes, it was in the vicinity of $400,000 to $450,000.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Kalmbach concerning that figure and Mrs. Hunt's demands on you in California when you went to pick up the $75,000 out there?
Yes, that was in August, and it was the last pickup from Mr. Kalmbach. Shall I go through it?
Yes, why don't you tell us what you said to him and what he said to you?
He picked me up in his car at the airport in Orange County Airport. And we sat in the car, and in all these conversations, just even prior to this, I already had suggested to Mr. Kalmbach that this thing has definitely gone a different direction than originally anticipated. Originally anticipated being that $75,100 was going to be the amount involved, and that the person to get it would probably be one person. In that case, we started with Mr. Caddy, and it was a direct confrontation. In all these conversations, Mr. Kalmbach was as upset about it as I was, as I related to him. He certainly didn't like it in any fashion no more than I did, so we got along very well along that score. When we met at the automobile, I got in the car, and Mr. Kalmbach said, Tony, what's your opinion of all this? And I says, well, and I'm going to try to recall some exact words because the first statement I made to him, I said, well, Mr. Kalmbach, I tell you, something here is not kosher. And he kind of looked at me, and I said, well, it's definitely not your ball game, Mr. Kalmbach. I said, whatever's happened, we started with no negotiations, we're into negotiations. We started with 75, and now we're into a sum which we've raised. We've now got something like $220,000 coming in, or $219 was the exact figure, and we're only approaching half. And I know that the next conversation I have, that figure's got to go up, from all inferences and all. I said, certainly, Mr. Kalmbach, I know your feelings in the matter. I know how we started, what you said, it was legal, but it was now leading up to a point, and I feel I must tell you, and he understood that that was my last to be mine, and I recommended very strongly to Mr. Kalmbach that he likewise desist from it, regardless of how it started out and what were all the good intentions. And he said that he would. He assured me that not that he had to assure me, we were in different stations of life, however, he did agree with me that this was time to quit it.
Now, after that meeting in California, did you receive a call from him in September of 1972 asking you to deliver the money that you've already described to Mrs. Hunt and Mr. LaRue?
Yes.
And would you just tell us what he said to you about that delivery and what you said to him?
At that call, it was a little unusual because the inflection in his voice indicated irritation or something unusual as compared to any other time that I spoke with him. I couldn't fathom, of course, and I didn't ask him why. But he was very anxious that I be able to pick up make the deliveries on the same day, one around noontime to Mrs. Hunt and one at 6 p.m., and it seemed very urgent. Now, at this time, I was residing in a town of Day in Saratoga County, New York, and he wanted for the next morning. And I explained to him that there's an airplane problem. Likewise, I mentioned to him my wire has about 10 lines on it, and I mentioned to him that the laundry was in the icebox.
And what was his response to that?
And, well, a kind of a long pause, and I says, well, you know, the money's in a vault in New York. So he said something to that effect. Now he knew that I did have a problem. However, I did resolve the problem. The way we left that was that, okay, if I couldn't, would I please take care of Mr. LaRue's request of $29,900? It was obvious I would miss the first one. However, I did get an early flight out, and I got into New York City just prior to the bank opening, or just about when it opened, did remove the money, which was the last of what we've had. And I got into Washington, and I managed to make the arrangements as previously described of delivery to Mrs. Hunt in the same manner, and then to Mr. LaRue.
And you delivered $53,500 to Mrs. Hunt?
Correct.
On that date?
And $29,900 to Mr. LaRue. The next day, Or second day, Mr. Kalmbach called me back and seemed irritated again and said as much as what happened. And I said, well, what's wrong? And he said, did you deliver the money? And I said, yes, I delivered both amounts. He said, did you deliver both on the same day? I said, I sure did. And he said, no kidding. The words to that, I said, yes, both amounts were delivered. I don't know what was the significance of it, but apparently there was, and I said I delivered them on the same day. And he said, oh, fine. And that was our last conversation regarding this situation.
And that was approximately when that you delivered those funds? I don't know if you said.
September 19th.
Now, during this period of time, Mr. Ulasewicz, you were on Mr. Kalmbach's payroll. Is that correct?
That's
he was
correct.
Still paying you for your investigative duties?
That's correct.
Did you receive any expense money
Yes.
for your travel and whatever expenses you incurred?
Yes.
How much was that?
$1,000.
And do you know if Mr. Kalmbach received any expense funds?
No, but at one point in the delivery of the 4 deliveries to me, he had mentioned that one of the amounts had $1,000. He had taken $1,000. He didn't indicate it was for expenses. He just said he took $1,000.
Now, the figures that you gave us for the attorneys and the defendants, those are the figures that you understood were going to be paid to the attorneys and the defendants.
That's correct.
You don't have first-hand knowledge whether Mrs. Hunt did or did not transmit those funds?
None whatsoever. However, that funds were transmitted because if they weren't, why, of course, Mr. Kalmbach would have known it.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Before the minority side of the committee staff questions Mr. Ulasewicz, we're going to take a break. Public Television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson is going to turn over the questioning to his deputy, William Schur.
Chairman, Mr. William Schur will ask questions of the witness.
Mr. Ulasewicz, you testified earlier to this committee that you were initially hired to do some discrete investigations and that this hiring was done through your connection with Mr. Caulfield. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that you were, in fact, interviewed by Mr. John Ehrlichman.
That's correct.
What role did Mr. Kalmbach play in your prior employment with regard to these discrete investigations?
I met with him to discuss the arrangements to pay me. I was on Mr. Kalmbach's payroll.
So in other words, Mr. Kalmbach's role prior to the events which you've just described really was just as a conduit for payment to you for the services that you were rendering to Mr. Caulfield and Mr. Ehrlichman. Isn't that so?
That's a fair statement.
And did Mr. Kalmbach ever order you to conduct any investigations?
No.
So that when he called you on the 29th, this was the first time that he really asked you to get involved in anything by way of activity?
That is correct.
Now, did you check with Mr. Caulfield and find out whether or not Mr. Kalmbach was operating with any authority?
No. Mr. Kalmbach had received my telephone number from Mr. Caulfield, but I didn't discuss it with Mr. Caulfield in any way.
Did Mr. Caulfield inform you that he had given Mr. Kalmbach your number?
At a subsequent time, or I don't know if it even came up. It had nothing was relative to me about that.
But at the period of time, in terms of the 28th or 29th of June, 1972, right, you merely relied on Mr. Kalmbach's statement.
Only Mr. Kalmbach, correct.
Did you ever...
Incidentally, if I may say, another conversation that occurred, recalling as you're asking me, in that room with Mr. Kalmbach also, one of his instructions was that I discuss it absolutely with no one. And when we got into it later on the telephone to make sure that, I said to Mr. Kalmbach, he at one point asked me how I would be delivering the money or how the undertaking would go on. And I said to Mr. Kalmbach, it would be better if you didn't know what manner or method I am going to use to distribute it. I understand what you want, and I'm going to deliver it to the best of my ability, but I don't think you should know. I told him something like, Washington be a sieve. If it leaks out of what I'm doing, you'll certainly always feel that I failed in your trust. And I said, as far as your situation with whatever your content, I will not know, and you will never accuse me of leaking out something I never knew.
Then can I assume by your statement that you didn't discuss this activity with Mr. Ehrlichman either? Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
Now, obviously, this was an unusual activity, wasn't it, Mr. Ulasewicz?
Well, depending on who's doing it, to me it was not too unusual. It was just another assignment.
Had anyone ever given you
From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson is going to turn over the questioning to his deputy, William Schur.
Chairman, Mr. William Schur will ask questions of the witness.
Mr. Ulasewicz, you testified earlier to this committee that you were initially hired to do some discrete investigations and that this hiring was done through your connection with Mr. Caulfield. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that you were, in fact, interviewed by Mr. John Ehrlichman.
That's correct.
What role did Mr. Kalmbach play in your prior employment with regard to these discrete investigations?
I met with him to discuss the arrangements to pay me. I was on Mr. Kalmbach's payroll.
So in other words, Mr. Kalmbach's role prior to the events which you've just described really was just as a conduit for payment to you for the services that you were rendering to Mr. Caulfield and Mr. Ehrlichman. Isn't that so?
That's a fair statement.
And did Mr. Kalmbach ever order you to conduct any investigations?
No.
So that when he called you on the 29th, this was the first time that he really asked you to get involved in anything by way of activity?
That is correct.
Now, did you check with Mr. Caulfield and find out whether or not Mr. Kalmbach was operating with any authority?
No. Mr. Kalmbach had received my telephone number from Mr. Caulfield, but I didn't discuss it with Mr. Caulfield in any way.
Did Mr. Caulfield inform you that he had given Mr. Kalmbach your number?
At a subsequent time, or I don't know if it even came up. It had nothing was relative to me about that.
But at the period of time, in terms of the 28th or 29th of June, 1972, right, you merely relied on Mr. Kalmbach's statement.
Only Mr. Kalmbach, correct.
Did you ever...
Incidentally, if I may say, another conversation that occurred, recalling as you're asking me, in that room with Mr. Kalmbach also, one of his instructions was that I discuss it absolutely with no one. And when we got into it later on a telephone to make sure that I said to Mr. Kalmbach, he at one point asked me how I would be delivering the money or how the undertaking would go on. And I said to Mr. Kalmbach, it would be better if you didn't know what manner or method I am going to use to distribute it. I understand what you want, and I'm going to deliver it to the best of my ability. But I don't think you should know. I told him something like, Washington be a sieve. If it leaks out of what I'm doing, you'll certainly always feel that I failed in your trust. And I said, as far as your situation with whatever your content, I will not know, and you will never accuse me of leaking out something I never knew.
Then can I assume by your statement that you didn't discuss this activity with Mr. Ehrlichman either? Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
Now, obviously, this was an unusual activity, wasn't it, Mr. Ulasewicz?
Well, depending on who's doing it, to me it was not too unusual. It was just another assignment.
Had anyone ever given you $75,000 in $100 bills before to discreetly or surreptitiously deliver to people who were known defendants in a criminal matter?
No.
And I believe you testified earlier that you were for 27 years in New York City a member of the police force?
That's correct.
So wasn't this, in fact, an unusual procedure for you?
Oh, well, no, I didn't consider it. Many assignments I had were unusual. But as far as money, as far as the money and all, while I was in the police department, I did have occasion to be present with two heads of governments in which there was sums of money involved. I would say 2 suitcases full, which sat next to me in a car, obtained in a bank in Boston, all strictly legal, of course. But that would be about $2 million. And there was a time.
But Mr. Ulasewicz, you didn't deliver that money to defendants in criminal cases and in lawyers, did you?
No, but neither in this case as Mr. Kalmbach and I were both in a frame of mind that we were not delivering it to defendants or at that time or whatever they may be, when it strictly for legal fees, as he explained, and for their families, and I certainly went along with that.
Did you ever check with your friend, Mr. Caulfield, and find out whether or not this activity was authorized?
No, sir.
Now, going back to the amount of money that you had, from what I understand in your response to Mr. Lenzner, there was occasions, and I think there at least 4, that you were carrying at least $75,000 in a paper bag and traveling back and forth between Washington and New York City. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the arrangement that you had with Mr. Kalmbach if the money were lost?
The thought never occurred to me. I was sure I wouldn't lose it. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons that I carried it in such a manner, in an envelope rather than a paper bag, the only time the bag came in was with the laundry bag, but after that it was a little substantial thing. If you carry a briefcase, if you carry any type of things that the attorneys carry and so forth, you are more apt to lose that. You may check it. You may lay it down by a table. You may make a phone call in a railroad station or an airplane terminal. If you're carrying a sack of papers or so, instinctively you either have it under your arm or on your lap. So you would not lay it down. So in my opinion, that the best method to keep the money was exactly as I was doing.
So then it never occurred to you to discuss with Mr. Kalmbach what risk there was in losing the money?
We never discussed it, and I think Mr. Kalmbach had trust in me that it would go as he directed.
Let me ask you this. How would you have prevented someone from picking up the envelope that you left on the counter in Howard Johnson's with $29,900 in cash?
I would certainly grab it out of the fellow's hands, and that would be the end of that.
And what about if one of the keys fell off the phone booth before Mrs. Hunt got there?
Well, the way I secured it, it wasn't about to fall off. As Mr. Lensner mentioned, there still was some Scotch tape even now, 6 months or 8 months later. I had no problem taping it. I was satisfied the key wouldn't fall. My problems were others. And in one instance, it did happen where the fellow come around wiping the insides of the phone booths, with dusting it.
And what did you do when this fellow came along?
I sweated a little bit for a few minutes. But actually, and I'm not picking on a fellow, I don't know who he was, but his cleaning process wasn't that thorough. And,
were all the sums of money that were delivered to you, the 4 occasions that Mr. Kalmbach gave you the cash, were they all in $100 bills?
No. At one point, there were 50s, 20s, and even a bundle of singles, maybe 50 or 100 singles. It was at only on one occasion. On every other occasion, it were $100 bills.
And were those $100 bills in sequence?
No, they were all they were mixed from old money to new money, and mostly old used $100 bills.
So you never worried about the money being traceable back to you?
No concern whatsoever.
Now, Mr. Ulasewicz, you've discussed with Mr. Lensner some conversations that you had on the phone with Mrs. Hunt. And I'm curious to know what Mrs. Hunt's attitude was as she was making these increased demands to you for more money.
Well, her attitude was, I would say, to milk a good thing would be the way to put it. She kept increasing the amounts, of course, as I stated. And as she began with, and I know I speak of a lady who's gone, and I don't want to sound, she was very efficient. When I first got the situation where I'd be talking with a woman on a situation like this, I was a little bit concerned. However, it worked out very well as far as we understood each other. However, where it was a request, it became into a demand fashion almost. And if there was some concern or arguments between these conversations that were going back with me, she reflected that.
Well, was her attitude one of the fact that she was entitled to what she was demanding?
Oh, I think all the people felt they were entitled to it.
Did she ever reflect to you, for example, what would happen if her particular needs were not met?
No.
Did she ever suggest, well, let's refer to the conversation concerning Mr. Liddy. She indicated to you that Mr. Liddy was desperate for cash, didn't she?
That is correct.
Did she indicate to you what the result would be or what the consequence might be if Mr. Liddy weren't given the cash?
No.
Well, why do you suppose she kept asking you for more money?
Well, obviously, to keep everybody happy, whatever the situation might be.
But
for legal fees, and as we took it, for legal, as we discussed, I assumed it was for help of the family. Now, if Liddy's family was in desperate need of money, he's been cut off in salary or whatever it might be, this is the terms that I took it in.
I take it Mr. Martinez and Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Sturgis were not quite entitled to the quality of legal representation that the rest were if they were only getting $10,000 and the others were getting $25,000 for their lawyers.
Well, it's the caste system, I guess.
What did she say concerning Mr. Barker? Did she make any reference to time that Mr. Barker might have to spend in jail?
I don't think she ever referred to time in jail for Mr. Barker at all. There was one point in the conversations, and they were towards the end, where she indicated that, you see, like, the drops were lower, and whatever money I was giving, and she became concerned with, and I think she might have wanted to use it as kind of a weapon, going back to me, thinking I was in policy or something of that type, where there was an insinuation that that in addition, that the distribution of money to help the families, etc., might work in with the possibility of keeping them stop worrying about jail sentences, as she'd mentioned. She'd do it as a barter weapon to me, saying, well, you know, I'm trying to tell them everything's going to be all right, and then I would cut her off and saying, I'm sorry, there's no negotiations, or will you give me the facts, and that's all.
But yet you told her you had no authority to negotiate with her,
Absolutely.
and you had no authority to make decisions as
Absolutely.
to what she would get.
That's correct.
Well, let me ask you this question, Mr. Ulasewicz. Did you have the impression that perhaps Mrs. Hunt was talking to someone else other than you concerning the amounts of money that she was to get?
Yes, sir.
And what gave you that impression?
The fact that the way Mr. Kalmbach would come back to me and say how much to leave, plus the fact she would indicate that of the amount she received, that they weren't enough to pay all these other fees, the high fees for attorneys, etc., and when would that money be forthcoming?
So then, in other words, she would make demands to you. You would convey those demands to Mr. Kalmbach.
That is correct.
Mr. Kalmbach would subsequently call you back.
Correct.
And say she's to get this amount of money, and when you called her and told her you were making a delivery of that amount of money, there was no problem.
Correct.
So therefore, you can conclude that she had been in contact with someone else.
That is correct.
Do you know who she was in contact with?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Kalmbach ever say that he spoke to her?
No, he indicated nothing of whom he was speaking to me, but there was a thing there that you mentioned with whom she was meeting with. There was a point in time in the conversations, I recall, that she conducted some type, there was a sit-down deal with defendants from time to time, like what she mentioned with McCord's financial difficulties, that he was contemplating mortgaging his residence. And she'd mentioned the fellas down south, which were indicative of the fact that there was some meetings going on, but I don't know what home.
That she was meeting with the defendants?
With the defendants.
But did she ever give you any indication that she had met with anyone from your side concerning how much money she was to be paid by your sources?
Well, actually, I had no side. I was kind of a loner. However, I'll take it in with Mr. Kalmbach. The answer would be no.
Well, you were then the only person that was conveying her initial demands or her subsequent demands.
I was to my best of my knowledge, I was the only person that went through this with her.
But it was clear to you that after the demands were made, that it was established and agreed by her to the amounts that you were instructed to deliver.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's refer to that conversation that you had with Mr. Kalmbach in the airport in Orange County, California. What date was that, if you recall?
That was August 3rd to the 5th.
And
I would in California.
And that entire conversation took place in the car.
In the car.
And that was the occasion that you received the last payment of $75,000 from Mr. Kalmbach.
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Kalmbach has indicated yesterday in his testimony that he came to a conclusion somewhere along the way that he had to get out of this business of paying off the monies. Was it your suggestion to him that you both get out of this business?
It sure was.
In other words, you brought it up to him.
Yeah, and in phone calls prior to this meeting, likewise.
And what was Mr. Kalmbach's response to these prior phone calls?
He was getting more and more concerned about what was going on. And his reaction was much the same as my own thoughts, that we were engulfed or we were caught in some kind of a flow of events and monies that we did not contemplate, anticipate in any way. We had started out to do what we would consider legal and for purposes to assist, and Mr. Kalmbach, in all my conversations, if the word is exuded, that's what he did to me. We didn't have to go into it deeply. And when we met in the automobile, this was the final thing that we were going to go through. And I went, as I told you, I started right out with him and saying that as I did.
In other words, the amounts that Mrs. Hunt was demanding and the amounts that Mr. Kalmbach were giving you were getting to be so vast that it was apparent that they were going beyond just paying legal fees and the needs, meeting the needs of the families of the defendants.
That's a fair statement.
And that was the reason that both you and Mr. Kalmbach came to the conclusion that you should get out of the thing.
Yes, the money plus the way that we have to continue handling it and so forth. All that suggested it's time to quit.
Did you begin feeling that you were becoming enmeshed in something that might be illegal?
Let's say that I had a little shaky feeling the way things were going.
And were you beginning to get concerned for yourself as
For
to your
myself-
involvement in
For
this matter?
myself and Mr. Kalmbach, because I felt all along that the two of us were in a sweep of this thing.
And your friend, Mr. Caulfield, was still your friend, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Did you contact him?
No.
And you never discussed with him the fact that you were concerned about what you were getting yourself into?
No, sir. Mr. Caulfield is a Washington resident, and any Washington resident is one of those holes in a sieve, no matter who he is.
So I would assume then that you felt the same way about Mr. Ehrlichman, who was living in Washington at the time.
Well, yes, but you see, with Mr. Ehrlichman, the only conversation I ever had was that one at the airport when they hired me. Outside of that, I never had a phone call or a personal conversation with Mr. Ehrlichman.
Yeah, but up until that time, had you ever done anything for them that you considered to be illegal?
No, sir.
And now you were caught in a mesh that might very much be involving you.
That it may become at some point or looked at. For the entire period of time that I was doing this with Mr. Kalmbach, it never occurred to me, and at this moment, I do not consider that I did anything illegal with Mr. Kalmbach. Neither did he, neither did I, as far as all the facts that were presented to me.
But you did state that based on the amount of money involved and the demands that were being made, that you were obviously making payments to Mrs. Hunt and others that exceeded the basic needs of attorney fees and the family survival.
Correct.
After you made your last two drop-offs,
Right.
which was September 19th,
September
1972,
19th, right.
Did anyone ever contact you again about becoming involved in this type of an operation?
No, sir.
You were never asked to again make any further drop-offs?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear from Mr. Kalmbach with a request that you make any further drop-offs?
No, sir.
And no one else in...
No one anywhere.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Now we...
Thank you very much. Mr. Ulasewicz, you have testified that you, over a period of 3 drops, distributed $153,000 to Mrs. Hunt. Isn't that correct, sir?
$154,000 in 4 drops.
$154,000. Is there any way we can corroborate that statement, sir? Is there any way someone can support you?
Well, I think the best way would be that if the money was not dropped and picked up, that somebody would have done a lot of hollering about it, because they were looking forward to get the money, and that's the only way, which I think would be substantial.
Now, you've indicated that you were on Mr. Kalmbach's payroll during the year 1972, and your pay was $22,000?
From July of 1969, when I started, I was on Mr. Kalmbach's payroll. Yes, sir.
What sort of discrete investigations were you required to carry out?
Beg your pardon, Senator?
What sort of discrete investigations were you required to conduct?
They were of various nature and ranged from investigations of backgrounds of persons to organizations and types of that.
In carrying out your assignment, did you find it necessary to commit illegal acts, such as breaking and entering?
No, sir.
During the time you were working for the White House or for the committee, did you have contact with members of the intelligence gathering units of the Justice Department?
No, sir.
What about the FBI?
No, sir.
The Treasury Department?
No, sir.
The CIA?
No, sir.
The Washington Police?
No, sir.
This is your testimony, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have received information suggesting that you had contacts with the New York Police Department. Is that correct, sir?
Well, I was retired, of course, from the New York Police Department.
And
yes,
you
sir.
had access to their files?
No, sir. Once I left the department, I did not have access. I would have to conduct if I wanted any information or inquiries, I would have to do it then as a private investigator. I might in any fashion, but I had no access to the records.
And the allegation suggesting that you did have access to the files is false.
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony that you had no contacts in the D.C. Police Department.
No, sir.
In your conversations with Mrs. Hunt, did she directly discuss the matter of immunity or pardon?
No, sir.
How did she indicate to you that what she was asking for went beyond family expenses?
Well, the figures that she kept giving me, I still took in the text of expenses to for families and for their counsel fees. She would, if she went overboard on the figures, it would be because if it was another purpose, she would, whether she mentioned loss of jobs or whatever it might be, and she'd present a figure.
Then you're changing your testimony because the first time you appeared, you testified that Mrs. Hunt did discuss with you the matter of pardons and immunity. Isn't that correct, sir?
No, I didn't testify to that, Senator. No.
I believe the record will so show.
May we have the testimony, Senator?
We'll get it for you, sir.
Thank you.
You've testified that you distributed $219,000 for Mr. Kalmbach, and the last payment was on the 19th of September. And the trial of the Watergate defendants did not start until January. Is it your testimony that after the 19th of September you did not perform any similar mission for anyone else in distributing funds to these defendants?
That's correct, sir.
Are you aware of anyone who did?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge that the funds continued to go to the defendants from some other source?
No, sir, I do not.
Did you maintain your contacts with people like Mr. Liddy, Mr. Bittman?
No, sir.
You severed all contacts on the
Correct.
people in this assignment?
Correct, sir.
And you're still insisting that you had no access to the New York police files or the D.C. police files?
You have me thinking, Senator, because apparently you have a point there, and I want to clear it up. I would have, I had no, by access, could I walk into an office and look at a record or something of that type? No, sir.
Or did you have friends there that would open the files for you?
They wouldn't open, but I'm sure that if I made calls and if I wanted, if they don't have to be on any particular instance, as a private investigator, I might call a squad or a detective office or a precinct and say that I'm a retired detective, and if this is within the vein of conversation, I don't want anything in official record, etc., I would get information. It might be about almost anything that was available. But I wouldn't have access to records. I wouldn't receive records as such, as per se.
This information was available to the public?
Not always, no.
And once again, your testimony is that you never committed an illegal act in carrying out your responsibilities and your assignments?
Yes, sir.
I have a note here saying that the matter of pardons and immunity came up in your staff interview.
Yes, sir. That's probably where that originates, yes. And that was not in testimony, as my counsel reminds me.
But in
with
your
the staff interview, yes, sir. It came in the latter part of the negotiations over where Mrs. Hunt was describing the monies down south, and that things were being were very hard to control down south. And she said it would make it easier when, or if the money came through. And I was, at this point is when she was, as I tried to describe, using a demand or some form of pressure by saying that if the money comes down here, that would certainly help her in some statement of lesser jail sentence or whatever it might be.
Then it is your testimony that you did discuss pardons and immunity.
I didn't discuss any pardon and immunity that I recall in that fashion as you're putting it, Senator. I discussed light sentences, the inference of light sentences, and that did come up in that latter part in connection with that it would be easier for Mrs. Hunt to control these people.
Did you discuss the matter of light sentences with Mr. Kalmbach?
No, sir.
Didn't you think it was important enough?
I may have mentioned it to him with all the other material that came in, but at that time it didn't. I wouldn't have sat on that very heavy because at that time in the text of time, I didn't accept it as such. I thought it was a wedge from Mrs. Hunt in order to get a commitment for more money. And if I told it to Mr. Kalmbach, and I don't say that I did, but if I mentioned it, it would have been in a passing manner.
You've been a member of the police department now for 27 years, and I gather from your records a very distinguished service. And I presume that you know whether an act is legal or illegal. I'm certainly quite versed with the criminal laws, not only of New York City, but of Washington, D.C. If a fellow detective came to you and he says he has observed a man dealing in large sums of cash, placing keys in phone booths, dropping envelopes at Howard Johnson motels, placing envelopes next to phone booths, lurking around the corners, using several drops, what would your conclusion be as to that person? Would your conclusion be that person was conducting an illegal act?
No, I would be suspicious of his actions. I did not consider myself, and at this time do not consider that I committed an illegal act.
Were your actions the actions of a man who had nothing to worry about as far as the law was concerned?
In distributing the money, yes, sir.
In the manner of distribution?
Yes, sir. When the proposition was put, when the assignment was given to me by Mr. Kalmbach, that was a stipulation that I do that in a discreet and confidential manner. And that would preclude any other way, in my opinion, if I'm to do it, that's the way I would do it. And what I had in mind was the purpose of this situation, that this money was to go for legal fees, etc. And a man of Mr. Kalmbach's stature, who of course I knew was the attorney to the president, and was has stated to me that it was legal in his consideration, that there was nothing illegal about it, and that was what was in my mind. Then the second thing that came to me is to do the job as well as I could.
Were the recipients of these sums made aware that the distribution of these sums were to be secret?
I don't think I understand the question, Senator.
Did Mr. Bittman know that your delivery of the $25,000 to him was a secret delivery?
Well, he knew that he was to come down and pick it up, that I didn't want to confront him, yes.
Do you think Mr. Bittman declared the $25,000 in his income tax return?
I have no knowledge. I do recall in one conversation where he mentioned it went into a night depository. Whether that's a record or so, I don't know.
Did you at any time tell any of your recipients to keep this money secret?
No, sir.
What do you mean by under-the-table money?
This was a phrase that was used by Mrs. Hunt, explaining why that money was necessary in Florida. And it was not, I had asked her at one time at Mr. Kalmbach's direction, and she alluded to the fact that it might have been for other persons whom have not been mentioned to me by name.
In your 27 years as a police officer, I'm certain you've heard the phrase under the table, which usually means a payoff, a cum shaw. Whatever it is illegal, isn't it?
I think the circumstances would determine that, Senator. I am not a lawyer. I'm not backing off on the fact that I was a police officer.
You mean to tell me if one of your colleagues told you that Mr. So-and-so is receiving money under the table, all you do is get a little suspicious? Won't the bell start ringing here?
No, not yet. I would make an investigation of that allegation, and in this case, I still have in mind that it's legal fees and that what she is suggesting, and apparently didn't want to give me names of other individuals or something. That's the conclusion what we came to. That what she is doing is actually passing the money on to someone other than the name she had given me.
And now that you look back to all of the activities, as we've asked most of our witnesses to look back in retrospect, do you still consider that the activities in which you were involved were completely legal?
Yes, sir.
Even if the payment was for hush money?
Well, the term hush money is developed by others. At the time, as I described, it was strictly for the Legal Defenses Center plus assistance to the families. Reiterated to me several times in the room.
Do you still believe this to be true?
Do I believe it? At that time, yes.
No, today, right now.
I believe that when Mr. Comback and I set out for this thing, that's all was in our minds and in mine. He had me fully convinced of it.
I don't question you on that, but today, do you believe that to be true?
Not likely.
I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Going back to the beginning, Mr. Ulasewicz, of your testimony, did you ever determine who this Mr. Caddy was?
I had read in the papers that he was an attorney, and that I believe that he was the attorney who was to be notified when if somebody that he had been assigned as an attorney in case somebody got in trouble.
Was that his real name?
Oh, I believe so.
But he never identified himself to you, what his profession was or who he was?
He said, when I spoke to him, he was an attorney, I assumed, or at least in some capacity, because he said that in our final conversation that he was sitting with somebody from the law firm, and he's telling me now that he doesn't want to go any further with this, and I so reported.
But he did not indicate in his conversations with you that he knew anything about what you were talking about. Is that right? Or did he?
I would say that's fairly correct, Senator, yes.
Let's go back again to the very beginning of this scenario. Your first conversation with Mr. Comback. As you undoubtedly know, this is extremely important to determine whether his activities and your activities were lawful or unlawful. Now, what did he say when he contacted you about what he wanted you to do?
In the hotel room, he told me that he had received an assignment.
Well, before that, though.
A telephone call requesting that I come the next day to Washington, D.C. to meet with him.
And why did he say he wanted you to come?
He spoke of an assignment, an important assignment for me.
Did he mention anything about what the assignment was?
No, sir.
Just important?
Yes, sir.
All right, continue now. You came to Washington.
When the conversation started, Mr. Comback impressed upon me that the assignment is legal, that it was to raise finances or to provide monies, to provide monies for attorneys' fees and for members of families of persons who had gotten into trouble. He was very nervous. He was kind of unsteady in it. It was apparently didn't know how to present the thing any further, and he repeated it about 3 times. And at the point, I said,
well, why would he be nervous? I don't understand.
Well, I think it was something new to Mr. Comback, as far as, or he didn't sure in what direction it might take, or perhaps it might even be that speaking to me about it for the first time, perhaps that we're at different ends of the earth or something like that. I don't know.
Well, you mentioned he said it was legal. How did that come up in the conversation? Did you ask if it was legal?
I may have asked him, but I think he wanted to reassure me, and he said that, and he came out with that statement.
Did he say how he knew it was legal?
No, but I did receive the distinct impression that he had searched this thing thoroughly out in his mind, or whatever manner that he would use. He was confident and very, very sure.
No question, though, that he did mention to you what this money was to be delivered for. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was what?
Watergate people. In connection with the people in the Watergate incident.
And for what purposes?
For legal fees and assistance to their families.
Now let's go again to your first conversation with Mrs. Hunt. Would you go into that again? I didn't see this witness sheet until this morning, and I've just heard your testimony here firsthand, and I'm not exactly sure that I understand what transpired. There were conversations about what she needed, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, describe again what she said to you.
Well, in the initial conversation, she went into what sums of money might be needed.
And describe those carefully now to the committee.
And what they might be needed for. And she went in the early conversation, she mentioned herself as the fact that she would lose her, she had been fired, she had lost a job, and that should be taken in consideration. And
She said what she'd been doing?
She was, I think it was, as I recall, she was a secretary or she was for some foreign embassy or something of that type. And I didn't go into that because this, being our first contact, I immediately tried to inform her of my position in the matter, that I was simply to have gotten from her a figure for the script, etc. And definitely, per instructions from Mr. Kalmbach, in no way was I to conduct any negotiations.
Right. Now, what was that figure?
The first figure was that I delivered to her was $40,000.
No, that she mentioned in this first conversation you had.
She went into, by the time she finished the conversation, was probably around $100,000.
And how was that broken down?
That was broken down with law fees, and I can't, with all the conversations, I kind of have to lump them in because of the sequence. The original I remember, but it always was with attorney fees, as I testified, and she'd mentioned an attorney and a defendant, and she'd mentioned the difficulties of, I was going to say trials and tribulations, I wasn't referring to a trial, of how much money would be needed, and bail money for the people down south, and salaries for their living expenses. And she would arrive at $3,000 a month for the principals, and then she went down a scale.
Well, I understand that. That's what you testified at first. But what I'd like to find out is what is the breakdown of this figure of $100,000? That's the figure she first mentioned that she would need.
Didn't. I'm sorry, sir. She did not mention a figure of $100,000. She never gave me a flat figure.
All right. Well, what figures did she mention besides the $3,000 per month for the leaders?
She would mention, and this is over the conversations. I can't nail it down to the first one, but she would mention money in connection with Liddy's wife, her medical problems, the fact of being a school teacher. $10,000, $15,000 per year.
$10,000 or $15,000 for Mrs. Liddy's wife. Is that right?
Right. Same for him. Rather for her. Somewhere in that, her annual salary.
$10,000 or $15,000 for Mrs. Hunt.
And then the legal fees came into it.
And how much were they for whom?
They amounted to about $130,000 over a period of time. It's not in the one conversation.
Well, in this first conversation, though, you must have had a pretty vivid impression of that. After all, this was a unique assignment. The first time you're talking to Mrs. Hunt, and I'm trying to pin down now what you first gained from her as to what she wanted.
Well, then I would guess that she brought up Mr. Barker, Mr. Sturgis.
Well, did she? You're guessing now. Did she or didn't she?
Well, it's very hard for me to separate the amounts for each conversation. But I know in the initial one, in addition to mentioning her own, she started and then it wasn't a demand, it was a request to consider hers in addition for attorney fees, the cost of the script, the attorney fees and all. She went through the figures. She didn't come up constantly with a solid figure.
Well, so far now, we've got $3,000 per month for living expenses for the leaders.
Well, for
$10,000 or $15,000 for Mrs. Liddy because she had psychiatric problems. $10,000 or $15,000 for Mrs. Hunt because she needed that. That's the only figures we have yet. Now, what are the others?
Mr. Barker.
How much?
Would be $6,000.
For what, legal fees?
No, that would be for living expenses.
For a year? Or how long?
1 minute, let me see if I have this. It would be for the $3,000. All these started as a per monthly basis. in which later on, or probably the subsequent conversation, a multiple of 5 was used or suggested.
Well, are you saying that Barker was $500 a month then?
No, it was, it totaled to $15,000. There was a request. For Barker was $2,000. Sturgis, Gonzalez, $2,000.
Now, wait a minute. You said $6,000 for Barker a moment ago.
For Barker, yes, sir.
Now it's $2,000.
No. It's $6,000 for Barker.
Yes.
It's $4,000 for Sturgis.
All right. Go on.
And $2,000 each for Gonzalez and Martinez.
Now, these were living expenses over what period of time?
Over a 5-month period.
All right. Why 5 months?
In a conversation, she spoke of a rounded-out figure, and she brought up the multiple of 5.
In other words, she
asked for a 5-month. Would it be considered over living expenses over a 5-month period of time?
Now, was this in the first conversation?
I don't think all of it might have been in the first conversation, but it would be relative to the following conversation, because the way the money was delivered, we couldn't meet these requests. There just wasn't that much money.
May I inquire what you're looking at there at the table?
I'm looking at a sheet I wrote after I had testified as a reminder. When I first testified, I had the principal figures in mind. What I started with, when I memorized this thing, and I had mentioned that, I started with the top figure of $219,000. Then I started with the 4 that were delivered to me, which came to $419, and then $219. Then I got into the delivery amounts, the 4 delivery amounts, so that I would retain that in my memory.
This was a sheet you made for your first witness interview?
No, it was made after my appearances, even after the last appearance here.
I see. Did you ever keep any notes when you had your conversations with any of these people?
No, sir.
No notes at all?
No, sir.
Ever? Well, now let's go on. We have so far the living expenses for these people. What about Hunt and Liddy? Now, did he have any living expenses, or McCord?
Yes, Mrs. They were in the, that's the $15,000 range, was McCord, Liddy, and Hunt.
Well, I understood that you said that was for Mrs. Liddy and Mrs. Hunt.
No, Mrs. Liddy and Mrs. Liddy was for the loss of her job, that she associated a loss, and that was about $15,000 a year.
For her?
For her.
All right. Well, that's the figure I have here.
And for the school teacher was about, Mrs. Liddy was about 10, Mrs. Hunt 15. That was her request.
Well, now, wait a minute. You just said Mrs. Liddy 15, now you say 10.
No. Mrs. Hunt was about, requested a $15,000 figure.
All right. And
Mrs. Liddy, a $10,000
All right. Now, how about Mr. Hunt? How much for him?
Mr. Hunt was $15,000.
These are for living expenses?
Living expenses.
How about Liddy?
$15,000.
How about McCord?
$15,000.
Now, how about the attorney's fees?
For Hunt, $25,000.
All right.
For McCord, $25,000. For Liddy, $25,000. Barker's attorney, $25,000.
All right.
And the 3 others, $30,000.
Together?
Together, $10,000 each.
Now, when did she mention these figures? Did she mention all of this the first time she talked to you?
No, sir.
When did she mention this? Over what period of time and how many conversations?
In about 4 or 5 conversations from July to August, in about a 6-week period when these drops were made off.
Can you give us any idea of the escalation of these demands? What she asked the first time, second time, third time, and so on?
Well, they increased each time I called. She would increase the amount or request that more money would be needed for one reason or another.
Well, can you give us...
When she started initially, when she gave, and I cut her off because of saying I'm not in a position to negotiate, etc., she would repeat the demands each time. Some of them were repeated. Mm-hmm. And our problem was that we couldn't break it when we delivered the money. So the best that Mr. Kalmbach and whoever he was speaking with said, well, deliver 40. And I guess there was to raise more and deliver the other. And when the second delivery was made, there were no directions as how she was to use the money. It was simply given to her to use as to satisfy, because she could not pay all these amounts with the amounts that she was getting.
Did she ever mention any flat figure at any time for the overall affair?
No, sir.
Only bits and pieces from time to time?
That's correct, sir.
All right, now then, I'd like to go to the instructions as to what you told her, what to do with each amount of money you gave her. Would you please describe that in detail to the committee? Let's go to the first one.
The $40,000.
Yes. Is that the first amount you gave her?
Yeah, and when she received the money,
the first drop to her was $40,000.
Right, sir.
All right.
And there were, with the drops, there were no discussions from me to her as to how to spend it, how to dole it out, because in my instructions from Mr. Kalmbach, it reached a point that what she was asking for was not in my possession.
But what about on the very first drop? Did you tell her what to do with the money, the $40,000?
The first drop, I believe, was said to spread it out but for the needs of the families, to use the money first for the needs of the families. And that other requests for attorneys, et cetera.
Did you tell her how to break it down at all, or just say this is for families?
That's correct. I relayed whatever instructions I'd received.
Did she say anything to that in reply?
Well, she was not satisfied. She said that there will be problems and she'll do her best. And I said, well, I understand and I will be getting back to you.
Did she mention the fact that this sum is too small, we need more, and give you any figure?
No, she didn't go in another. She would continue or reiterate what she had been giving me. We need, well, the lawyer's fees and so forth.
All right. How about the second drop of $43,000? What did you tell her to do with that money?
I believe that one, she had already been told probably that she will get the money and she will distribute it in whatever manner comes to her.
You gave her no instructions?
No instructions.
What about the next drop of $18,000?
I don't believe any instructions with that.
And the last drop of $53,500?
There were none on that one.
In other words, the only thing you can recall, then, is a discussion or an instruction on the first drop to use this money with the families?
Yes, sir, and to the best of my recollection.
Again, I'd like to get back to this under-the-table business, $10,000 to Barker. You discussed it with Senator Inouye. What did she say to you when she described this and what it was to be used for?
She said that in addition to the other demands, there was $10,000 necessary to give to Barker for use under the table. That was in the early conversation. I recall that when it came back from Mr. Kalmbach.
Well, now, when this occurred, did you say, now, hold on here, Mrs. Hunt, what's this under-the-table business?
I had asked, can you, more specific or something to that effect? She says, well, I think if you relay it that way, it'll be understood. And it was not understood, because I remember in a subsequent conversation asking her, and been asked by Mr. Kalmbach, what's the under the table? And she, either second or third, somewhere along the line, she insinuated that it was for some other persons who were involved in this situation or may have been involved. Somebody in Florida.
There was no further discussion as to what under the table was for?
No, I was told not to discuss it any further.
And you never asked her what she was going to do with it?
No, sir.
This $25,000 to Mr. Bittman, as I recall, that was the only payment you made to any of the attorneys directly. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Well, now, this is a rather unique way of paying an attorney's fee, is it not?
Yes, sir, it's a way.
Did Mr. Bittman express any surprise at this method of getting his fee?
Oh, yes. In the initial conversation, he probably said something that it was unusual, and I said, well, however, those are my instructions, and then I made a call and relayed his message, and I was told, no, it'll be accepted. And when I called back, Mr. Bittman agreed to take it.
Well, would you go into that a little further, the discussion about how his figure came up and how this attorney's fee was going to be paid?
When I spoke to Mr. Bittman, he told me that it was the first conversations, that it was an unusual manner to discuss lawyers' fees, that you don't know about how much expenses will be entailed, and he started to go into appeals could come in, and I said, well, I have no knowledge of this. I am told that you would have a figure, and I am prepared to deliver that figure. I was thinking in terms of the $75,100, which I had brought with me.
And what did he say to that when you asked him or said to him, I was told you were going to name a figure?
He said, well, he said, no, he said, let me, something to the effect, let me get back to me, and I relayed the message to Mr. Kalmbach, and after a period of time...
He said get back to him later?
Yeah, he said to discuss it, or he indicated something that he was not taking it at that time. He was not going to accept the money in that manner at that time.
Mm-hmm. He did name the figure of $25,000.
Finally, he named the $25,000 figure in our next to last conversation.
Why didn't he want to get into the business of taking it or arranging for the taking it at that time? He was perfectly willing to negotiate the fee with you. Is that correct?
Well, he didn't negotiate it with me, and I think that's the answer to the first question. He had to get back and negotiate a fee with either his client or somebody else, and then he gave me the figure. I think he negotiated with his client, or...
Well, you say he negotiated with his client and gave you the figure. You mean in another phone conversation?
In whatever manner that they were dealing with his client, I don't know.
Well, now, let's go back here. You called him on the phone, and the purpose of your calling him on the phone was to find out what he wanted for a fee. Isn't that right?
That's correct, but it wasn't, it was the cost of a script, of course, which was a subterfuge, and he didn't come up with a number. That's all. He didn't come up with a figure. I so reported to Mr. Kalmbach. Mm-hmm. Mr. Kalmbach says, all right, I'll get back to you. He got back, and he says, call him again. Mm-hmm. Now, this might be a day or it might be an hour. I don't recall which. I called Mr. Bittman back, and he would start in that conversation that, well, you know, a flat fee is a very unusual thing and all. And I said, well, I have no control over that. I am prepared for a figure for the cost of a script, and I would repeat the whole thing. And he says, well, he said, all right, he says, can you get back to me? I says, all right, and I reported that to Mr. Kalmbach.
Now, this is the second conversation?
Second conversation. I think I had 4 conversations or 5 with Mr. Bittman. And then finally, he mentioned that he would accept the money, and he gave me the figure of $25,000.
Finally, on the 4th conversation, he mentions a figure.
Correct, sir.
And he hasn't mentioned any figure before that?
No, sir.
All this other business is horsing around?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I think he had to straighten it out with his client or with somebody. It's the only thing I can assume.
All right, now we arrive at a figure of $25,000. Then what happened?
I placed the $25,000 in an envelope.
Well, but hold on.
Oh, I reported to Kalmbach. I reported the figure to Kalmbach. I was never to, my instructions were I was never to give anything until finally I reported and got the okay with Mr. Kalmbach. I reported to Mr. Kalmbach. He got back to me and said, okay, deliver the money.
Incidentally, in these phone calls with Mr. Kalmbach, while you're, I won't use the word negotiating, talking to Mr. Bittman on the phone, what's his reaction about all this time spent in phone conversations with Bittman?
No particular reaction. It was, I think it was agreeable to him, or he was trying to make his mind up as to what kind of a fee.
Was he calling anybody about this, do you know?
Oh, I assume he was, yes, sir.
Did he tell you?
No, sir.
All right, now we get to how it's going to be paid. Would you describe that?
Yes, the manner of payment was that I placed $25,000 in a brown clasp envelope.
Well, I know that, but let's go back a little and catch this. You arrive at the figure, and now that big hurdle is over, you must have told Mr. Bittman something about how we're going to make this transaction.
I told him I would get back to him because I had to call Mr. Kalmbach and clear this, that the figure was 25, and Mr. Kalmbach said, I'll get back to you.
All right.
And then when he got back to me, he said, go ahead and deliver the money.
All right, now go on.
I called Mr. Bittman. He was in his office, and I said that I am willing. I am all set now for I have the money ready for him. And I outlined a procedure that if he'd come right down, it would be on the shelf. And he came down off the elevator, or a person came down off the elevator.
I heard that, and of course we don't want to waste the time to go into that again. What I am interested in is when you described to him how you were going to pay this fee. What did he say anyway?
Didn't say anything.
Didn't say anything.
No, sir.
He
said okay.
You think he expected this in a brown envelope in a phone booth?
I don't know. He probably knew that it would be delivered in cash to him, and in some manner where whatever negotiations they were having.
He didn't say, come to my office and pay me the fee or anything like that?
No, sir.
And when you suggested it would be paid this way, there was no evidence of any surprise at all?
No, sir. It was on the telephone. I didn't get any... Oh, I am reminded there was one. He did call me the next day. I received a call from Mr. Kalmbach the next day to call Mr. Bittman. And I called Mr. Bittman, and he said he'd like to return the money.
Oh? Well, tell us about this.
And I called Mr. Kalmbach and mentioned that to him, and he said, I'll get back to you. Called me back. He says, call Mr. Bittman again. And when I called Mr. Bittman back, he said, well, that's of no consequence now because it went in a night depository.
Because I what?
It went into a night depository, a night box in a bank.
So it was no longer retrievable?
No longer retrievable.
Well, let's go over that again. Who told you he wanted to return the money?
Mr. Bittman, after he had taken the $25,000.
And when did this occur?
Mr. Kalmbach asked me to call Mr. Bittman back the next day.
The next day?
Yes, sir.
And I called describe this conversation again now.
I called Mr. Bittman back, and he said that he was considering, he would like to return the money.
Why? Did he mention any reason?
He did not.
Did you ask him?
No, I was a little surprised at it, and I said, well, let me check into it. I didn't make any indication that I was going to take the money back either. And then I called Mr. Kalmbach.
You mean the substance of this conversation was you call him, and he said, I want to return this money.
He says, I would like to return the money, or words to that effect, that after speaking to his other attorneys or whatever it might have been, I don't quite recall, but the gist of it is he wanted to return the money.
Did he mention he'd talked to his law partners about it?
He may have. I'm not certain.
And you said, hold on, I've got to get instructions. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
And that was the end of the conversation?
That was it.
How long did this conversation take?
Very short period of time.
And neither one of you expressed surprise?
Well, I did. I was quite surprised.
Well, what did you say?
I said, I don't understand. Is there or something of that type? I said, I will have to get further instructions.
Well, go on now.
And I called Mr. Kalmbach and reported the conversation to him. And when he got back to me, it was to call Mr. Bittman again, and I did. And at this point, Mr. Bittman said, well, it's okay. He said, the money, there's no question here now. The money there's no problem. The money was deposited in a night box.
Well, now, this phone conversation, when you got back to him after you talked to Mr. Kalmbach, how long was that after your previous phone conversation?
I'd say a few hours.
Just a few hours?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Well, now, I must say, that doesn't make much sense to me. He calls you and tells you he wants to return the $25,000. A few hours later, you call him back, and he says there's no problems in a night box.
No, he said that that the money had been deposited into a night depository, so that returning the money was and that he was going to, or inferring that he was going to handle this with his client.
What time of day do these calls occur?
In the afternoon.
Both calls?
No, the money, the day that yes, both calls would have been in the afternoon. The second call might have been in the morning.
The second call,
the one in which he wants to return the money.
Might have been in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And then the call that he said, no, don't bother, it's in a night box, occurred in the afternoon. Well, did you ask him anything further? What changed his mind?
No, sir.
Did you express surprise to him at this change of horses?
Yeah, I think so. I think I showed some surprise, and I said I'd have to get instructions. And
A couple of quick questions here. You mentioned Mr. Hunt made one pickup. That was the only one, was it not?
Yes, sir.
How did you know who he was?
I didn't, but I did not.
How did you know that Mr. Hunt was picking up the money?
When his wife told me that because of some personal problem that day, that she wouldn't, this was the second or third pickup, that she wouldn't make it, and that her husband would make the pickup. And I said, well, you will explain all the details to him. She says, oh, he'll do exactly as the instructions have been going. And then he came in, looked at the clock, and followed the whole procedure perfectly.
Did you have any way of identifying other than his knowing where to go?
No, sir. That satisfied me.
What about Mr. Liddy? Now, you made one payment to him. Did you know who he was?
Yes, I know that he was one of the defendants. His name came up with all
But I
this.
mean, how did you recognize him as the man?
He told me that he's going to come in a shirt, roll up sleeves, and he was going to obey the instructions.
I'm curious about one thing here. You mentioned that Caulfield is one of those Washington holes in a sieve, I guess. Well, what does that mean?
Well, the thing in this was everything would be kept strictly confidential. And, of course, I had agreed with Mr. Comback it would so be that I would tell no one. And when I was put to a question here, I didn't give it to Mr. Caulfield or anybody else.
Well, I mean, what's a hole in the sieve mean?
Well, there are many leaks and very few secrets in Washington in time.
But wasn't he a pretty good friend of yours? Didn't you trust him?
Sure was.
Did you think he was like all the other Washingtonians?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sort of a disease once you get here?
I think once you're caught here, you're caught. And there ain't no way out.
How about you? Did you get contaminated with Washington?
Including you, almost. I think that I'm not contaminated in any way because I know anything I did it seeking to do it. I wanted to. I went with my eyes wide open, and I think I did a good job.
Well, just one final question. When did you begin getting suspicious about this train of events that you were caught up in?
I would say with the second call of Mrs. Hunt.
And why?
Because of the demands, the continuous adding of money, the urgency, where the first conversation is one of, not of demand. When she first started, it was a request, and then it became to change its shape. When are we going to get this? And now, while we started with $75,100 to go to a person face-to-face, now the whole system changes. We're into this way of distribution money, of the distributions of the money, plus newspaper publicity, etc. But basically, in this particular matter, the manner in which she was increasing everything, and it became obvious that it was a much larger thing than the original request. I had agreed to a $75,100 distribution with Mr. Comback, and he had probably, and I'm sure, been of the same mind. Now we're into something that after about 2 calls was somewhere into $400,000, and we still can't figure it out.
Did you ever discuss that with her, why these demands were always increasing and, to you at least, always excessive?
No, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
So, tell me.
Now that Senator Gurney has satisfied his curiosity, we're going to pause briefly. Public Television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
instructions that I had.
A couple of quick questions here. You mentioned Mr. Hunt made one pickup. That was the only one, was it not?
Yes, sir.
How did you know who he was?
I didn't, but I did not.
How did you know that Mr. Hunt was picking up the money?
When his wife told me that because of some personal problem that day, that she wouldn't, this was the second or third pickup, that she wouldn't make it, and that her husband would make the pickup. And I said, well, you will explain all the details to him. She says, oh, he'll do exactly as the instructions have been going. And then he came in, looked at the clock, and followed the whole procedure perfectly.
Did you have any way of identifying other than his knowing where to go?
No, sir. That satisfied me.
What about Mr. Liddy? Now, you made one payment to him. Did you know who he was?
Yes, I knew that he was one of the defendants. His name came up with...
But, I mean, how did you recognize him as the man?
He told me that he's going to come in a shirt, roll up sleeves, and he was going to obey the instructions.
I'm curious about one thing here. You mentioned that Caulfield was one of those Washington holes in the sieve, I guess. Well, what does that mean?
Well, the thing in this was the confidential. Everything would be kept strictly confidential. And, of course, I had agreed with Mr. Comback it would so be, and that I would tell no one. And when I was put to a question here, I didn't give it to Mr. Caulfield or anybody else.
Well, I mean, what's the hole in the sieve mean?
Well, there are many leaks and very few secrets in Washington in time.
But wasn't he a pretty good friend of yours? Didn't you trust him?
Sure was.
Did you think he was like all the other Washingtonians?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sort of a disease once you get here?
I think once you're caught here, you're caught. And there ain't no way out.
How about you? Did you get contaminated with Washington?
Including you, almost. I think that I'm not contaminated in any way because I know anything I did it seeking to do it. I wanted to. I went with my eyes wide open, and I think I did a good job.
Well, just one final question. When did you begin getting suspicious about this train of events that you were caught up in?
I would say with the second call of Mrs. Hunt.
And why?
Because of the demands, the continuous adding of money, the urgency, where the first conversation is one of, not of demand. When she first started, it was a request, and then it became to change its shape. When are we going to get this? And now, while we started with 75,100 to go to a person face-to-face, now the whole system changes. We're into this way of distribution money, of the distributions of the money, plus newspaper publicity, etc. But basically, in this particular matter, the manner in which she was increasing everything, and it became obvious that it was a much larger thing than the original request. I had agreed to a 75,100 distribution with Mr. Comback, and he had probably, and I'm sure, been of the same mind. Now we're into something that after about 2 calls, we're somewhere into $400,000, and we still can't figure it out.
Did you ever discuss that with her, why these demands were always increasing and, to you at least, always excessive?
No, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
So tell me.
Now that Senator Gurney has satisfied his curiosity, we're going to pause briefly. Public Television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the caucus room, Senator Talmadge is asking the questions.
Thank you.
Senator Talmadge. Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Lesowitz, are you still on the payroll?
No, sir.
When did your association with Mr. Combach cease?
The end of 1972.
End of 1972.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing now? Retired?
Semi-retired.
Living in the city of New York?
Living in the town of Day in Saratoga County in New York State.
Are you working at the present time?
No, sir.
Now, when you got suspicious that this distribution of money ceased to be a humanitarian effort and became a blackmail program, why didn't you withdraw from it at that time, Mr. Ulysses?
At the earliest opportunity, I withdrew. I told Mr. Combach that.
I thought you made some 3 drops thereafter, did you not?
No, one drop.
When did they start haggling about money and saying that wasn't enough?
I would say the second or third pre-drop to Mrs. Hunt is when she started raising it and began more of a demanding fashion. And I so reported my opinion to Mr. Combach.
You made either 1 or 2 more drops thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Did you not? And then you retired from the field.
Yes, sir.
You thought perhaps at that point you'd been used by friends, I take it, didn't you?
Well, I don't think friends would want to use me, but the situation was such that I was picking up a lot of friends after this Watergate thing happened for requests.
You felt you had been used, I take it.
All right, sir.
Is that an affirmative answer?
Yes, sir.
You never made any determination as to the amount of money that would be paid to these individuals personally. You were courier and delivered it, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination as to the specific amount that would be delivered?
No, sir.
Who did?
Oh, who did?
Yes.
I don't know, sir.
You were never informed about that fact?
No, sir.
Did you have any dealings with anyone else except Mr. Combach in delivering this money?
No, sir.
No conversations of any kind of character?
No, sir.
You didn't know where Mr. Combach was getting his authority or his orders to make the delivery?
No, sir.
Did you have any assumptions as to where it was coming from?
Yes.
Well, who did you
I
think?
believe that they were somebody that in a position that would be equal or higher than Mr. Combach's.
Who did you think that individual was?
I guess I assumed it would be someone that, like Ehrlichman or Haldeman.
You thought they
Or
were
something at that
origins
time. Yes.
and made the arrangements, and that you and Mr. Combach were merely carrying out their orders and instructions. Is that correct?
All right, sir.
Now, I believe when the plane crashed and unfortunately killed Mrs. Hunt, there was a considerable sum of money on her person at that time, was there not?
I read in the papers $10,000.
You don't have any idea what that particular sum was for?
No, sir.
Whether or not she was delivering it or whether it's her own personal funds that you had previously delivered to her?
I have no knowledge of that 10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Ulasewicz, I can't resist saying that you provided us all with at least a half a dozen titles for books or novels.
Well, that was not my intent, Senator. It was just to present it as it happened.
You know, the whole
I will pay for it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The newspapers will have a ball with this one.
Who thought you up? I mean, who first?
Well, I don't know, but they taught me to. Maybe my parents' fault.
Yeah, right. There's an element of intent there. I'm not sure I'll impute to your parents. But what I really mean is, who first employed you? Where did the first contact come from? Was it with Combach, or was it with Dean, or was it with someone else in the CRP or the White House group?
It would be Mr. Caulfield.
Did you ever do any work for Caulfield?
Before taking the assignment?
Anytime.
No. Oh, yeah, after I received my assignments from Mr. Caulfield.
Not this one, though.
No, sir.
Did you ever work for Mr. Kalmbach before?
I had no other assignments with Mr. Kalmbach.
Did you ever work for Mr. Ehrlichman?
I had no assignments from Mr. Ehrlichman.
Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir.
Anybody else at the White House or CRP?
The only one in the White House that relayed or gave me an assignment is Mr. Caulfield.
I'm not talking now just about the Watergate. I'm talking about anything else.
Anything.
No other duties, no other intelligence activity or investigative work of the type?
The only one that assigned the work to me, is, if I understand the question, Senator, was Mr. Caulfield.
And I hope not unnecessarily redundant, you are telling me that you never received any instructions on Watergate or anything else from Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, Mr. Kalmbach, except that which you've described?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever conduct any investigative work for the White House or for CRP at some time other than this Watergate situation?
No, sir. There were a series of investigations, Senator, that I was assigned, given the assignment by Mr. Caulfield. From whom he received the assignments back of him, I have no knowledge. Or to whom the results went to, I have no knowledge.
What I'm trying to establish now is whether or not anyone else other than Mr. Caulfield gave you instructions or gave you advice or suggested the scope of other inquiries other than the Watergate affair.
Best of my recollection is no, sir.
But there were other inquiries, investigations.
Yes.
And Mr. Caulfield gave your instructions in that respect.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever know McCord before this happened?
No, sir.
Did you ever know Liddy before it happened?
No, sir, before the Watergate. Oh, I met him once under a different name for a few minutes. Yes, sir. I did.
McCord?
Not McCord. Liddy.
Liddy. What other name?
Mr. George. He was introduced to me as Mr. George, and he took an accounting of as a finance. I was told he was the finance in a committee, the committee to re-elect, I guess it would be, and then he checked my list of expenses.
Where was this done?
This was done in New York City in an apartment which I had rented with the to establish an agency of my own, a private detective agency.
And he introduced himself as or identified himself as Mr. George?
Mr. George.
Did he then hold the position of general counsel to the committee to re-elect the president, or do you know, or have you since learned?
I don't know. I was told that he was in the counsel in the finance division of that organization.
Do you have any idea why he introduced himself as Mr. George instead of Mr.
I have no
Liddy?
idea.
Do you know who was responsible for you being hired?
Who was responsible?
Yeah, I'm really referring you back.
Right, to Mr.
To
Caulfield.
your previous testimony.
Mr. Caulfield, right.
Well, I'd
And,
have
and then a conversation with Mr. Ehrlichman and a conversation with Mr. Kalmbach.
According to my information here, the transcript of your previous testimony on page 702, which we'll supply you if you'd like a copy, indicates that it was your thought that Mr. Ehrlichman was responsible for you being originally hired at the White House.
Yes, he interviewed me as to the for the position, right. But the original contact for me to take this assignment came from Mr. Caulfield. Mr. Caulfield was not in a position to hire me or pay my salary. Subsequently, a meeting was arranged where I would be interviewed about the job by Mr. Ehrlichman.
And that, in fact, happened.
That happened, and following that, the acceptance of me, I was interviewed by Mr. Kalmbach in order to set up my pay and so forth.
Yeah. Did Ehrlichman describe to you the type of your probable assignments if you were in fact hired?
It was only a conversation included regarding my work, confidential investigations that might come from time to time of any type and that it was on a trial basis to see how it would work out.
Well, surely he described to you what he meant by confidential
He
investigation.
mentioned that there would be some would be political figures of Republican or any other party, a Democratic party. There would be backgrounds on persons who may be or want to become visitors to, persons who may be sought for appointment to jobs, positions within the government, types of investigations that they might not want a public, say, a agent of the Bureau or a Secret Service or somebody of that type, because a record would be made and they may have a background on such a person. And I would say that's about the general theme of that conversation.
Well, that's a whole lot. You've told us everything.
Well, he didn't actually go into all that, but that's what it meant to me.
Did he name names of people that he wanted to look into or wanted to investigate? Or
No, sir.
Did you later undertake such investigation?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us of whom and about what? Let me say this, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that Mr. Ulasewicz will once again return for further testimony, another category of testimony. So
that's correct.
We'll abbreviate this inquiry at this point with the full understanding that we can pursue that aspect of it later, Mr. Ulasewicz. But back on the matter of who hired you and for what purpose. It is your clear understanding Mr. Ehrlichman was the one who finally passed on your employment.
Correct, sir.
Was it also your impression that Mr. Ehrlichman was the one who set and directed your assignment and responsibilities, and that Mr. Caulfield simply carried out those instructions, or that Mr. Caulfield chose your assignments and responsibilities?
I would say both. That Mr. Ehrlichman would give some assignments and possibly other people in the White House to Mr. Caulfield and probably to me.
Do you know where Mr. Caulfield worked?
He worked in the, I think they call it the Executive Office building of the White House.
Do you know who he worked for in the chain of command? Did he work for Mr. Dean?
I became familiar at a point in time that one of his superiors was Mr. Dean.
But in any event, for our purposes and the purposes of the record at this time, Ehrlichman was the final authority on your employment.
Yes, sir.
He described to you in a general way your responsibilities. Both Ehrlichman and Caulfield gave you assignments from time to time. You're under the impression that Ehrlichman was the final authority in this respect, and you went forward with those projects.
Yes, sir.
That's true,
Except that Mr. Ehrlichman never gave me an assignment personally.
Well, did you gain knowledge of certain assignments that were initiated by Mr. Ehrlichman? Did Mr. Caulfield tell you about it?
No, he never related to me from whom the assignments would come in the White House.
I see. All right. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I'd like to, if I might, address a comment to the senator from Tennessee in order that we understand each other on a matter which he raised with the witness. I wish, if he intends, or if he intended, that he would pursue his line of questioning, because if he does not pursue his line of questioning, I intend to pursue his line of questioning, and I think I ought to make that known to the senator from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I know exactly what Senator Weicker is talking about, and I certainly have no objection to any member of the committee pursuing that line of questioning at this time, but we've tried, and this is what I had in mind when I made the remark I did, we've tried in these hearings with only moderate success to compartmentalize the areas of inquiry into Watergate and the cover-up, the so-called money, the so-called dirty tricks, and the like. And we're getting into another category of inquiry, and just for the sake of orderliness, I plan to postpone that. Now, I have a rather extensive memorandum on it here, but I, for my part, will defer that until we call Mr. Ulasewicz back. Obviously, Senator Weicker, I have no objection whatever. If you wish to pursue it at this time, I'll be glad to give you my memo if you want to.
I'd only say this to the distinguished senator from Tennessee, that I think it's very much within this category to show that the actions taken by Mr. Ulasewicz in the case of the payoffs was not a particularly unusual activity at all in relation to other assignments which he was given. And I'm aware that the senator from Tennessee has done considerable background work, as has the committee on this, and I didn't want in any way to have you stopped, if you will, and go ahead and when it came my turn, to pick up the ball and run with it, because that's exactly what I intend to do, and I wish you'd pursue the line of questioning that you started.
My distinguished chairman whispered in my ear, if we don't get along with this hearing, we'll still be at it when the last trembling tones of Gabriel's trumpet sounds the judgment.
The chair sincerely, the chair will not undertake to control any senator. The chair will express a sincere hope that we will confine our interrogation of Mr. Ulasewicz at this time to the phase involving the break-in and the alleged cover-up of the Watergate burglary. The witness is the most intriguing witness, and the temptation to interrogate him is very strong. I am going to resist succumbing to the temptation, however, because I think he's been fully interrogated as to the matters relating to the distribution of this money, and I know that the committee has some other witnesses it needs to interrogate and who are awaiting interrogation. Senator Montoya.
Mr. Chairman, I only have 2 or 3 questions, and I will not pursue the line of questioning which has been the subject of the dialogue here. But I do want to say or ask Mr. Ulasewicz, again, I want to ask you, at what point did you feel seriously that your activity might be subject to question as to its legality or propriety?
I would say about the time of the second or third drop-off to Mrs. Hunt.
Well, you indicated in your testimony that in your initial contacts you had gone to Mr. Caddy and then to Mr. O'Brien for the purpose of delivering attorney's fees to them, and that they had turned you down.
Yes, sir.
Very curtly, very abruptly. You sought instructions from Mr. Kay or Mr. Comback. Didn't this trigger some kind of curiosity or concern in your mind that what you were actually launching by way of an operation might be something that might be illegal when these attorneys didn't want to have anything to do with it?
Not at that time, sir. I attribute it to a snafu amongst their communications or contacts.
Did you discuss any concern that you might have had with Mr. Comback when these 2 attorneys turned you down?
Yes, sir.
What did you discuss with Mr. Comback?
That the thing was not going as he had outlined, that right from the start now we have a problem, that there is, I am to make a delivery of $75,100 apparently to an attorney or to someone, and after 3 or 4 contacts we have no one that's willing to go along with it, and that's when the indication started.
All right. Didn't the further fact that you were delivering this money in cash to these attorneys and the fact that they had turned you down compound the triggering of possible concern on your part with respect to the nature of your activity?
It did later on when the amounts grew.
Now, then subsequent to this, when you delivered the money to Mr. Bittman and then he in turn wanted to return the money, didn't that fact also add to possible concern on your part as to the legality of your clandestine activity?
Not to the legality. I still was of a mind that what I was doing was legal, but it did indicate to me that they were in some kind of a problem with their communications or...
You've been a detective for a long time. Why did you not question the technique outlined to you for the delivery of this money?
The leaving of the money in the boxes?
Secretly and so forth?
No, the method of delivery was entirely my own. That was my own choice. And
why did you choose this method?
Because Mr. Comback had requested that I do this with utmost competence without involving anyone, and this is after the caddy thing.
Well, would it have been outside of the sphere of good discretion to just walk into an attorney's office and just deliver $25,000 rather than to leave it in a telephone booth?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Kalmbach was paying me, and it's by his request that I was following his instructions.
Now, you performed other assignments for the White House?
Yes, sir.
Under the direction of Mr. Caulfield?
Yes, sir.
How many assignments would you say you performed during the course of 1971 for Mr. Caulfield?
(1971)
Yes.
I would guess 35, 30. I'm not certain at this time. I didn't break it down in that fashion.
And how many assignments did you perform in the year 1972?
Probably the same amount.
And who were you paid by?
Mr. Kalmbach.
Why, if you were working for the White House, were you not paid by the federal government?
Initially, when I took the assignment, it was my request that I work for a law firm. It was my ambition to go with an attorney's firm for the simple reason that the job at most could have lasted till 72, which it did, and there was a possibility of much less time than that.
And who agreed with you as to that method of payment?
Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Kalmbach.
And what discussions did you have with him with respect to the arrangement whereby you would be paid by a law firm rather than by the government?
I discussed with Mr. Kalmbach the method of payment, the mailing of checks, etc.
Well, why did you discuss it with Mr. Kalmbach when you had previously discussed your employment with Mr. Ehrlichman and he had approved it?
Yes, sir.
And did he send you to Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you went to Mr. Kalmbach, then the choice was no longer there for you to suggest that Mr. Kalmbach pay you, was it?
No, when we initially entered the negotiations with Mr. Ehrlichman, it was stated as my desire that I go on to a law firm, that I go with an attorney's firm.
Well, didn't it sound strange to you that you were performing official functions for the government and for the White House and being paid by a private individual?
I didn't consider myself working for the government. As a matter of fact, it was the one thing I wanted to avoid. I had just came from the police department, a government agency, and I wanted to go into the private sector.
Well, weren't you performing functions for Mr. Caulfield that were official in nature and governmental in nature?
Oh. No, I conducted confidential investigations of various types.
Well, are you now saying to me that what you performed for Mr. Caulfield was outside of the scope of government and not connected with any of the governmental functions of the White House?
Would you explain the question, please, Senator? I don't understand the question.
Then are you in effect telling me that the assignments which you conducted were not governmental in nature and not dealing with the White House?
I don't think I understand what governmental in nature would be at this point.
Well, don't you understand what functions of government are?
I conducted investigations relating to whatever might have been assigned to me. I don't recall in my determination of governmental functions that they had to do with official government agencies or...
Well, tell me the nature of those functions. We're not going to go into individuals, but tell me the nature of those functions.
Background investigations of persons possibly coming into the government or being contemplated for appointment. Allegations of various types of that nature that it could be construed that if someone was, or persons coming into, that would write into the White House or would write, as I understood, might communicate in some way, and they wanted that person's background checked and didn't want it, I would get the assignment.
Then wouldn't all those functions be official in nature, dealing with White House governmental operations?
White House operations? Yes, I believe so.
All right. Then didn't this trigger some concern or doubt in your mind as to why you were being assigned to a private payroll to perform these particular functions?
It didn't make any difference to me.
Did you ever ask anyone to not put you on a federal payroll, but to put you on a private payroll?
Yes, sir.
Who did you suggest this to?
To Mr. Caulfield and Mr. Ehrlichman.
Very strange. Very strange. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Subcommittee will stand in recess to the committee will stand in recess to 2 o'clock.
I don't come back?
During the luncheon recess, the senator settled that question of ground rules for questioning Mr. Ulasewicz, and Senator Weicker is about to pursue his limited inquiry into White House-ordered investigations done by Mr. Ulasewicz.
The committee will come to order. Senator Weicker will interrogate the witness.
Mr. Ulasewicz, you testified this morning that as far as you're concerned, you never did anything illegal, and you were not a party to any illegal activities. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, I'd like your comments on testimony which you gave on May the 23rd. On May the 23rd, Senator Inouye asked you the following questions, and you responded in the following manner. Senator Inouye, in this special assignment you undertook from Mr. Caulfield to serve as contact with Mr. McCord, were you aware you were being an accessory to the crime of obstructing a criminal investigation? Mr. Ulasewicz, yes, sir. I knew that it was wrong. Senator Inouye, you knew you were an accessory to a crime. Mr. Ulasewicz, yes, sir. Now would you like to comment or equate your testimony of May 23rd to what you stated before this committee today?
Senator, excuse me, may we be furnished with a copy of that testimony, please?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that was correct. Senator,
where do I get the testimony? Just a minute.
I would ask committee staff to supply Mr. Ulasewicz and his counsel with a transcript.
I've received one page.
At the time that I took the action I did, the telephone call, I did not believe that I was committing any crime. A friend had asked me to make a phone call, assured me, etc., as I testified. It's later on and subsequently when I was interrogated and so forth that the allegation was brought to me, or the fact was brought to me that it might be construed as a crime.
But that wasn't your testimony, Mr. Ulasewicz. Your testimony is very specific. I will repeat Senator Inouye's question.
Yeah, I understand.
In this special assignment you undertook for Mr. Caulfield to serve as contact with Mr. McCord, were you aware you were being an accessory to the crime of obstructing a criminal investigation? Mr. Ulasewicz, yes, sir. I knew, that's past tense, that it was wrong. Senator Inouye, you knew you were an accessory to a crime. Mr. Ulasewicz, yes, sir.
Yes, at the time when I used it in the past tense, I was speaking as finding it out or coming to believe that it might have been a wrongdoing, and yet in my mind today, as I sit here, I don't really consider myself ever committing a crime in that sense. So, I had no purpose. I was on no payroll. I had no intent of any kind.
Would you like to then use this as an occasion to change your testimony of May the 23rd?
No, just to explain it.
Just to explain it, yes.
Now, in addition, Mr. Ulasewicz, you've testified this morning that you wanted no further part in the activities regarding the Watergate defendants once you and Mr. Kalmbach had gotten out of the payoff activity. Now, if this is so, then why did you proceed to contact Mr. McCord at Mr. Caulfield's request in January of 1973, and in fact relate to Mr. McCord the following message: a year's a long time, no one knows how a judge will go, your family will be provided for, rehabilitation and job opportunities will be provided for.
May I have a page, please?
Again, here, I would ask the committee to go ahead and supply, if necessary.
I have it. I have it, Senator.
I do not have a page.
You don't have a page?
Wait a minute. I beg your pardon. This would be page 697.
Thank you, sir.
In connection with my answer, that we were speaking of Watergate and the money drops and this entire thing that I went through in prior testimony. And I was not, at that time, when I answered the question, it was not in my mind connected with this telephone call.
Would you then state before the committee then that even once you doubted the nature of your work, you still continued in that work, is that correct?
Only to the phone call. Only to the phone call, that is correct, sir.
Now, Mr. Ulasewicz, as I indicated this morning, I intend to ask you several questions relative to the other matters that were handled by you. It is not my intention to go into specifics of each investigation, but rather to try and characterize your job. First off, I'd like to set, if I could, your status insofar as payroll, insofar as the White House is concerned. If I'm not mistaken, you were paid by Mr. Kalmbach's law firm. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
You were paid a salary from May of 1969 to December of 1972.
July of 1969.
July of 1969. Is December 1972 correct?
1972 December would be correct. Yes, sir.
You're paid $22,000 per year. Is that correct?
That is correct. The last year was $2,000 per month, was $24,000 in the final year.
And expenses, is that correct?
And expenses, yes, sir.
Could you indicate to me the amount of the expenses per year?
Roughly about $1,000 a month.
So somewhere in the neighborhood of $12,000 per year in addition to the $22,000 salary.
That is correct, sir.
And this payroll was the payroll of Mr. Kalmbach's law firm.
That is correct.
And your instructions, with the exception of the monies that you discussed this morning relative to the defendants, the Watergate defendants, your instructions came from Mr. Caulfield.
That is correct.
And you knew that Mr. Caulfield was in the White House.
Yes, sir.
So that in effect, you were paid by Mr. Kalmbach, your instructions came from the White House.
Correct, sir.
Now, I'd like to, if I could, try and get into the general nature of the investigations, the other investigations which you conducted. Is it a fact that these investigations, or some of these investigations, were background checks on individuals intended to develop questionable facets of the personal lives of these individuals?
That is correct, sir.
Now, when we're talking about questionable facets, would this include sexual habits?
These were allegations, and that might be included in the category. Yes, sir.
That would be included in the category. Drinking habits?
Yes, sir.
Domestic problems?
Yes, sir.
Personal social activities?
Yes, sir.
These background checks, is there any other, let me ask you the question, is there any other general category which you would assign to these background checks?
Yeah, there would have been backgrounds on various other individuals, corporations, organizations, and any allegations concerning political figures.
All right, I haven't gotten into asking you the question as to who you perform these checks on. I'm just trying to get the nature of the investigation. And I think we've checked off domestic problems, drinking habits, personal social activities, sexual habits. Is there any other type of activity which was investigated relative to any corporation or individual?
No, it would depend on the allegation, would depend the degree of investigation. There wasn't a complete investigation on any one person with all those titles involved. Sometimes it was an allegation of drinking or what it might be, and I might just keep my investigation to that particular category.
Now, can we categorize in a general way those individuals or corporations that were investigated by you? Were potential political opponents of the president so investigated?
Yes, sir.
Were other political figures, aside from potential political opponents of the president, investigated?
Probably, yes, sir.
And were the individuals in this category, were they entirely background checks prior to employment, or was it for some other reason?
Some would be prior to employment, and some would be as a result of an allegation in a newspaper or something of that type.
Did you ever file your investigations in a written form?
No, sir.
Why not?
When I took the assignment, it was set up that I would report directly and verbally. I were to keep no files.
Did you at any time conduct any electronic surveillance on any individual, either in the form of a bug or of a tap?
No, sir.
Were your investigations, or were there investigations intended to develop lists of contributors to political candidates?
Yes, sir.
Now, how would you go at this problem? You're trying to develop a list of potential political contributors. What do you investigate to develop a list?
Well, in fact, it would the assignment would be given to me in a manner that to go into the lists of, for instance, those at the file here in the Senate, and to get the papers that they file concerning their contributors. I was never asked to go out and list as such right from the start. For instance, get a list of contributors. I was told go up to the Senate. I would be given Senate offices. I might be given a list of 10 or 12 senators and come back and give them a listing of what, if they had such thing, I would give the list of the people who contributed. In other instances, I might go to the state capitol and I go into a public office. And I ask, are these public records? And if they're available, they would give me. And they're filed by the candidate. In addition to that, I would consult the Times Index for contributor lists, depending on the state and how much interest was pursued in the matter.
So, actually, the development of these particular lists was done entirely from public records?
Yes, sir.
But now let's get back to the individuals that you investigated. How is it possible to get into matters of domestic problems and drinking habits and social activities and sexual activity through the matter of just the public record?
Well, the allegation would first cause the incident would have to have occurred when I received the investigation. If it was an allegation of some a drinking allegation we might take, I would then develop that lead by reading what the allegation was, going into the area in the most discreet manner that I would know how, and I did so for several years, and I would develop whether it happened or not, and a very high percentage of these allegations were false. But I would develop my leads by interviewing bartenders, patrons, whatever time it may take, how long it was hotel help, waiters, those type of people I were the most talkative.
So in this particular instance, the information developed was not necessarily a matter of public record.
That's right, sir.
It could have been a matter of personal interview.
Correct, sir.
What other, we've now got potential political contributors, we have potential political opponents of the president, we have other political types. What other types of individuals did you investigate? In a category form. Without
they might be members of a political family. It might be a son or a nephew or something of that type. Perhaps an allegation of some possible misconduct, and I would go out on it and to see whether or not it was true, and develop it, and then return give my report. And that would likewise be done by going into the area, possibly making my own observations, interviewing people that might be familiar with the circumstances, the surroundings. I would determine habits, etc. Or also, there are in many instances, another category where persons who would be probably seeking visits to the White House or something of that type, and they might want to know, it was a large group, they might want to know the political affiliations. That would be the registration records would be concerned, and I would go out and look at the public records for their registrations, what party registration there are prior to them coming in.
All right, any other categories such as groups or oriented toward a particular philosophy or politics?
In the outset of my investigations, early in the outset, when we were going over the problems with dissident groups within the picketing here at the White House, and relatively I had left from my experience in the police department, I might follow up on that, but that gradually phased out.
So, in fact, Mr. Ulasewicz, let me ask you this. Is there anything else? I don't want to cut you off in any way here. Let me just ask the general question, either as to the type of individual or group being investigated by you or the nature of your investigation. Is there anything else that you feel you would like to tell to this committee at this time relative to this subject matter without, and I repeat, without getting into the specifics?
I understand.
You might want to get into some of these activist groups that you investigated.
I think at this time, without going into further recollection, I think that you pretty well covered it, Senator, and generally groups and persons.
So that, in fact, Mr. Ulasewicz, the Watergate project, which you discussed with this committee this morning, was just another in really a series of activities that could be termed surreptitious.
It was another in a series of investigations, yes, sir.
There wasn't anything that was particularly unusual about this activity compared to other ones that you had conducted.
In a sense, then, when I received an assignment from a superior, from somebody, a directive, I did it, yes.
Well, as an ex-law enforcement official, didn't you feel that the normal agencies of law enforcement in this country were totally capable of handling any matters that affected the safety, the well-being of the President of the United States?
Oh, yes, sir, undoubtedly, and I did it myself for the... yes, sir.
In other words, that the normal agencies could have accomplished that job without the activities that you conducted?
Yes, sir.
So your activities could not be termed protective of the President of the United States, could they?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you dealt in dirt at the direction of the White House?
Allegations of it, yes, sir.
But the information, Mr. Ulasewicz, and the activities conducted over this 3-year period were not open, were they? I'm talking now about your activities.
Oh, no. I conducted my investigations in a most discreet and confidential manner that I know how.
But the information which you solicited was not the type of information that you cared to write down. Is that correct? Or that should appear in public print?
Well, I don't know if it did appear in public print, if that's I didn't write it for the purposes of public print.
I see.
Right.
In other words, are you indicating to me that possibly matters did come to the public attention that were based on your investigations?
It's possible.
I repeat my question. How would you categorize the information which you turned over to Mr. Caulfield?
I would say it was...
was it of a national security nature?
No. No, sir.
Domestic security nature?
No, sir.
Dirt?
No, it would be of a political nature.
Political dirt.
All right, sir. And there were other assignments which were of a different nature, which were not of that type.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. I just thought it important that the entire job that Mr. Ulasewicz had be characterized. I suppose that I, like many others, can't fault in any way what is a wonderful sense of humor, Mr. Ulasewicz. But I must confess that a long time ago I lost my sense of humor on the activities that you've described here today. I tell my friends, as a matter of fact, that it seems that today's Watergate joke becomes tomorrow's testimony. And I would only ask you this question to try and appropriately frame the description which you gave to me. You know where Mr. Liddy is right now?
Yes, sir.
Where?
He's in prison.
Mr. Hunt?
He's in prison.
Mrs. Hunt?
She's dead.
Mr. Barker?
In prison, I believe.
Mr. Gonzalez?
In prison? I'm not certain of that.
Mr. Sturgis?
The same.
Mr. Martinez?
Same.
I think what we see here is not a joke, but a very great tragedy. I have no further questions,
Mr. Chairman, may we have the photographs that were used earlier marked as exhibits for today's testimony? No, you've been asked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Senator Montoya, do you have any further questions?
I have no further questions.
Senator Talmadge?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garney? Then on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your cooperation with the committee. And it may be necessary to recall you later in another phase of this matter, and therefore you will remain under the same subpoena. And as I understand it, you're willing to reappear on adequate notice being given to you as to the time and place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may we thank the committee for the courtesies that have been extended to us, particularly in these august chambers.
Thank you.
And to reaffirm, sir, that we have agreed with both counsel for the minority and majority that we will render ourselves available pursuant to that subpoena at any future date.
So my information is that your client has cooperated fully with the committee.
That is correct, sir. He has. Thank you.
Thank you. The counsel will call the next witness.
Mr. Fred LaRue.
Before John Mitchell's key aide takes the stand, we're going to take a short break. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS. the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we resume our replay of the hearings, former Nixon campaign aide Frederick LaRue is about to be sworn as a witness.
Mr. LaRue, will you stand up and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Fred C. LaRue, 1026 Hallmark Drive, Jackson, Mississippi.
Well, I note that you're accompanied by counsel. Will the counsel state his name and address for the purposes of the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Fred Vinson, member of the District of Columbia Bar, 817th Street, Northwest, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. LaRue.
Mr. LaRue, I understand that you do have a brief statement to make. Would you like to read that to the committee?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read it, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my home is in Jackson, Mississippi. Since 1969, however, I have spent a substantial part of my time in Washington, D.C. First, working on the transition of administrations, then as a special consultant to the President. And since January 1972, I have served as a special assistant on the committee to re-elect the President. I learned that the Democratic National Committee headquarters had been broken into on June 17, 1972, shortly after the occurrence. Prior to that time, I did know of the existence of a proposal to conduct political espionage by electronic surveillance. I learned of this plan at a meeting I attended in late March 1972, and this is the only time I heard it discussed. At that meeting, I recommended against the plan. It was not approved in my presence, and I have no personal knowledge of its approval by anyone. After the Watergate arrest and subsequent to June 17, 1972, my knowledge and involvement increased. I learned from Mr. Gordon Liddy on June 20 that an official of the committee, had in fact been involved in this fiasco. I later sat in on meetings with Mr. Magruder and others at which the protective story he had evolved was discussed, and I joined in that cover-up, at least by acquiescence. Then I was the recipient of several deliveries of cash, which at various times I was called upon to distribute to a number of persons in satisfaction of commitments made by others to the defendants in the Watergate trial. I am fully aware now that what I did then was wrong, both ethically and legally. And I have faced up to that fact, and I'm prepared to accept the consequences. It is difficult to recreate a mood and even one's own attitude at a time of stress. But when this was transpiring, I had no intent to violate the law. I was motivated solely by my concern for the presidential campaign in which we were engaging. I've given my full cooperation to the best of my ability and recollection to the staff of this committee and in preparation for these hearings. Furthermore, I have and will continue to fully cooperate with the Watergate prosecutors and the federal grand jury inquiring into these matters. I'm prepared to try to answer any questions you may have for me.
Mr. LaRue, when you state on page 2 of your statement that you are fully aware now
play of the hearings, former Nixon campaign aide Frederick LaRue is about to be sworn as a witness.
Mr. LaRue, will you stand up and raise your right hand? You swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Fred C. LaRue, 1026 Hallmark Drive, Jackson, Mississippi.
Well, I note that you're accompanied by counsel. Will the counsel state his name and address for the purposes of the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Fred Vinson, member of the District of Columbia Bar, 817th Street, Northwest, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. LaRue.
Mr. LaRue, I understand that you do have a brief statement to make. Would you like to read that to the committee?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read it, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my home is in Jackson, Mississippi. Since 1969, however, I have spent a substantial part of my time in Washington, D.C. First, working on the transition of administrations, then as a special consultant to the President. And since January 1972, I have served as a special assistant on the committee to re-elect the President. I learned that the Democratic National Committee headquarters had been broken into on June 17, 1972, shortly after the occurrence. Prior to that time, I did know of the existence of a proposal to conduct political espionage by electronic surveillance. I learned of this plan at a meeting I attended in late March 1972, and this is the only time I heard it discussed. At that meeting, I recommended against the plan. It was not approved in my presence, and I have no personal knowledge of its approval by anyone. After the Watergate arrest and subsequent to June 17, 1972, my knowledge and involvement increased. I learned from Mr. Gordon Liddy on June 20 that he, an official of the committee, had in fact been involved in this fiasco. I later sat in on meetings with Mr. Magruder and others at which the protective story he had evolved was discussed, and I joined in that cover-up, at least by acquiescence. Then I was the recipient of several deliveries of cash, which at various times I was called upon to distribute to a number of persons in satisfaction of commitments made by others to the defendants in the Watergate trial. I am fully aware now that what I did then was wrong, both ethically and legally. And I have faced up to that fact, and I'm prepared to accept the consequences. It is difficult to recreate a mood and even one's own attitude at a time of stress. But when this was transpiring, I had no intent to violate the law. I was motivated solely by my concern for the presidential campaign in which we were engaging. I've given my full cooperation to the best of my ability and recollection to the staff of this committee and in preparation for these hearings. Furthermore, I have and will continue to fully cooperate with the Watergate prosecutors and the federal grand jury inquiring into these matters. I'm prepared to try to answer any questions you may have for me.
Mr. LaRue, when you state on page 2 of your statement that you are fully aware now of what you did and that it was wrong, both ethically and legally, and that you have faced up to that fact, are you referring, Mr. LaRue, to the fact that you have pled guilty to a one-count information for conspiracy to obstruct justice?
That is correct.
And that count has to do with the relationship that you had with the parties that were involved in the cover-up of the Watergate matter?
Yes, that is correct.
We'll get more into those details, and when we do, would you please let us know what portions of your answers refer to that plea of guilty?
Very well.
Now, Mr. LaRue, how long have you been associated with John Mitchell on political affairs?
To the best of my recollection, Mr. Dice, since the latter part of 1966 or early 1967.
What was your role in the 1968 election?
I was a special assistant to the campaign director, John Mitchell.
Now, did you work in the White House after the 1968 election?
Yes, sir.
And what position did you have, and how long did you have it?
Well, as I've stated in my opening statement, initially I worked on the transition, the administrations. Later I became a special consultant to the President.
Now, when did you first begin working at the Committee to Re-elect the President?
January of 1972.
And what was your role there, Mr. LaRue?
I was a special, later on I became special assistant to the campaign director. Initially, there was no campaign director and actually no titles that I know of in the initial period.
To whom did you report?
To the campaign director or to Mr. Mitchell.
Now, are you still associated with the committee, Mr. LaRue?
No, I'm not.
Now, during the time you were with the committee to re-elect the president, were you compensated in any way?
No, sir. I volunteered my services. I did receive an arrangement where I received $1,500 a month as a reimbursement on expenses.
Well, during this time, were you privately employed?
Yes, sir. I'm self-employed.
Could you state the nature of that business?
Investment business, primarily real estate investments.
So you had your own income during the time you were donating your services to the committee. Now, Mr. LaRue, prior to the meeting you referred to in late March of 1972 in Key Biscayne, did Mr. Magruder inform you at any time of any meetings that he had with Mr. Mitchell concerning an intelligence plan that Mr. Liddy was preparing?
No, sir.
Do you recall an incident sometime prior to the March meeting in Key Biscayne where Mr. Liddy and Mr. Magruder had an altercation and you may have served as a peacemaker?
Yes, I do.
Could you please tell us what that was all about and what role you played?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, I was asked by Mr. Magruder to sit in on a meeting that he was going to have with Mr. Liddy, which I did. I think the subject of this meeting was an altercation that Mr. Magruder and Mr. Liddy had had. My understanding was that Mr. Magruder had, in effect, reprimanded Mr. Liddy for a failure to carry out some project on a timely basis, and this reprimand was, I think, in the presence of some other people. Mr. Liddy was very incensed about this, and a very heated argument ensued between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Liddy.
What, if anything, did you hear Mr. Liddy say in this heated argument? What did he say to Mr. Magruder?
At one point in the argument, Mr. Liddy told Mr. Magruder that if he didn't like the way he was doing his job, that he could get someone else to do his dirty work for him. I think he suggested, Mr. Magruder asked him if he had anyone in mind. I think he suggested the name Howard Hunt.
Did you have any idea what he meant to get his dirty work done for him?
No, I didn't. It was my understanding that Mr. Liddy was working on some intelligence activities, my understanding was, in connection with the Republican convention that was to be held in San Diego.
Were you aware that Mr. Liddy was receiving sums of money from the campaign?
No, sir.
Neither my question nor your answer accomplished that, I'm sure. Now, you weren't aware then, from your testimony, that Mr. Liddy was involved in any other intelligence plan or planning than the one you've just testified to with relationship to the convention?
That is correct.
Now, what brought you to Key Biscayne at the end of March? I take it was around March 29th, was that it? Or when did you go to Key Biscayne?
As I recall, March 22nd or March 23rd.
What was the reason for your going?
I accompanied the Mitchells on a vacation.
And when did you said you arrived around the 22nd?
March 22nd or March 23rd, as I recall.
Who else was there?
Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell, their daughter, Miss Forsberg, Mrs. Mitchell's secretary, Mr. Caulfield, who was Mr. Mitchell's security man. Later on, we were joined by Mr. Tom Wentz, who was another security man, and myself.
Now, did Mr. Magruder, Mr. Jeb Magruder, come down to Key Biscayne around that time?
Yes, sir. It was later, several days later, as I recall, March 29.
Now, do you know what the purpose of Mr. Magruder's visit to Key Biscayne was about?
Yes, sir, I do. Mr. Magruder and Mr. Fleming came down to Key Biscayne to discuss several political problems and to discuss with Mr. Mitchell several activities that needed decisions made relating to the campaign.
Now, were you present when the so-called agenda items were being discussed between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Mitchell took place?
Yes, sir.
And about how many were there? What was it?
No, I can't recall any specific number, Mr.
Was there a large number?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to the actual meeting in which the agenda items were discussed, were you given a copy of any of these agenda items?
Yes, sir. I was given, I requested a copy of all of them.
All right. Was any particular one of interest to you?
Yes, sir. And reviewing the items, prioritizing them for the meeting the next day, I ran across a paper which discussed or outlined a plan of electronic surveillance. There was a budget attached to this.
Who gave you those agenda items?
Mr. Magruder.
Now, could you describe in as much detail as you can the discussions concerning the political intelligence plan? Did you know that was Mr. Liddy's plan? Did you know that that plan was being proposed by Mr. Liddy?
No, as I recall, there was no reference to Mr. Liddy.
Now, when did actually Mr. Magruder and Mr. Mitchell arrive at the discussion of that plan? At the beginning of the meeting or the end?
This was at the end of the meeting because I had placed this paper at the bottom of the list of proposals that would be discussed.
Why did you do that?
Well, there were actually two reasons, Mr. Dash. We did not know if we were going to finish, if we had enough time to finish a discussion on all of these proposals during this meeting. I had, as I indicated, had put them in what I considered priority order, and I'd placed this on the bottom. I'll discuss this with Mr. Magruder that morning, and also indicated to him that I would prefer that the discussion of that paper, if we got to it, would be only in the presence of he, Mr. Mitchell, and myself, and that we find some way to excuse Harry Fleming from the meeting.
And did you find a way to excuse Harry Fleming from the meeting?
Yes, sir.
But he left.
Yes, sir.
And then there came a time when you did begin to discuss the so-called intelligence plan.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the budget on that plan?
Pardon me?
Do you recall the budget on that plan?
There was a budget attached to the plan, yes, sir.
Do you recall the amount of that budget?
No specific amount. To the best of my recollection, it was several $100,000.
$250,000, $250,000?
I have no specific record.
All right, now, could you tell us, once that plan was being presented, what took place? What did Mr. Mitchell say? What did you say? What did Mr. Magruder say?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, Mr. Magruder, as in the previous proposals, handed this paper to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell read it. He asked me if I had read it. I told him I had. He asked me what I thought of it, and I told him I did not think it was worth the risk.
What did Mr. Mitchell say to that?
Mr. Mitchell, to the best of my recollection, said something to the effect that, well, this is not something that will have to be decided at this meeting.
All right. To your recollection, then, Mr. Mitchell did not reject that plan out of hand at that time, did he?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
Now, do you know when Mr. Magruder left Key Biscayne?
As I recall, this meeting was on March 30th, and to the best of my recollection, he left the following day.
And therefore, there was ample opportunity for Mr. Magruder and Mr. Mitchell to meet together, was there not, between the time that this plan was being discussed in your presence and the time Mr. Magruder left?
Well, I can't state that there was ample opportunity. No, sir. That would not be a correct statement, Mr. Dash, because Mr. Magruder left the house in which we were staying, as I recall, sometime shortly after that meeting, and I don't recall Mr. Magruder returning to the house during the time he was in Key Biscayne, and I was at the house all during this time.
Do you recall Mr. Mitchell leaving the house?
I do not, no, sir.
Would it be possible that he did?
It would certainly be possible, I guess, Mr. Dash, but I have no recollection.
Now, during the time that they were in the house together and with you during the meeting, were you in the room at all times?
Well, I couldn't state definitely that I was in the room at all times, no, sir.
You could not state it. As a matter of fact, it's quite possible that you were out of the room at certain times.
That is a possibility. I have no recollection of that.
It's also possible, is it not, that you were on the telephone a number of times?
Pardon me?
It's also possible, is it not, that you were on the telephone a number of times?
Yes, sir. However, I'd like to state now that there were telephones in the room in which we were holding the meeting.
And therefore, Mr. LaRue, would it be fair to say that you could not state to this committee that at no time while Mr. Magruder was meeting with Mr. Mitchell in Key Biscayne, he did not get some indication of approval from Mr. Mitchell concerning this plan?
Mr. Dash, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Would it be fair, Mr. LaRue, to state that you cannot, from your own recollection, tell this committee that at no time while Mr. Magruder was meeting with Mr. LaRue, with Mr. Mitchell in Key Biscayne, that Mr. Mitchell did not approve the so-called Liddy plan or this intelligence plan?
Mr. Dash, I'm very sorry. I still don't know if I understand the thrust of your question.
I'm just trying to have you state to the committee whether you, of your own knowledge, can state to the committee that at no time during the time when Mr. Magruder was down at Key Biscayne that Mr. Mitchell approved or disapproved that intelligence plan.
Well, that is correct.
Now, after you left Key Biscayne, did you discuss the Key Biscayne meeting with any of the participants, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Magruder, and at any later time?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
Before, not even after June 17th during the break-in?
Yes, sir. I've had discussions after June 17th. I'm sorry, I was thinking in the time frame of Key Biscayne to the break-in.
Well, with whom did you discuss it after, say, June 17th?
I've discussed this with Mr. Magruder. I think I've discussed it with Mr. Mitchell.
What, if anything, did you say to Mr. Magruder, or did Mr. Magruder say to you about it?
We discussed it and had a very obvious difference of opinion as to what happened at the meeting.
Well, what did Mr. Magruder tell you? And when did he tell you? Can you recall when that discussion took place?
Oh, this would have been, I think, in the time period of March or April. April, probably.
Of what year?
This year.
This year.
Yes, sir.
Is that the first time since the Key Biscayne meeting of of March 30, 1972, that you discussed this with Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir, I think that's correct.
Now, between that March 30 meeting and March or April of this year, the break-in took place at the Democratic National Committee headquarters at Watergate.
That is correct.
Now, when that happened, when that break-in took place, did it occur to your mind that this had some relationship to the plan that had been presented down in Key Biscayne?
Yes, sir.
Did you then go to Mr. Magruder and say, how did this come about?
I don't recall a discussion with Mr. Magruder regarding the conversation or the meeting at Key Biscayne. I've had several conversations with Mr. Magruder subsequent to the break-in on several aspects of the Watergate break-in.
I know, but as a matter of fact, is this not true, Mr. LaRue, that during June, after the break-in, July and August, you almost had daily meetings with Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian? In fact, you met and saw Mr. Magruder quite frequently in the months just after the break-in.
Virtually every day, yes, sir.
Yes. And you mean that it never occurred to you to ask Mr. Magruder that after that meeting at Key Biscayne, which you were present and actually read over the plan the day before and was present when it was being discussed on March 30, and then the break-in did occur, that you didn't raise the question with Mr. Magruder? How did this come about?
Yes, sir. I've raised the question and speculated with Mr. Magruder on several occasions as to how this came about.
Well, then then it's not true that you didn't talk to him until March or April, but that you discussed this actually during the months of June, July, or August 1972.
After the break-in, yes, sir.
Yes. And what did Mr. Magruder say to you when you discussed this with him about his role or his participation in the break-in?
Mr. Magruder's conversations with me were reflected in his testimony up here. I mean, he told me told me the same thing that he testified to before this committee. As to his role in the break-in.
He made a complete confession to you?
Yes, sir.
And you know when was the first time he did that?
I have no
I don't want to pin you to a
specific
date.
recollection of dates, Mr. Dash, but I would say in the period of week or 10 days after the break-in.
And did he not, Mr. LaRue, tell you about a phone call that he received from Mr. Colson concerning the so-called Liddy plan?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what he told you about that phone call?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, this conversation occurred as a result of speculation that Magruder and I were having on who may be involved, who may have had knowledge of the Watergate break-in, and he told me that he had a call from Mr. Colson, I think sometime a period of March or April, in which Mr. Colson had asked Mr. Magruder why they couldn't get an approval on the Liddy budget.
Did he tell you then or remind you that he understood that you were present on his side of the phone call, not on the phone, but in the room, when he received the phone call from Mr. Colson?
I don't recall any such discussion, no, sir.
Yeah. You know of his testimony before this committee in which he has testified that you were in the room?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that. My recollection is as I've just stated.
Yes. Now, when you state that Mr. Magruder told you everything within about a week or so after the break-in that he's told this committee, was anybody else present when he said that to you or told you about this?
Not that I recall. This was, as I recall, would have been a discussion between Mr. Magruder and I.
Now, Mr. LaRue, when and where did you actually first hear about the June 17 break-in then?
At the Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles, California.
Were you with anybody at that time?
Yes, sir. We were on a trip. Present were Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mardian, Mr. Porter, think Mr. Caldero from the committee. I mean, these were the people that were present from the re-election committee.
Now, can you tell the committee as clearly as you can recall how that news came to you, who first learned about it, and then how you learned about it and what was done?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, we were having breakfast on, I think, Saturday morning. I guess that would be June 17. Mr. Magruder was paged, went to the telephone. He came back to the table and said that he had had a rather unusual or strange call from Gordon Liddy, who wanted him to go to some, as I recall, some NASA installation or NASA base in Los Angeles where there was a secure phone, and to use this phone to call back to Mr. Liddy in Washington.
Did Mr. Magruder say anything about what the problem was? Could you recall the words as clearly as possible?
He indicated that Mr. Liddy, he said that Mr. Liddy indicated that there was a problem he wanted to discuss, and Mr. Magruder, in an aside to me, said that, I think maybe last night was the night they were going into the Democratic National Committee.
Did that mean anything to you when he said that?
Well, specifically, no, but in view of the fact that I was aware of this plan that had been discussed at Key Biscayne, it certainly aroused a great curiosity or interest on my part, yes, sir.
Now, what followed? Mr. Magruder then went ahead and spoke to Mr. Liddy.
I think I told Mr. Magruder that why did he just go use the payphone, that would probably be secure enough for the purposes.
What did he do?
He called Mr. Liddy back. He then came back and told me that Liddy had told him that there had been a break-in at the Democratic National Committee. Like 5 people had been caught inside, and that one of the people was Mr. McCord, who was our security man at the re-election committee.
Now, was that relayed to Mr. Mitchell, that information?
Yes, I personally relayed that to Mr. Mitchell.
And what was Mr. Mitchell's reaction?
I'd gotten Mr. Mitchell out of another meeting. We went into an adjoining room. I relayed this information to Mr. Mitchell. He was very surprised. I think, as I recall, made this statement, that's incredible.
Now, did Mr. Mitchell give any instructions to anybody after getting that information?
Not at that time. As I recall, Mr. Mitchell went back into his meeting. Then later on, I think Mr. Magruder and Mr. Magruder and I and Mr. Mitchell met, and yes, Mr. Mitchell asked that someone call Mr. Liddy and have him contact Mr. Kleindienst, the Attorney General, have Mr. Kleindienst get in touch with Chief Wilson and see what details we could find out about this situation.
Now, was anything else done to your knowledge while you were out in California concerning the break-in?
Well, yes, there was Mr. Mitchell issued a press statement on the incident. I think that was Saturday afternoon.
Anything else?
Well, there were several telephone calls made back and forth from Washington from Los Angeles to Washington to our press office here.
I take it there was quite a commotion.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you returned. When did you return to Washington from California?
It would be the following Monday. That would be, I think, the 19th of June.
All right, on that Monday in the evening, did you attend a meeting in Mr. Mitchell's Washington apartment at the Watergate?
Mr. Mitchell's apartment? Yes, yes, sir.
Who was at this meeting?
Mr. Mitchell was at the meeting. I was at the meeting. Mr. Mardian came to the meeting, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Magruder.
All right, now, could you tell us generally what the meeting was about, what discussion took place?
Mr. Dash, I have no specific recollection of any of the discussions other than I would assume, and I'm sure from the participants, that the discussion centered on the Watergate incident. The only specific incident that I recall was discussion by Magruder of some sensitive files which he had, my understanding, relating to this incident, and he was seeking advice on what to do about those files.
Now, did the term or the name gemstone, was that used at that time? Did he refer to it?
If it was used, I do not recall it, no, sir.
But
it would not have meant anything to me anyway.
Had you ever heard before the term gemstone?
Not at that time, no, sir.
It's possible that it was used at that time.
It's a possibility. As I say, I don't think it would have meant anything to me.
All right, now, Mr. Magruder, you said, was asking what he should do with these politically sensitive files.
Yes, sir.
And did he get a response? Did anybody tell him what he should do with them?
To the best of my recollection, Mr. Dash, there was a response by Mr. Mitchell to the effect that it might be good if Mr. Magruder had a fire.
And who said that?
As I recall, Mr. Mitchell said that.
That it would be a good idea if he had a good fire at his house.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall whether in the discussion of the politically sensitive files that the information was that they involved electronic surveillance?
As I recall, there was a reference to files pertaining to electronic surveillance. Yes, sir.
Right. Is it true that it's this meeting on June 19, 1972, where the discussion of what to do about these files and the recommendation that Mr. Magruder have a good fire in his house is one of the overt acts which is included in the information, conspiracy information, to which you pleaded guilty? The date June 19th meeting.
Yes, sir, that is true.
Now, was there a meeting in your apartment on June 20, 1972?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us who was there?
Mr. Mardian, Mr. Liddy, and myself.
And what was discussed at that time? This is Mr. Gordon Liddy.
Yes, that is correct. This discussion centered around Mr. Liddy's knowledge and involvement in the break-in.
You say centered around his involvement. Could you be a little more specific? What did Mr. Liddy say? Was he there to tell you what had occurred?
I don't know if he was there for that purpose, but this is what evolved.
Well, who set up the meeting?
Mr. Mardian set up the meeting.
And what did you understand when it was in your apartment, when you came to the meeting was to be about?
The meeting occurred, my presence at the meeting occurred in this manner. Mr. Mardian came to me on that day and wanted to know if he could use my apartment, that he had a meeting set up with Gordon Liddy. I told him that would be fine. I gave him the keys to my apartment, and I think at that time he said, "You might as well join me."
Where, by the way, is your apartment located?
At that time, it was in Watergate West.
Now, you knew that, especially from what Mr. Magruder had told you on his telephone call with Mr. Liddy, that Mr. Liddy had been one of those who was involved in the break-in.
No, Mr. Dash, I do not think that was discussed at that time.
All right. Now, well, you said that Mr. Magruder went back and said that there was a trouble. That was the break-in, that when they were the day they were going to go into the Democratic National Committee headquarters, that Mr. Liddy was on the phone. Mr. Magruder came back. Didn't you say that Mr. Liddy told Mr. Magruder about the break-in?
Yes, sir, but I don't think at that time, Mr. Dash, that he indicated that Mr. Liddy had indicated any involvement of himself in that conversation.
He does mention Mr. McCord.
He did mention Mr. McCord, yes, sir.
All right, did he at this time mention himself at the meeting in your apartment on June 20?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what he did say about his involvement?
Mr. Liddy told us that he had recruited the five people that had been caught in the Democratic National Committee, that he and Mr. Hunt had set up this operation, that he and Mr. Hunt were at a hotel room at the Watergate Hotel during the actual break-in. He described the listening post that they had across the street at the Howard Johnsons.
By the way, did he tell you about any other activity he had been engaged in for intelligence purposes or covert activities besides the break-in to Watergate?
Yes, he did.
Could you tell us what they were?
Mr. Liddy mentioned that he had, on other occasions, been involved in incidents or operations for the White House, and he specifically mentioned the attempted burglary of the office of the psychiatrist of Mr. Ellsberg. He specifically mentioned another incident in which Mr. Hunt used a disguise. I think this was in Denver, Colorado, when Miss Dita Beard was in the hospital. Mr. Hunt had used a disguise to surreptitiously enter the room and have a conversation with Miss Beard.
Do you recall any other incidents that Mr.
I don't recall any other incidents, no, sir.
Do you recall Mr. Liddy telling you and Mr. Mardian about his shooting out the lights around the McGovern headquarters?
Yes, I do. I recall that.
That was during an attempt to break in, an unsuccessful attempt to break in.
I think it was an unsuccessful attempt, and he had, yes, he had shot out some lights, I think in an alley or something around Mr. McGovern's headquarters.
Do you recall any discussion with Mr. Liddy at that time on whether or not there was any possibility he might get caught, he would be found out?
Mr. Liddy assured us that he had conducted this operation in such a manner that it could not be traced to him, and that we should not have any fears that any subsequent investigation would lead to him.
And nevertheless, did Mr. Liddy offer any type of punishment that he would be willing to accept for his failure in this case?
Yes, Mr. Liddy assured us that in any event that he would never reveal any information about this in the course of any investigation, even if it led to him. But if we were not satisfied with that assurance, that though he was personally morally opposed to suicide, that if we would instruct him to be on any street corner at any time, he would be there. We could have him assassinated.
In other words, he was willing to be rubbed out.
Yes, sir.
I take it nobody took him up on his offer.
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Now, yes, this was at this point the meeting was between you, Mardian, and Mr. Liddy in your apartment.
Sir.
Now, was this meeting that you had with Mr. Liddy, in which these revelations came from Mr. Liddy, was this information reported to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall when it was, by whom?
Best of my recollection, it would be the same day, the afternoon or late evening of June 20th.
What was Mr. Mitchell's reaction when he heard what you had to say?
Well, he was, Mr. Mitchell is not a person that demonstrates a great deal of emotion about anything, Mr. Dash. I don't recall any specific reaction.
Now, did Mr. Liddy, by the way, tell you who had approved the operation when he was telling you about the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters or any of the other activities?
No, not to my recollection, no, sir.
Did he not tell you that he was acting on the approval of the White House or Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Dash, I don't recall a discussion of that nature, no, sir.
Now, when was the subject of fundraising for the Watergate defendants first brought up in your presence or mentioned to you?
Mr. Dash, I'm sorry, but I don't have any specific recollection of dates regarding the initial discussions on fundraising.
I'm not trying to pin you down on any particular date. I'm talking about how soon. Was it around this time? Was around the time that you had the meeting with Mr. Liddy?
Yes, I would say that it was in this time period. To the best of my recollection, at the Liddy meeting, he indicated that certain commitments had been made to him and subsequently passed by him to the other people involved, that certain commitments had been made regarding the maintenance or expenses for the maintenance of their families, legal expenses.
Well, did he tell you who had made these commitments?
No, sir, he did not.
But that he expected that there would be payments made for the boys in jail?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, what was your role to be in this respect at this time?
My role in what? I'm sorry.
What role was yours to be in the providing funds or the payments for the defendants?
At this time, I didn't have any role, Mr. Dash.
Well, there come a time when you had a role with Mr. Kalmbach.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about that? When did you first learn that Mr. Kalmbach was going to be involved, and what role you were going to have with regard to his activities?
My best recollection of that, Mr. Dash, was that I received a phone call from Mr. Kalmbach to meet him at the Statler Hilton Hotel. That date was the latter part of June 28, June 29.
Now, and you did meet with him?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what happened at that meeting?
I met with Mr. Kalmbach. The nature of that discussion, as I recall, Mr. Kalmbach stated that he had undertaken an assignment to raise money to meet the commitments that had been made to the Watergate defendants. Our discussion centered on a method or a way that contact could be made with the defendants and in which the amounts of money could be discussed or be determined. Mr. Kalmbach indicated that he had a person who was very discreet, very reliable, that could be used for this purpose. We discussed...
Did he mention his name?
No, I did not mention his name, but as I recall, during this meeting, it was determined that we would use a code name, Mr. Rivers, for this person.
I think you've since learned that Mr. Tony Ulasewicz was Mr. Rivers.
That is my understanding, yes, sir. It was. We also discussed, how we would, or how Mr. Rivers could establish contact with the defendants, and it was decided that probably the best way would be for him to try to contact some of the attorneys that were working for the defendants at this time.
Now, did you arrange any kind of a relationship that you and Mr. Kalmbach would have if you wanted to call each other about this?
Yes, sir.
Kind of a code arrangement?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about that?
Mr. Kalmbach indicated that this was would be necessary, that this would be a very secret operation. and that we should conduct our business on pay telephones, and that we would use the code name Bradford.
Now, Bradford, were you Mr. Bradford?
That really wasn't, I don't think, determined, or at least not to my knowledge, and consequently we both ended up using the code name Bradford.
In other words, when you called Mr. Kalmbach, you would ask for Mr. Bradford,
Yeah.
and if he would call for you, he would have called for Mr. Bradford. You both know what you were talking about.
That is correct.
All right. Did you learn of what problems Mr. Rivers was having with the lawyers?
Yes, at a subsequent, I think a subsequent telephone conversation I had with Mr. Kalmbach, he indicated...
How often did you really use that name so as to fall into the habit of just calling Mr. Kalmbach Bradford?
He indicated that Mr. Rivers was having considerable difficulty establishing a contact through the lawyers, and as I recall at that time we had a discussion of this problem and decided that Mr. Rivers should try to effect a contact with Mrs. Hunt.
Now, after your first meeting with Mr. Kalmbach and the arrangements were made, did you again meet with Mr. Kalmbach in Mr. Dean's office sometime in the middle of July 1972?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Dean was present at that time?
That is correct.
Could you tell us what was said at that meeting, what the purpose of the meeting was?
My recollection of that meeting, Mr. Dash, is Mr. Kalmbach had secured from Mr. Rivers some specific amounts of money that would be necessary or would be required or to meet the commitments. There were specific amounts for attorney's fees at this time, and as I recall, specific amounts of money that would be required for maintenance of their families.
Well, did you provide any special instructions concerning how much money was to be given to
no, sir,
which persons?
No, sir, Mr. Dash. I would have had no way to have any knowledge of this, and I think Mr. Kalmbach has testified that I furnished this information. I think Mr. Kalmbach is just mistaken in this. I had no way to have this information. I've never discussed, never talked to any of the defendants, and don't know any of them other than Mr.
Did you give Mr. Kalmbach any money at that time, that meeting?
Yes, sir. As I recall, I think at that meeting I gave Mr. Kalmbach approximately $20,000.
How much?
Approximately $20,000.
And what was the source of that money, Mr. LaRoe?
Around the 1st of July, period of July 1 through July 4th, 5th, or 6th, I received $81,000 in from two different sources. I received approximately $41,000 from Mr. Sloan, who was the treasurer for the Finance Committee. I received approximately $40,000 from Mr. Mardian, who gave me this money, or was passing this money to me for Mr. Stans.
And was this all in cash, Mr. LaRoe?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the denominations of the bills?
They were, I can't say they were all $100 bills, but predominantly $100 bills. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, did you have any? What role did you have after this particular meeting, in which with Mr. Dean and Mr. Kalmbach? Did you assume any particular role while Mr. Kalmbach was carrying on this particular mission?
Well, yes, sir. I had numerous telephone conversations with Mr. Kalmbach. I would say my role would be a concurrence on the with Mr. Dean and with Mr. Kalmbach on the deliveries of money.
Well, would you be fair to say that you were sort of a conduit at this point?
During this period of time, Mr. Dash, I had numerous conversations on this subject with Mr. Dean, with Mr. Kalmbach, reporting conversations from Kalmbach to Dean, reporting conversations I had with Dean to Kalmbach.
Now, did you report to Mr. Mitchell on your meeting with Mr. Kalmbach and Dean?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
To anyone else?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
Did you meet with Mr. O'Brien during the summer of 1972?
Yes, sir. I met with Mr. O'Brien many times.
Could you tell us about how often and what was discussed at this time, these meetings?
I met with, Mr. O'Brien, I won't say on a daily basis, but Mr. O'Brien had been retained by the committee as a counsel representing us in civil litigation, and we had just numerous conversations, Mr. Dash.
Did any of those conversations have to do with the needs of the defendants in the criminal cases?
Certainly not in this time period, Mr. Dash. This would have, I think, been, I did have conversations later on with Mr. O'Brien, but this would have been, I think...
What about Mr. Parkinson? Did you meet with him during this period of time in the summer of 1972?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any discussions with Mr. Parkinson concerning the defendant's needs?
Here again, Mr. Dash, I think not in this time period. I think the first discussions I had with Mr. Parkinson regarding the money for the defendants would have been in the latter part of September or October.
All right, now, did you attend meetings during the summer and early fall, leading up to the summer, June, July, and August, which Mr. Magruder discussed his grand jury, the story or testimony in which he was going to give to the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Who was present? Who were present at those meetings?
Mr. Dash, I'd like to clarify that. The first meetings that were held, or that I attended discussing Mr. Magruder's story, or discussing the cover story, as it's been called, I think was in relationship to his FBI interview, not grand jury testimony.
And that was about what time was that? That was in June, or?
That would be...
or July?
July, I think period of around the middle of July.
Actually, his first time he really testified before the grand jury on the so-called cover story was August 16, 1972. You recall, prior to August 16, meetings with Mr. Magruder in which Mr. Magruder indicated what he was going to tell the grand jury.
Yes, sir, I do.
And who was present at those meetings?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian, as I recall, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian, Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, and myself. I recall a later meeting which some of the PR people.
Well, you knew then that exactly what Mr. Magruder planned to tell the grand jury, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And since you've already testified that Mr. Magruder, about a week after the break-in, had told you everything that he had done, everything that he has already told this committee, you knew that story was a false story.
Yes, I did.
And I take it, to your knowledge, most of those attending knew that.
Mr. Dice, I could only speak from my own knowledge.
Now, did you and Mr. Kalmbach meet again in Mr. Dean's office on September 19, 1972?
As I recall, yes, sir.
And can you tell us what happened at that meeting?
Mr. Kalmbach indicated that he wished to get out of his role as in the concerning the payments to defendants, that he did not wish to continue this any longer, and he gave an accounting of his activities, or the payments, say not his activities, but he gave us an accounting of the payments to the defendants at that time.
And then he was sort of excused or discharged from his responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what happened to the records of his accounting?
Those records were burned.
Were they burned right there in the office?
Yes, sir. He had records, as I recall, on a very small sheet of paper, and they were put in an ashtray and burned.
Now, did Mr. Kalmbach have any money left over that he had not expended?
Yes, sir.
And did he turn that money over to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know about how much that was?
My recollection is approximately $30,000.
Now, Mr. LaRue, did you then take on the responsibility of carrying out the transfer of funds for legal defense of the defendants and the supported families?
As the events occurred, I did. I did not realize at the time I had assumed that role.
Well, how did it happen? How did it come about that after Mr. Kalmbach bowed out, for reasons I think he's testified before this committee, that you then were the one to undertake this assignment and responsibility?
I was the one that had the cash.
You had the money?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you about late September or early October transfer some money to Mr. Bittman, who is...
Mr. Dash, I think the record should show at this time that all of Mr. LaRue's testimony with respect...
Could you take the mic close, Mr. Vincent, to your phone?
Thank you. I think the record should show at this time that Mr. LaRue's testimony with respect to receipt of monies and with respect to disbursement of monies is the result of reconstruction, and in no way can he be precise. He has sat down in hindsight and reconstructed it as best he can.
I think we understand that, Mr. Vincent. Thank you for that comment. Mr. LaRue, with regard, however, to the period late September, early October 1972, did there come a time when you made a transfer of money to Mr. Bittman, the attorney for Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us how much you gave Mr. Bittman?
As I recall, $25,000.
Now, could you state how this was carried out? What was the manner in which you contacted Mr. Bittman and made the payment?
I contacted Mr. Bittman. I used the name of Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker?
Baker. I told...
How did you call him? Did you call him at his office?
Called him at his office, yes, sir. I told him that I was a friend of Mr. Rivers and that there would be a package delivered to his office shortly.
Who asked you to make that call? Who requested that money? You know?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, this resulted out of a conversation that Mr. Parkinson had with Mr. Bittman, which he relayed to Mr. Dean and I, citing the need for some attorney's fees for Mr. Bittman.
And did you know from that discussion that Mr. Parkinson had with Mr. Bittman and then relayed to you and Mr. Dean how much money was to be paid?
Yes, sir.
How much was that, did you say again?
$25,000.
$25,000. And then you told Mr. Bittman on the telephone that this package would be delivered.
Yes, sir.
Yes. How was it delivered?
It was delivered by messenger to his office. It was packed in a package directed to Mr. Bittman and marked personal and confidential.
And this was in cash?
Yes, sir.
Now, did the messenger who delivered that package to Mr. Bittman know what his assignment was, what was in the package, and what he was doing?
Oh, absolutely not.
Now, I think to make the record clear, Mr. LaRue, when you made that payment to Mr. Bittman, did you have any understanding as to the reason that payment was being made?
My understanding that this was legal fees for Mr. Bittman.
And did you think that this was being paid for humanitarian reasons?
Mr. Dash, my understanding of the payments of money to defendants is that this money was paid to satisfy commitments that had been made to them by someone I don't know, but had been made, commitments had been made to them at some point in time, and
commitments made by people who had something to do with authorizing the original activity?
Yes, sir.
And that you were really carrying out the responsibility based on those commitments?
Yes, sir.
Did it occur to you that if those payments were not made, that there may be some embarrassment in the re-election campaign?
This has certainly occurred to me, yes, sir.
Now, when and where was your next payment to Mr. Bittman?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, this was made in December. The amount approximately $50,000.
Now, who gave the instructions about that payment?
Who gave instructions?
Yes, how did you know to make that payment in December?
There had been a meeting in Mr. Dean's office in which Mr. Parkinson relayed conversations he'd had with Mr. Bittman regarding cash needs or money needs for the defendants. As I recall, it was cash needs that would be required through the trial, and this $50,000 was not a total amount, but it was a partial payment on that amount of money.
In other words, on both occasions now, Mr. Parkinson acted as the person conveying the message and the need for the money to Mr. Bittman, to Mr. Dean, and to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And again, how did you arrange this payment? The same way?
This was arranged in the same way.
You called and you again identify yourself as Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir.
And again used the messenger?
Yes, sir.
And again, this messenger knew nothing about what he was doing?
No, sir.
Did you make another payment in December to Mr. Bittman?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Now when did you first learn that there was a sum of about $350,000 in cash at the White House?
Mr. Dash, I can't tell you specifically when
again,
I learned of this.
When I ask you when, I'm not asking for a specific date. I realize
I
it's difficult to do
understand that. It would be in, I'd say, the summer or early fall of 1972.
Who told you about this fund?
Mr. Dash, my best recollection of how I got that knowledge would have been through information on the cash summary sheet, which I had come into possession of, that reflected a summary of the cash receipts and disbursements during the early part of the campaign.
But isn't it true that the specific occasion in which this sum was called to your attention again came about through any discussion with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. I think I asked Mr. Mitchell if indeed this money had been over at the White House. It was indicated on the sheet.
Right. And did you seek and receive approval to use some of that money for these activities to pay the legal fees? Did you know who had control over the money at the White House?
No, I did not.
Did you know Mr. Haldeman had?
No, sir, I did not know that.
Now, did there come a time when you received a sum of money from Mr. Strawn and Mr. Dean in December 1972?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how much that sum was?
Approximately $50,000.
And did you know that this was part of the $350,000 at the White House?
That was my understanding.
Now, in January 1973, did you receive an additional sum from Mr. Strawn in the amount of $280,000?
Yes, sir.
What prompted, to your knowledge, such a large transfer, this latter transfer of money?
I can't state specifically, Mr. Dash. I had a conversation with Mr. Dean regarding the need at this time, I think, for $20,000 for one of the attorneys, Mr. Maroulis, and I passed this information on to Mr. Dean. Later, he called me back and told me that they were going to deliver the remaining balance they had over at the White House, which was approximately $280,000.
Well, would it be fair to say that as you began to, or as you were ongoing in this relationship of paying these fees, that this was going to be a continuing operation, certainly through the trial, and that this fund of money was necessary if you're going to be able to carry out these responsibilities?
That certainly would be
and that
assumption, yes, sir.
Is it true that in January 73 that you did pay Mr. Maroulis, counsel for Mr. Liddy, $20,000?
That is correct.
Now, did you receive $14,000 from Mr. Tim Babcock in January 73?
Yes, sir.
What was that about?
I received this money from Mr. Babcock at, I think, in Mr. Stans' office. Mr. Stans was present, and my understanding, Mr. Dash, was that Mr. Babcock had pledged this money during the campaign, had not gotten around to delivering it, and that he was, fulfilling his pledge and delivering it.
Well, did this have anything to do with the money that, or cash fund you were developing for the legal defense fund?
No, sir.
All right. Now, did you make two cash payments, one of $25,000 and one of $35,000 to Mr. Bittman, counsel to Mr. Hunt, in January in 1973?
Yes, sir.
And did that occur the same way you've already described?
No, sir. No, sir. Those payments were delivered to Mr. Bittman at his home.
At his home?
Yes, sir.
And who delivered them?
This was another messenger that delivered them.
Another messenger?
Yes, sir.
And did you arrange that the same way, by a phone call?
Yes, sir.
And did you again identify yourself as Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir.
At all times, did Mr. Bittman know you as Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, Mr.
And this was all done in cash?
Never knew who I was.
And this package of the $25,000 and the $35,000, that was all in cash?
Yes, sir.
And this came from the $350 to the 200, the amount of money, the $350,000 was at the White House?
Yes, sir.
Did you attend the meeting in Washington with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Kalmbach on January 19, 1973?
Mr. Dash, I have no recollection of attending that meeting.
Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Kalmbach?
Yes, sir.
And also the testimony of Mr. Dean?
Yes, sir.
And you recall in their testimony that a meeting did occur in which both testified your presence was there, you were present, and Mr. Mitchell, at which an effort was made to get Mr. Kalmbach to raise funds again?
Mr. Dash, I repeat, I have no recollection of that meeting, and would serve my purpose.
Well, you recall any discussion at any time by anybody that asking Mr. Kalmbach to come back into the business of raising funds?
No,
again?
sir, I do not.
Now, did you take any expenses for the work that you were doing during this period of time out of the money?
Yes, sir. There was approximately $12,000 in expenses taken out of this money during the period of, I would say, August through March.
Now, when was your last payment to Mr. Bittman, counsel for Mr. Hunt? Do you recall?
Yes, sir. It would be in March.
March of 1973?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how much was involved in that payment?
As I recall, $75,000.
$75,000?
Yes, sir.
I take it that was the largest sum of money that you ever transferred to any of the lawyers?
Largest sum I transferred, yes, sir.
What led up to that unusual payment?
I got a phone call from Mr. Dean. Mr. Dean stated that I think he had a conversation with Mr. O'Brien in which Mr. O'Brien had told him that there was a need for $75,000, I think primarily for Mr. Bittman for attorney's fees. I asked Mr. Dean if I should indeed make the delivery of this money. He said that he was out of the money business, that he was no longer going to be involved in it, and that he would not, I would have to only use my own judgment whether to make the payment or not.
Did you use your own judgment?
I told Mr. Dean I would not do this, would not make the delivery without someone else's okay.
Well, what did you do, Mr. LaRue?
Mr. Dean suggested I call Mr. Mitchell.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
And what discussion did you have with Mr. Mitchell?
I discussed my telephone conversation with Mr. Dean. Told Mr. Mitchell that Mr. Dean was no longer willing to, or was no longer in the money business, and I asked Mr. Mitchell whether I should make this delivery or not.
What did he say?
He asked me the purpose of it. I told him it was my understanding it was for attorney's fees, and he told me that he felt I ought to pay it.
Well, when you said you understood it was attorney's fees, you also let him know that it was attorney's fees for the particular defendants in the Watergate case.
Mr. Dash, I can't recall that. It was just assumed, I think, it was attorney's fees for one of the defendants.
Well, I mean, in your discussion with Mr. Mitchell, you made an assumption, certainly, that he knew what you were talking about.
Yes,
when you were talking about attorney's fees and
yes, sir.
whose attorney's fees were involved.
Yes, sir.
All right, and he said you ought to go ahead and pay it.
Yes, sir.
And did you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you follow the same method? And this was
Same method, yes.
That was a bigger packet, though, wasn't it?
You'd be surprised, Mr. Dash, how many $100 bills you can get in a small package.
Good things come in small packages. Now, when did you go to the United States Attorney, Mr. LaRue? By the way, prior to that $75,000 payment to Mr. Bittman, wasn't this just shortly before Mr. Hunt was sentenced on March 23rd?
I think that is correct, yes, sir.
All right, now, there came a time when you did go to the United States Attorney. Is that not true?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about when that was?
As I recall, Mr. Dash, that would be approximately middle of April 16th, 17th.
Did you go voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Dean before you went?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us something about that discussion?
Yes, sir. I went to see, I called Mr. Dean, told him I'd like to talk to him. I asked him, told him that because of the press reports concerning the amounts of cash that I had received, that I felt sure I was going to be called before the grand jury, and that obviously going to have to answer a lot of questions, and indicated to him that I felt I had no alternative but to, to tell the truth and reveal what I had done with this money.
And what did he say to you, Mr. LaRue?
He indicated that he would probably be in the same shape very shortly, and he was going to do the same thing.
Did he suggest that you might get counsel?
I think, Mr. Dash, that I asked him some questions, as I recall, whether he thought I had legal problems, and he suggested that I get counsel. Yes, sir.
I think it should be made clear that you're not a lawyer, Mr. LaRue, yourself.
No, sir, I'm not.
We've had a number of lawyers in that chair. Now, at the time you went to the United States Attorney, did you have in your possession any cash left over from these earlier transactions?
Right. Yes, sir.
And could you tell us approximately how much?
Approximately $113,000.
And where was that cash?
At that time, it was in my filing cabinet.
Is that where you had kept the cash all the time in your filing cabinet?
Yes, sir.
What did you do with that cash?
After I retained counsel, he advised me to put it in the bank, and I did.
Is this present counsel, Mr.
Yes,
Fred
sir.
Vinson? Now, what happened to that money? Do you still have it in the bank?
No, sir. I have returned that money to the Finance Committee to re-elect the president. I think this involved 2 transactions, as I recall.
Were these transactions prompted by correspondence from Mr. Stans to you and to your counsel?
Mr. Dash, most of that correspondence was between me and between Mr. Stans' attorney. As I told the committee staff prior to our appearance, I will make duplicates of that correspondence available for the committee that you can put in the record later if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Vinson. We appreciate receiving it, and Mr. Chairman, if we do, we'd like to have that entered into the record to show the final disposition of these funds. Now, Mr. LaRue, did you ever destroy any records or direct the destruction of any records at the committee to re-elect the president?
I've personally destroyed the records, yes, sir.
What kind of records?
I destroyed the cash summary, which the original copy, whichever it was, of the cash summary sheet, which I referred to earlier in this testimony. And I was present, participated in the destruction of Mr. Kalmbach's accounting sheet.
That was in Mr. Dean's office?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Bart Porter about his grand jury testimony?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
Do you recall the meetings you had with Mr. Sloan in June of 1972?
I have some recollection of those meetings, yes, sir.
Do you ever recall suggesting to Mr. Sloan that he may have some problems concerning the election laws or his disbursement of money, and that perhaps he might have to plead the Fifth Amendment?
That is not the context of that discussion as I recall it, Mr. Dash. I think you're referring to the meeting or luncheon I had with Mr. Sloan.
Yes.
In which I think he stated that I had discussed the possibilities of election law problems and had advised him to take the Fifth Amendment. My recollection of that meeting is that I was discussing with Mr. Sloan the options that were available to him. I pointed out that there were problems with the election laws, and my distinct recollection at that time that he volunteered the fact that he had thought about this himself and that he wanted me to know that he had decided he was going to take the Fifth Amendment.
You recall also Mr. Sloan's testimony that he indicated that you played some role in his leaving Washington to go to California.
Yes, sir.
At a time when information was first coming out concerning his disbursements.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what role you did play?
Yes, sir. I called I received a phone call. As I recall, I received a phone call from Mr. Mardian indicating a problem in California of some magnitude, discussion and problem concerning the California budget and the fact that they did not want to send the money to Washington. They wanted to keep it out there, which was contrary to our policy because of the reporting procedures, and that he would like perhaps to have Mr. Sloan, they had a meeting set up, he would perhaps like to have Mr. Sloan attend that meeting, and would I call him and urge him to attend it, which I did.
And you called him late that night and asked him to get out on the first plane that morning?
No, I do not recall that conversation being in that context, no, sir.
Was it just a coincidence that this problem occurred in California at the time the issues were now coming out?
Was it a coincidence that it occurred?
Coincidence. This occurred as Mr. Sloan testified on the very day that his secretary had revealed to Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien the fact that great sums of money, substantial sums of money, which we now know were in fact spent, were paid by Mr. Sloan and Mr. Liddy. This, after the debriefing of Mr. Sloan's secretary, was that evening. that your call came that he should go to California. Is it your testimony there was no relationship between the revelation of that information and the need for Mr. Sloan to go to California?
My testimony is that it was my understanding that this was a real request and that there was a real problem in California, and I understand there was a real meeting held out here.
Mr. Chairman, I've noted questions.
So Fred LaRue has added still another chapter to the alleged cover-up of the Watergate break-in, demonstrating how costly it all was. He'll answer more questions in a moment. Public Television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Picking up the testimony again, Fred LaRue will be questioned by Minority Counsel Fred Thompson.
Mr. LaRue, on the meeting on March the 30th, 1972, I believe the essence of your testimony is you really have no first-hand knowledge as to whether or not the plan was approved or not subsequent to the conversation which you related to us wherein you advised against it. Mr. Mitchell indicated it didn't have to be made at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you go down there? Did you say 22nd or 23rd?
I think the 22nd or 23rd of March.
Right. When did you go down with the Mitchells?
No, I did not.
When did the Mitchells arrive?
They arrived the day before I did, and so it would be in this time period.
When did Magruder arrive?
Mr. Thompson, I understand that meeting was March 30th, so he would have arrived on March 29th. The day
29. Do you know when he returned?
My understanding, he returned the day after the meeting.
The day after?
Yes, sir. So that would be March 31 or I guess April 1.
What do you leave the premises on the 31st or on the 30th? Did he spend the night? Did he spend the night there at the Mitchells?
At the house where the
Yes.
Mitchells and I were staying? No, sir. He was at the Key Biscayne Hotel, as I understand.
All right. What time of day was the discussion that you related to us conducted? In the afternoon or the morning?
No, this would be the afternoon because I recall that was the last topic discussed at the meeting.
About what time in the afternoon? I realize this is difficult, and I know you only do the best you can.
All right, I would, to the best of my recollection, 4 o'clock.
About 4 o'clock in the afternoon of March the 30th. Did he leave that afternoon? Did he leave the Mitchell's place there that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
About what time did he leave?
As I recall, shortly after the meeting broke up.
Shortly after the meeting. Within an hour, did you say?
Certainly, yes, sir.
All right. Was there any time within that hour that you were not in the presence of Mr. Mitchell, or that you know Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Magruder spoke alone?
Mr. Thompson, there's no time that I know or recall that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Magruder spoke alone, but I certainly couldn't sit here and testify that I have knowledge that they did not speak alone. I just, I don't have that kind of recollection of what was going on at that time period.
As best you can recollect, then, if there was a subsequent discussion or conversation about this plan between the two of them out of your presence, would it be your assumption then that it would have probably had to taken place within that 1 hour period? From 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Assuming
the discussion took place, I would assume it had to have taken place probably in that time frame. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that Magruder told you sometime later that he had received this telephone call from Colson urging that the plan be approved. Of course, Mr. Magruder testified about that telephone call.
Yes, sir.
He testified that you were present. Now, your testimony on the question of Mr. Dash had to do with this reconstruction, or this discussion after the break-in about this conversation.
This is my recollection.
Don't you have any independent recollection of having been in the room when Magruder had this telephone conversation? Didn't Magruder turn to you and make a statement to you about that conversation he had with Colson?
Not that I can recall, Mr. Thompson. As I've stated earlier, quite frankly, I had no knowledge of the Liddy budget. I wouldn't have known what he was talking about if he had.
In trying to reconstruct when this must have taken place, if you were in fact in the room when this telephone call was made, can you reconstruct in your own mind when it must have taken place? To start with, when did you return from Key Biscayne?
It would be in the first week of April. I can't give you an exact time.
First week in April. Did
Yes,
you, if you can, we can look at it from this basis. After the conversation on the 30th, about how many days after that was it before you returned to Washington?
As I recall, Mr. Thompson, it would be the following Tuesday or Wednesday.
All right, the 30th was on a Thursday. Following Tuesday or Wednesday. All right. What did you do when you returned? Did you resume your duties at the committee to re-elect? Did you go into the office the first day you returned? Did you take a little more time off? What did you do?
No, I resumed my duties.
All right. Do you recall when the first time you saw Magruder was after you returned?
I would assume certainly that day.
All right, so at the very earliest, this conversation... Well, first of all, let me ask you this. In discussing the matter with Magruder, is it your understanding, either from what he told you or from your own independent recollection, that this telephone call came before or after March 30?
I can't relate it to that time frame, but or any particular time frame. But since the call allegedly involved the approval of the Liddy budget, I would assume that it came after our.
If we're following logic, and it did have to do with Liddy budget,
it would be prior to the Key Biscayne meeting. Yes.
All right. Did Magruder tell you whether or not it was he remembered that it had come before? That
I don't recall that kind of discussion, Mr. Thompson.
Well, it's not exactly a completely unrelated kind of a sequence of events. It looks like in reconstructing this matter, if this was outside pressure that he was getting, and then he and perhaps caused him to go down to Key Biscayne, that would be significant. Or if, on the other hand, this was a conversation which took place 5 or 6 days after the plan had already been put in effect, it would have completely different significance, I would think.
Mr. Thompson, I think my testimony before to Mr. Dash was that my recollection of this conversation occurred after this conversation occurred after the June 17th break-in and was related to
your conversation with Magruder when you talked about the phone call.
Yes, sir. And relating to a speculation as to who may have been involved or who may have had knowledge of the break-in. And Magruder related this phone call indicating that Mr. Colson had been concerned about Mr. Liddy's budget being approved. And I don't recall any discussion on the time period when the call was made.
So you don't know whether it came really then before or after March 30 of your own?
No, sir, I don't.
Independent recollection. This meeting, June 19, there's a conflict of testimony on this point. Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean have both testified that there was no discussion, as far as they can remember, of a discussion of destruction of any records or burning anything. Magruder has testified, and you have testified, that such a discussion did take place. Now, was this, the four of you were there, plus Mr. Mardian. Let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Did you arrive there together?
As I recall, we did not.
Do you recall who arrived first, when you arrived?
I went to the apartment with Mr. Mitchell from the plane. My best recollection is that Mr. Mardian and his wife got off at their apartment, which was a couple of blocks before you get to the Watergate. And so to reconstruct the sequence of events, I would say I arrived with Mr. Mitchell, and then later in the evening, the other participants arrived, and I couldn't specifically say in what order and in what time period.
You know who arrived last?
No, sir, I don't.
Was there any substantive discussion about what you were to do and the problem that you had before all participants arrived?
Mr. Thompson, I have a very hazy recollection of that meeting. In fact, were it not for the thing that sticks in my mind, the statement about might have a good fire, if it weren't for that, I don't think I could recall any details of that meeting at all.
Do you recall who was present when that statement was made?
No, I do not.
I realize this is a difficult thing for you to have to go back and do, Mr. LaRue, but these are matters, of course, we've got to clear up if we can.
independent recollection that this telephone call came before or after March 30?
I can't relate it to that time frame, but or any particular time frame. But since the call allegedly involved the approval of the Liddy budget, I would assume that it came after our.
If we're following logic, and it did have to do with Liddy budget,
it would be prior to the Key Biscayne meeting. Yes.
All right. Did Magruder tell you whether or not it was he remembered that it had come before? That
I don't recall that kind of discussion, Mr. Thompson.
Well, it's not exactly a completely unrelated kind of a sequence of events. It looks like in reconstructing this matter, if this was outside pressure that he was getting, and then and perhaps caused him to go down to Key Biscayne, that would be significant. Or if, on the other hand, this was a conversation which took place 5 or 6 days after the plan had already been put in effect, it would have completely different significance, I would think.
Mr. Thompson, I think my testimony before to Mr. Dash was that my recollection of this conversation occurred after this conversation occurred after the June 17th break-in and was related to
the conversation with Magruder when you talked about the phone call.
Yes, sir. And relating to a speculation as to who may have been involved or who may have had knowledge of the break-in. And Magruder related this phone call indicating that Mr. Colson had been concerned about Mr. Liddy's budget being approved. And I don't recall any discussion on the time period when the call was made.
So you don't know whether it came really then before or after March 30 of your own?
No, sir, I don't.
Independent recollection. This meeting, June 19, there's a conflict of testimony on this point. Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean have both testified that there was no discussion, as far as they can remember, of a discussion of destruction of any records or burning anything. Magruder has testified, and you have testified, that such a discussion did take place. Now, was this, the four of you were there, plus Mr. Mardian. Let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Did you arrive there together?
As I recall, we did not.
Do you recall who arrived first, when you arrived?
I went to the apartment with Mr. Mitchell from the plane. My best recollection is that Mr. Mardian and his wife got off at their apartment, which was a couple of blocks before you get to the Watergate. And so to reconstruct the sequence of events, I would say I arrived with Mr. Mitchell, and then later in the evening the other participants arrived, and I couldn't specifically say in what order and at what time period.
You know who arrived last?
No, sir, I don't.
Was there any substantive discussion about what you were to do and the problem that you had before all participants arrived?
Mr. Thompson, I have a very hazy recollection of that meeting. In fact, were it not for the thing that sticks in my mind, the statement about might have a good fire, if it weren't for that, I don't think I could recall any details of that meeting at all.
Do you recall who was present when that statement was made?
No, I do not.
I realize this is a difficult thing for you to have to go back and do, Mr. LaRue, but these are matters, of course, we've got to clear up if we can. Let me ask you about your conversation with Liddy after the... well, first of all, let me ask you this. Your conversation with Magruder, I believe you said after the break-in, you discussed this matter with Magruder. I take it that this was... the first time you discussed it with him was after you discussed it with Liddy on the 20th? Sometime after that?
Yes, sir, I'm sure that is correct.
All right. And Liddy had told you what with regard to who had gotten him involved and who was pushing him?
I don't recall any specific statements or conversations by Liddy on who had gotten him involved. As I recall, Liddy's reasoning for the second entry of the break-in in which they got caught was that he had been getting pressure from Magruder to improve the surveillance. They weren't getting proper coverage on their electronic surveillance.
All right, then all he said, the only person he mentioned as having applied any pressure was Magruder to go back in the second time?
That's my recollection.
Did he mention Mr. Mitchell to you?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Of course, we've had testimony from Mr. McCord that Liddy was telling him that Mr. Mitchell had approved it. That Mitchell was telling, Liddy was telling McCord that Mitchell was involved and had approved the project. But Liddy did not tell you that.
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
All right, then when you talked to Magruder, you had this information that Liddy had said Magruder had pushed him. So now you have your conversation with Mr. Magruder. What did he say about it?
I don't think I discussed that with Mr. Magruder, or that aspect of it. I don't recall at what time period I had discussions with Mr. Magruder. I think I've testified here that it was, within a few days after the break-in, and we had many discussions on, on the Watergate and what had actually happened. Magruder had related to me the same facts that he testified here before this committee.
So in effect, he said that it was his understanding Mitchell had approved the plan.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you discussed this as early as June '72 with Magruder sometime during
Yes,
that
sir.
latter part of June?
Yes, sir.
And you discussed the matter with Liddy on the 20th of June?
The 20th of June.
All right, so by the latter part of June, you had, in effect, two stories. You had Liddy saying that Magruder had pushed him into it and not saying anything about Mr. Mitchell. And then you have Mr. Magruder saying that Mitchell approved the plan. Did you go to Mr. Mitchell with this apparent conflict?
No, sir. I've never discussed that with Mr. Mitchell.
Could you tell us why?
I don't know any particular reason why. I've just never discussed with Mr. Mitchell the question of whether or not he approved this plan. I've never discussed it with him.
What was your relationship with Mr. Mitchell? Was it strictly professional, or did you also have a personal relationship?
I had a personal relationship with him.
How far back do you and he go in terms of your friendship?
I first met Mr. Mitchell in the latter part of '66, early part of 1967.
And was it more or less continual from that time on?
Well, it started out as a political relationship and evolved into also a personal relationship over this period of time.
Were you a guest in his home from time to time?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you've testified that he excluded others, or you excluded others from the meeting at March 30, so that the so-called plan could be discussed out of the presence of Fleming, anyway, I believe you mentioned.
I don't think I testified that he excluded others. No, sir. I said this was my suggestion, Mr. Thompson.
That you excluded others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So that you could be present, and Mitchell and Magruder could be present when this discussion was taking place. So obviously he placed, I'm sure, a good deal of confidence in you. Would that be a correct assumption?
I think you'd have to ask Mr. Mitchell that, Mr. Thompson.
But you never discussed this matter with him from the latter part of June. Never discussed it with him at any time as to whether or not he personally had approved the plan, whether anything had happened after the meeting on March 30. And you don't have any particular reason for doing that. Were you afraid of the answer that you might get?
I just never discussed it with you, Mr. Thompson.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. LaRue.
Mr. LaRue, you look and act and talk like a responsible responsible citizen. How'd you get involved in a crime of obstructing justice?
Senator, I think I covered that in my opening statement. It was out of a concern for the campaign.
Walked into it one step at a time?
Yes, sir.
Was it unsuspecting or conscious?
At the time this was evolving, Senator Talmadge, quite frankly, I didn't consider that aspect of it. I was concerned with the campaign.
Now, Mr. Comback testified that he received instructions on the distribution of the funds involving in the cover-up, bail, lawyers' fees, and support, one thing and another, these defendants from you and Mr. Dean. Is that a correct statement?
Senator, I would, my understanding of this, or my recollection of my conversations with Mr. Kalmbach, quite frankly, would be this would be a sort of a mutual understanding we would reach, either with me or with Mr. Dean and I.
Did you help plan the payments?
Pardon me?
Did you help plan the payments?
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you.
Did you help plan the payments to these defendants?
Did I help plan the payments?
Yes.
Certainly, I attended the meetings where these payments were discussed and that the payments were agreed upon, yes, sir.
What you're saying then, it was a mutual agreement between you and Mr. Dean and Mr. Comback, is that a fact?
That would be my understanding of these meetings and my telephone conversations with Mr. Kalmbach. He would report that there was a need for money and, do you think we ought to pay these? And I'd say it certainly seems appropriate to me, and the payments would be made.
Then your testimony is Mr. Comback himself helped determine the amounts, is that correct?
Senator, I think primarily the amounts were determined by the requirements, as I recall. In other words, there would be a request for an amount of money for the maintenance and legal expenses, and the question would be whether this payment should be made, and that certainly I participated in those decisions. Yes, sir.
Mr. Laskowitz testified this morning that the demands became greater and greater, finally took the form of demands and probably blackmail. Did you so construe them?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't think blackmail was involved?
No, sir.
Now, were these payments made in the form of what you considered a moral obligation or to maintain the silence of the defendants?
As I've stated, Senator, my understanding of these payments is that they were paid to fulfill commitments that had been made.
Who made the commitment?
I have no idea.
How could a commitment be made and you executing and planning and determining the amount without knowing who made it or why or for what reason?
Well, my understanding that the commitments included a maintenance figure for the figure for the maintenance of these people's families, included payments of bail and attorney's fees. And,
where did you get the knowledge of the commitment?
To the best of my recollection, Senator, the first knowledge I got of this would be in the conversations with Gordon Liddy on June 20th.
Gordon Liddy told you someone had made such commitments.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you who?
No, sir, he did not.
Did you take his word for it?
Yes, sir, I guess I did.
Had he not been discharged from the committee at that time?
No, sir, he had not.
When was it discharged?
I don't know the specific date, Senator. I think around July 1st.
It was immediately after the break-in.
Pardon me?
Immediately after the break-in.
Well, within several days after the break-in.
He was the first man discharged,
yes,
was he not? But most of these payments were made long after that date, were they not?
Yes, sir.
And he never did tell you the source of the commitments.
No, sir. Not
There
that
was
I
a
can recall.
discharged man. He didn't tell you who made the commitments nor in what sum. And you were determining what sums would be paid on the validity of some unknown commitment you know nothing about. Is that an accurate statement?
You weren't determining the amounts.
Senator, I don't think I was determining the amounts. The amounts, for instance, the attorney's fees were determined by an arrangement, I guess, between the defendants and their attorneys. So this is an amount that I won't say that that I had no control over. In my original conversation with Kalmbach, it was my understanding that the purpose of original purpose of the contact with the defendants was to determine what the requirements were for the maintenance of their families and what the attorney's fees were and what the amounts were going to be necessary for their bail.
How did you know where the commitments began and ended?
How did I know whether they began and ended?
Yes.
Senator, I don't know where they began or ended.
But you didn't assume that anyone that made a demand on you for attorney fees and bond and bail and living expenses was valid, did you?
Senator, I assume that someone had authorized or engaged these people to undertake this operation. And I assume
What
that
operation?
the break-in of the
Who did you think did that?
Senator, that calls for certainly rather broad assumption on my part. I have no...
You made assumptions and paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars on some vague commitment. I'm trying to find out the source of that commitment.
Well, I understand that, Senator, but I don't know the source. I do not know the source of that commitment.
Now, you're a responsible businessman. I believe you stated you made your living from real estate. You know it takes two people to make a contract.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
But you don't think you could do it unilaterally, do you?
No, sir.
Weren't you acting in a unilateral fashion in that manner? Without knowing the source, the sums, the amount, who made the commitment, or anything about it? Some hazy, vague idea that someone somewhere made a commitment unknown to you and you were busy executing. It's not the way you do business, is it?
This is what happened, yes, sir, Senator.
And you stand on that as a responsible business.
Senator, I stand on the fact that I do not know who made these commitments, no, sir.
But you thought they ought to be carried out regardless of who made them and under what conditions.
I thought that what?
You thought they ought to be carried out regardless of who made them and totally unknown to you.
I thought they ought to be carried out because of the consequences if they weren't.
Did you know anything about the break-in prior to that, too?
Did I know? Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Yes. Did you know the break-in was planned prior to that time? Did you know Liddy and his associates were going to break into Watergate?
No,
and
sir.
commit burglary? You
No,
did not.
No, sir, I did not.
Did Mr. Mitchell know?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Now, I believe you met with Mr. Liddy on June the 20th.
Yes, sir.
And you discussed various things. Did Mr. Liddy tell you at that time that he had shredded a number of documents?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you the nature of those documents?
He indicated that there were documents relating to the break-in, yes, sir.
And they were in the files of the committee to re-elect the president?
They were in, my understanding, were in his files, yes, sir.
Now, I believe Mr. Martin was present at that same conversation, was he not?
Yes, sir.
What was his reaction to this Liddy story that was
What was
related
Mr.
to-
Martin's reaction?
Yes.
I think Mr. Martin was shared the same opinion I did. Was, rather shocked by the revelations of what had been known and become known as the White House horrors, and I don't think he shared my enthusiasm that the investigation wouldn't eventually lead to Mr. Liddy.
Did Mr. Liddy tell you at that time about the Ellsberg psychiatrist break-in?
Yes, sir.
Now, hadn't Mr. Martin been in charge of the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department that was in charge of prosecuting the Ellsberg case?
I don't know who was in charge of prosecuting it, Senator. Mr. Martin, prior to his coming to the committee, was Assistant Attorney General and I think in charge of internal security. Yes, sir.
You weren't surprised then by Mr. Martin's reaction under the circumstances?
No, sir.
Hadn't Mr. Martin been in charge of guiding the Kleindienst nomination through the Judiciary Committee?
Senator, not to my knowledge, I don't think Mr. Martin was in charge of that. No, sir.
You were not familiar with that? Did you have a meeting with Mr. Mitchell on June the 28th, 1972, which involved a general discussion regarding the commitments that were to be made or had been made to the defendants?
Senator, during this time period, you can see from that chart up there, I had meetings with Mr. Mitchell virtually every day, sometimes 2 and 3 times a day. Various people were present at different meetings, and I, in all candor, cannot sit here and sort out those meetings and specify on what happened on any particular meeting. I'm sorry, but I just can't do that.
You don't know whether he was the source of those elusive commitments that you commented on a moment ago or not, then?
No, sir, I do not know.
And you don't know who might have been the source then?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Sloan testified when he was before the committee that it was his understanding that you were in charge of the internal investigation of the Watergate matter at the Committee for the Re-election of the President. Is that a fact?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
You deny that?
Yes, sir. As I recall, Mr. Mitchell's testimony is contrary to that.
Did you investigate it in any way?
I participated in, I don't know if you could call it an investigation, Senator, but I participated in activities that were aimed at determining several facts, some of these relating to the civil litigation before the committee at that time. Yes, sir.
What conclusions did you reach as a result of your investigation?
Well, my conclusions, Senator, that certainly the break-in or the electronic surveillance that was conducted at the Democratic National Committee was approved at some high level, either in the Committee to Re-elect the President or the White House, that this was financed by monies from the Re-election Committee, and that
Did you report that conclusion to high authority?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, as an aide and a confidant and friend of the President of the United States, didn't you think that was an appropriate time to do so?
It never occurred to me, Senator. No, sir.
Why not? Didn't you think it
I
could
think,
be
quite frankly, Senator, this would be in this such a decision and such an action would be best carried out by someone closer contact, closer relationship with the President than I ever had.
Didn't you think it was a source of threat and peril to the President, and as a friend and associate and confidant you should have informed him?
Senator, I considered the Watergate incident a threat to the election, and I've stated that I participated in the cover-up of that. I did that knowingly. I did it to try, in my opinion, to protect the election.
of the President.
Was it your purpose then to conceal that fact from the President?
I never thought of it in terms of concealing it from the President, Senator Talmadge. I thought of it in terms of concealing it, I guess, from the public.
But Mr. Mitchell, the former Attorney General, testified that it was a policy to deliberately conceal it from the President. Were you involved in that policy also?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you contact Mr. Patrick Gray on about June the 17th or 18th, who was then acting director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you talk with him about?
This was a meeting June 18th, as I recall, in Newport Beach, California. Mr. Gray happened to be at the same hotel we were staying at, and I was informed of this fact by one of the agents. I met Mr. Gray and his wife at the swimming pool, and we visited for approximately 30, 45 minutes. I'm sure the Watergate was discussed. This was not the purpose of my meeting. Mr. Gray, both Mr. and Ms. Gray are friends of mine, and it was more of a social meeting than anything else.
You didn't report it to Mr. Gray nor request the facts from Mr. Gray. Your contact with him was purely social. Is that what you said?
But yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. LaRue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Y'all said this among yourselves. Senator Garney.
Just a few questions, Mr. LaRue. Again, back to California and Mr. Mitchell's reaction when he received the news about the water break-in. Were you present when this news was received?
By Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Did you give it to him?
Yes, sir.
And what was his reaction?
As I stated, I think Mr. Mitchell expressed some surprise, and as I recall his remark, that's incredible.
What was your reaction to his reaction? In view of the fact...
Pardon me, Senator, I don't recall any specific reaction I had. I've been with Mr. Mitchell on many occasions when events were reported to him, and he's just not a man that, quite frankly, tends to express much reaction one way or another.
Your testimony, as I understand it, was that this Liddy plan was brought up again at Key Biscayne. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever discuss it with Mr. Mitchell at any time between Key Biscayne and the day after the break-in?
The day after the break-in?
Between those periods of time. Did the conversation ever come up about...
Not that I can recall, Senator. No.
Surveillance of the Democrat National Headquarters? Well, again, I go back to when you first heard the news. Did it flash back to you that this plan had been brought up before at Key Biscayne?
That had been brought up before in Key Biscayne? Yes, sir, it did.
Well, did you mention that to Mr. Mitchell at the time?
No, I did not.
Reported to him?
No, sir.
Nothing was said in the nature of, John, do you suppose that nut has gone on with those plans or something like that? No, sir. No discussion at all?
No, sir.
Let's go to these monies that were paid to Mr. Bittman, Hunt's attorney. How much did you pay to him altogether?
Excuse me just one second, Senator. Let me add some figures.
Was it $210,000? I made a calculation.
75, 60, 130, $205,000. $210,000, Senator.
That was my calculation, too. I added it rather hurriedly here. Now, upon whose instructions was that money paid to Mr. Bittman?
The $210,000? Except for the last payment, Senator, $75,000, this money, the payments of this money were discussed with Mr. Dean.
In other words, Mr. Dean gave you instructions to pay and I'm running down through these in consecutive order here, the $25,000, the $50,000, the $25,000, the $35,000.
Yes, sir.
Those are the amounts prior to the last one.
Yes, sir.
And what about the last $75,000?
This came from Mr. Mitchell.
Now then, what was your understanding Mr. Bittman was doing in all this? Was he Mr. Hunt's attorney? Was that it?
Yes, sir. He was Mr. Hunt's attorney. That's my understanding.
Well, now, isn't that a rather large sum of money to pay a lawyer who represents a client who finally pleaded guilty, didn't he?
Senator, my understanding that not all of this money was for his attorney's fees, but that represented some money that was also going to Mr. Hunt.
Do you know how much was going to Mr. Hunt?
No, sir, because I don't know specifically what Mr. Bittman's attorney's fees were, so I can't reconcile that.
How did you know that monies were going to Mr. Hunt?
In the conversations that Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Parkinson had with Mr. Bittman, I think there were indications that part of this was for attorney's fees and that part of it was necessary for maintenance for families. Part of this, at one point, part of this money, is my understanding, was going to the Cuban defendants in Watergate.
And this information that part of it was for attorney's fees, part of it for Hunt's personal expenses, and part of it to the Cubans, this information came from, you say, O'Brien and Parkinson?
It came to me through them, yes, sir.
Would you describe more fully how it came to you?
Well, my understanding, Senator, is that they had conversations with Mr. Bittman, who was Mr. Hunt's attorney, and that he would, relay these requirements or needs, and in turn, Mr. Parkinson or Mr. O'Brien would relay this to me or to Mr. Dean and I jointly, or maybe on an occasion or two to Mr. Dean himself, who would relay it to me.
Was any accounting ever made at any time by anyone?
Yes, sir. There was an accounting made in September of 1972 by Mr. Kalmbach when he removed himself from this operation.
But I mean a breakdown of where the money was going that you were furnishing, Mr. Bittman.
No, sir. No accounting ever furnished me.
Were you aware of the large amounts of cash that were being transferred from Kalmbach or Lasowitz to these defendants?
Yes, sir.
At the same time?
At the same time I was...
well, yes, during the same time frame?
My understanding, Senator, is that my transfers of cash came after the Kalmbach-Lasowitz transfers. In other words, Mr. Kalmbach was in this operation up until September, and after he got out, then I, in effect, became involved in it.
Had you known how much money had been transferred in the Kalmbach transaction?
Pardon me, Senator, I didn't hear.
Did you know how much money had been transferred to the Watergate defendants in the Kalmbach transaction?
My understanding, Senator, approximately $200,000.
Were you aware of that when you started to make your transfers?
Yes, sir, because Mr. Kalmbach had given us an accounting in September.
Didn't anybody ever raise the question that this seemed like a lot of money at some point along the way?
Senator, I recall discussions that, yes, that it was seemed to be quite a bit of money, and we also experiencing a shortage of money.
These are inflationary times, but my goodness sakes, that amount is so large that it seems astronomical. And didn't anybody really question at any time where all this money was going?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, no.
Did you ever have any doubts about it at any time?
That the money was going to the proper places?
And that perhaps it was too much?
Senator, I didn't question the amounts. These amounts were, there were 7 defendants. I think all of them had, or at least most of them had their own counsel. I know from my experience with my counsel that this is not, this runs up pretty quickly.
Well, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I must say, looking over all these sums, it does strike me as though somebody at some time ought to have said maybe we're being taken for a ride of some sort here with all this money.
Well, Senator, I don't recall anyone discussing that with me.
Going to California again, did you have a conversation with Mr. Pat Gray, who was then acting head of the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Would you recount that for the committee?
Well, Senator, I couldn't recount the conversation because, as I've stated previously, I think I spent all 30 minutes or 45 minutes with Mr. and Ms. Gray at the swimming pool at the Newport Beach Hotel. We discussed a wide range of subjects, and the Watergate was discussed.
Perhaps you covered this before, because I didn't come in the other part of your testimony.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to go over it again then. Just one final thing. Was there any instruction by Mr. Mitchell to you to contact the Attorney General, Mr. Kleindienst, again in California?
Yes, sir.
What were those instructions? Why did he give those to you? What did he ask you to do?
My recollection of those instructions, Senator, were that someone should call back to Mr. Liddy to have him contact Mr. Kleindienst, to have Mr. Kleindienst contact Chief Wilson and see what details or facts could be ascertained about the break-in.
This was an instruction to get information
yes, sir.
About the break-in?
Yes, sir.
And that's all it was?
That's my recollection, yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. LaRue, you, during this time, were working at the committee to re-elect the president, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And what was your position there? What was your job assignment?
Senator, it was a special assistant to the campaign director.
And what were your duties?
My duties were of an advisory nature, consulting nature, on literally, I would say, all aspects of the campaign.
Did you have occasion to see all those people who were coming in to see Mr. Mitchell?
Pardon me?
Did you have occasion to see most of the people who would come in to see Mr. Mitchell?
No, I would not say I had occasion to see most of the people. I certainly saw some of the people that came to see Mr. Mitchell, sometimes sat in on the meetings.
Well, Mr. Strawn would come into the CRP quite often, would he not?
Mr. Strawn, yes, sir.
Yes. Did you have occasion to speak to him frequently?
Not frequently. In fact, very infrequently. Occasionally, Mr. Strawn would come by my office and visit, and basically on getting my ideas or opinions on how the campaign was progressing.
Did he check with you on matters involving information that should go to the White House?
No, sir.
Wasn't he sort of a liaison between the CRP and the White House?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you have an understanding that the man in the White House with whom he dealt would be Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, sir. My understanding, he dealt with Mr. Haldeman.
All right. Now, how often would you say Mr. Strawn was at the CRP?
Senator, this would be hard for me to say. I saw Mr. Strawn maybe once a week over to CRP, and I think Mr. Strawn attended our budget meetings, but I had certainly no daily contact with Mr. Strawn, only occasional contact with him.
Did he attend any of the policy meetings at the CRP?
Senator, quite frankly, I can't recall any policy meetings. We had, I think, the closest thing to policy meetings would be budget meetings, which Mr. Strawn attended. Yes, sir.
And would you say that Mr. Mitchell did attend most of the budget meetings?
While he was campaign director, yes, sir.
And who formulated the budget presentation in those meetings?
I think the presentation was formulated by Mr. Odle. The data, the raw data, the agenda was formulated by Mr. Odle, is my understanding.
Did Mr. Mitchell participate in those budget meetings?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any discussion at the budget meetings or any other place at the CRP with respect to any disbursements to Mr. Liddy?
No, sir.
Did you know of any disbursements to Mr. Liddy?
Not before January 17, no, sir.
Not before January 17 of what year?
1972.
1972. Then, subsequent to January 17, 1972, did you know of any disbursements?
I learned that there had been cash disbursements to Mr. Liddy, yes, sir.
Did you know the amounts?
My understanding was approximately $199,000.
When did you first know of the size of these amounts?
Senator, as I recall, I got this figure from Mr. Sloan. I can't pin down a time period, but I would say in the latter part of June.
Did Mr. Sloan mention to you any concern about the size of these amounts before June and after January the 17th?
Senator, I'm not sure. Did Mr. Sloan indicate concern before June?
Yes.
I never discussed it with him, Senator, before the June 17th break-in. My discussions were after that.
Did you discuss any of these disbursements with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir, I'm sure I did. We were having a constant discussion trying to determine the amount of money that had actually been given to Mr. Sloan. I mean, that Mr. Sloan had given to Mr. Liddy.
All right. In what context did you have these discussions with Mr. Mitchell?
This would be after the break-in, Senator, in which there was a conversation with where I had conversations with Mr. Sloan, attempting to determine the amount of money that had been given to Mr. Liddy, and when I determined this amount of money, I think I reported that to Mr. Mitchell.
Now, but you're speaking of the period after June the 17th.
After the break-in, yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Mitchell between January the 17th or, let us put it a little further, between April the 1st and June the 17th with respect to any disbursements to Mr. Liddy by Mr. Sloan?
No, sir.
You did not. But you did know that these disbursements were being made by Mr. Sloan to Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you, during this particular period, converse with Mr. Magruder with respect to any disbursements to Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, not that I can recall.
Senator,
what period are you
between the time that Mr. Mitchell took over, April the 1st, and June the 17th?
No, sir, not that I can recall.
Now let us go to the meeting immediately after the break-in, which occurred, I understand, in Mr. Mitchell's apartment on June the 19th. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, present at that meeting were you, Mr. Mardian, and who else?
Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean.
All right. Now, what was the main thrust of the discussion this particular evening?
Senator, I can only assume that we had probably a wide discussion of the numerous problems that we'd encountered because of the Watergate break-in. I think I stated previously that I have a very hazy recollection of that meeting and specifically can only recall the discussion of the documents which Mr. Magruder had and the reference to the fact that he ought to have the fire.
Well, would you say that this meeting was a meeting of self-confession on the part of those present as to what part they had played in this and what they knew?
No, sir.
Well, what was it then? I understand that at this meeting you presented the information which Mr. Leedy had already imparted to someone.
No, sir. That happened. That meeting with Mr. Leedy happened on June 20th, the day after this meeting.
And then it was subsequent to the meeting with Mr. Liddy that another meeting was arranged at your apartment. Is that correct? This was on June the 20th.
The only meeting, Senator, that occurred that I had that I can recall of Mr. Liddy would be on June the 20th in my apartment. This was not, to my knowledge, this meeting was not set up or discussed at the June 19th meeting.
All right. Now, on June the 20th, after you people met, what was discussed and what plan evolved from this particular meeting?
Senator, could you be more specific about which meeting you're talking? Are you talking about the meeting with Liddy or the meeting that Mardian and I had with Mr. Mitchell?
The meeting with between you or among you, Mardian, and Liddy on June the 20th.
Well, the topic of the discussion was Mr. Liddy's involvement in the Watergate break-in. I don't know of any. We discussed no plan of action.
Well, did you report any of the results of this meeting to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
How soon after?
As I recall, that same day.
Immediately. And do you recall that Mr. Mitchell on that same evening at the hour of 6:08, I believe, called the President?
Senator, I don't recall Mr. Mitchell calling the President. That's a possibility. I don't recall it. No, sir.
Well, I refer you now to the chart here. On the evening of June the 20th, at the hour of 6:08, shows a telephone call to the President. Now, were you aware of this call?
No, Senator, I can't recall the call. I don't know. Is that a call to the President or from the President?
It was a call to the President from Mr. Mitchell.
I can't recall the call. No, sir.
How late were you with Mr. Mitchell this particular evening?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, probably until 10 o'clock.
Now, Mr. LaRue, during the course of these meetings, there was no manifestation, or at least you have not related it, no manifestation of surprise on the part of any of you. You were merely trying to plan for the future because you knew by then that people in the CRP were involved. How did you arrive at this conclusion?
That people in the CRP were involved?
Yes.
Well, obviously the first fact, Senator, that Mr. McCord had been arrested in the DNC.
Did you?
Mr. Liddy's account of his involvement to Mr. Martin and I, my conversations with Mr. Magruder.
Now, did Mr. Magruder relate to you immediately subsequent to the first call in California as to Mr. Liddy's involvement in this particular thing?
No, sir, not at that time, as I recall. There was no discussion of Mr. Liddy's involvement.
Did you, before you left California, know of this particular involvement?
No, sir, I did not.
Then what was the basis for Mr. Mitchell's statement in California before he left that when he said that McCord and the other four men were not operating either in our behalf or with our consent? He issued a press statement in California before he left to that effect.
I could only assume, Senator, that this was Mr. Mitchell's understanding of the facts.
Well, he must have had some information, because I understand that there were some conferences in the hotel with respect to the possibility that there might be involvement on the part of the CRP in the Watergate affair. You agree with that?
I don't recall any conferences in the hotel to that effect, no, sir.
Well, I understand that Mr. Porter testified to that effect in previous testimony before this committee.
Senator, that may be. I can recall attending no such conferences. There was, I'm sure, all sorts of speculation, but I don't recall any conferences in the hotel where I attended where involvement of the CRP other than Mr. McCord's involvement was discussed.
Well, but you did tell Mr. Mitchell about the Watergate break-in, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You pulled him outside of conference at the hotel and
yes,
told
sir.
him? And there was no subsequent conference with respect to this?
No, sir, there was not, other than a brief conference in which Mr. Mitchell requested that the call be made to Mr. Kleindienst.
All right, then, why would Mr. Mitchell make a call or arrange for a call to be made to Mr. Kleindienst if, at that time, none of you knew that the CRP was involved?
Obviously, Senator, we had an involvement to the extent that Mr. McCord had been caught on the premises in the DNC.
Yes, but Mr. Mitchell issued a statement that McCord was connected with his own private company and that he did contract work for different people in Washington. And in that same breath, he stated that there was that McCord and the other four men were not operating either in our behalf or with our consent. So why would he do that?
Why would he make that statement?
Yes.
Assume that Mr. Mitchell assumed that those were the facts, Senator.
Well, would you say that Mr. Mitchell was right?
I would say at that time he was right in assuming those facts, yes, sir.
And after that time, would you say he was wrong?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you received $40,000 to $41,000 in early July from Mr. Stans through Mr. Mardian, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody explain to you why this money was being entrusted to you?
My understanding, Senator, was that the $41,000 for Mr. Sloan and roughly $40,000 for Mr. Stans was the cash balance on hand at the committee, and that it was the desire to get this money out of the campaign, and that it was being turned over to me to keep.
Then you received, subsequent to this, $29,900. Now, I understand that you made this request of Mr. Kalmbach.
No, sir, I did not make this request of Mr. Kalmbach. This was At the time, Mr. Kalmbach decided he wanted to remove himself from the operation. This was my understanding is that this was the balance of the money which he had on hand, and he told me that he wanted to turn this money over to me.
Then you received some money from Mr. Strawn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
$50,000.
Yes, sir.
And who was Tim Babcock?
Tim Babcock is a former governor of Montana.
You received $14,000 from him.
Yes, sir.
And then subsequently $280,000 additional dollars from Mr. Strawn.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were using the code name of Baker and communicating with Mr. Bittman, and he was giving you all these figures, 75,000 and the other figures which you were delivered, didn't it occur to you to ask him specifically what these amounts would be used for?
Senator, I never had any communication of that type with Mr. Bittman. Communications to me regarding the requirements and the regarding the monies that I subsequently delivered to Mr. Bittman were either with Mr. Parkinson or with Mr. O'Brien or with Mr. Dean.
Who set the specific figures and gave you the specific authority to deliver the specific amounts?
Senator, the specific amounts were, these figures were related to me by, as I've stated, by Mr. Parkinson or Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Dean. I discussed these figures with Mr. Dean and received okay to make these deliveries for Mr. Dean, except in the last instance when which I've testified to, in which I talked to Mr. Mitchell.
What kind of discussion did you have with Mr. Mitchell with respect to the $75,000 disbursement?
I called Mr. Mitchell, related my conversation with Mr. Dean, in which he said he did not want to participate in this operation anymore and would not be willing to authorize the delivery of that $75,000. I told him I was not willing to deliver it without clearance from someone else, and he suggested I call Mr. Mitchell. I related this to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell asked what the purpose of the $75,000 was. I told him it was my understanding it was for attorney's fees, and he told me that he thought I ought to pay it.
Didn't he tell you that the $75,000 might be too exorbitant?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
No, sir, we did not discuss that.
Did you tell him that there had been previous disbursements to this man for attorney's fees?
No, we did not discuss that, sir.
You didn't discuss the background of this?
No, sir.
With him? So he just told you?
Pardon me just one second.
Bittman's attorney's fees. He just asked you to Bittman's attorney's fees.
Senator, would you repeat that question?
You did not inform Mr. Mitchell as to the background or the disbursements that had been previously made to Mr. Bittman prior to the time you called him for authority to disburse the $75,000?
No, sir.
You did not? No. And one final question. When Mr. Mitchell called the President, as is shown on this chart at 6:08 on June 20th, he had already been told by you and Mr. Mardian all that Mr. Liddy knew about the case and all that he had told you.
Senator, I don't think I could state that as a fact because I don't know if this telephone call were made before or after Mr. Martin and I briefed.
Well, you stated that you had talked to Mr. Mitchell in the afternoon.
No, sir. I think I stated that we talked to Mr. Liddy in the afternoon. I think our meeting with Mr. Mitchell was a very late afternoon.
How late?
Senator, I don't have a specific recollection. I assume it's probably on that chart up there. I'm sorry, again, I can't see that far.
Your meeting with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Martin was at 6 o'clock.
And what time?
Is that the meeting that also shows Mr. Saddam and Mr. Magruder present? Yeah.
That's correct.
Senator, we would not have been briefing Mr. Mitchell on the Liddy meeting with Mr. Saddam present or Mr. Magruder, quite frankly.
Well, there's a meeting at 10:32 in the morning, and there is no meeting shown after 6.
At 10:32, Senator, we had not talked to Mr. Liddy.
There is no meeting subsequent to the call of the President between you, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Mardian. So would that indicate that you had talked to Mr. Mitchell before he made the call to the President?
Senator, again, looking at your chart there, the best I can read it, the telephone call to the President was at 6:08. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it indicates a meeting in which Mr. Mardian, Mr. Magruder, and I, and Mr. Saddam, it begins at 6 o'clock. Is that correct? There's no way we could have briefed Mr. Mitchell on our conversation with Mr. Liddy between 6 and 6:08.
Well, you briefed him on the 75,000 in 1 minute.
I think the meeting with Mr. Liddy, obviously there were more points covered, and I don't think it would have been possible for us to give him a briefing or a recounting of that meeting in 8 minutes.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. LaRue.
The committee will stand in recess at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
So after waiting to hear from a third participant in the March 3rd meeting who could testify that either Jeb Magruder or John Mitchell was correct, we are just as confused as before. We now have 3 versions of what occurred at that meeting: Mitchell's, Magruder's, and now LaRue's.
Stephen Hess, former aide to Richard Nixon, author of Political Subjects, now senior fellow at Brookings Institution, and John Kramer, professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, again watched today's proceedings with us. I'd like to begin by asking Mr. Kramer for your analysis of the day in terms of corroboration of evidence that's been brought forth in these hearings thus far.
I don't think there was as much corroboration as there was continued conflict that will have to wait till the next 3 or 4 weeks of hearings to be resolved, if in fact it ever is, except perhaps in a court of law. I think there are 4 major issues of conflict that emerged today. First of all, always the basic question in this particular part of the hearings, who approved the burglary? We hear again today that Magruder thought Mitchell had. We hear also, as we knew before, that Liddy thought Magruder had. Which one of those two is telling the truth? LaRue heard both versions. He knew that Mitchell hadn't decided at the meeting on March 30th, and he felt that somebody high up in CREEP or in the White House had. But he didn't bother to ask Mitchell. He just didn't want to ask him. There's no indication why not. Maybe he was afraid of the answer. The second issue of conflict is who made the commitments to pay the 7 defendants in the Watergate burglary. Yesterday, in that transcript of conversation between Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Kalmbach, you hear Mr. Ehrlichman saying, perhaps self-servingly, that Mitchell and Dean were the ones who told him that the payoffs should be made. Mr. Liddy says it's some mysterious others, and Mr. LaRue refuses to ask him who they may be. Mr. Kalmbach always checks with Ehrlichman and Dean. And finally, Mr. LaRue assumes somebody had engaged the others to participate, but again does not try to find out who that someone is. The third issue, why were these payments made? All yesterday, in Mr. Kalmbach's testimony, the basic theme of moral obligation, humanitarianism, was sounded. Well, I think today that theme looks a little tarnished. First of all, this is one of the best charities in history. For living expenses for several months and lawyers' fees, $417,500 are being paid out. And that may not be all. That's all we know about at the moment. $235,000 of this goes to a lawyer who put Bobby Baker in jail, Mr. Bittman. $154,500 goes to
Wait a minute. Put Bobby Baker in jail. That's when he was a prosecutor for the Justice Department, right? Don't just throw things out, John. We have to explain them as we go. Go ahead.
And Mrs. Hunt gets $154,500, some of which goes up in smoke when she goes down in the United Airlines crash in December. And then there's some small change. For passing out this $417,500, the expenses to Mr. Kalmbach, Ulasewicz, and Mr. LaRue appear to be only $14,000. This is therefore one of the most cheaply run charities in history, about a 3.4% administrative overhead. But Kalmbach says it's a moral obligation. Mr. Liddy says it's a contract, very much like the CIA kind of obligation that developed in 1959 when Mr. Powers flew his U-2 flight over Russia. You take care of your spies in this country. And finally, Mr. LaRue says that he thinks that the money was paid out because there would be consequences if it wasn't. But he doesn't ever specifically say that it's a matter of blackmail.
Finally, in fact, he flat denied that it was a matter of blackmail in his mind.
Yes, although the concept of consequences if you didn't comes awfully close to being the same thing.
Yes, but he was asked specifically about blackmail, and he said no, he did not consider it blackmail.
That's correct.
Right.
The fourth issue is who was the go-between between those who were ordering the payments and those who were making them, and the defendants in the middle. On one side, you have Kalmbach and Dean, who okay the payments. On the other side, you have Ulasewicz and LaRue, both of whom testified today, who make the payments. In between the defendants, but somebody is communicating with the defendants. Somebody we're not quite sure of, possibly Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien, who were the lawyers for Creep, who will be appearing somewhere in the next 2 or 3 weeks if this thing continues on. But there, of course, there are some points of clarity that emerged today. Don't you think so, Steve?
Well, yes. Take the case of the June 19th meeting in John Mitchell's apartment when the question concerned the proposed destruction of sensitive documents. LaRue quotes Mitchell as saying that it might be good if Magruder had a fire. Well, this directly and seriously contradicts John Mitchell's testimony. And, of course, the importance here is the closeness of LaRue to Mitchell. You'll recall that when Mitchell was a witness, he virtually dared the committee to seek corroboration of his story from Fred LaRue. Well, today we heard LaRue, and he did not support his close friend and his former boss. One might also say that if LaRue had pleaded guilty to obstructing justice, and if Mitchell knew everything that LaRue knew, ergo, Mitchell is also guilty of obstructing justice. Moreover, we learned today that the amounts of money given to the Watergate defendants, first by Kalmbach and then by LaRue, goes well beyond the needs for legal fees or family support, unless, of course, the family name happens to be Rockefeller.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Finally, a word of personal appreciation for Tony Ulasewicz. There were two things about him as a person which were refreshing after a parade of clean-cut men who thought the whole world turned on the re-election of Richard Nixon, his practical resourcefulness and his good sense. Consider the unusual problems Tony had to solve in his complicated life and how he solved them. With all the payphone calls he had to make, he was loaded down with change. His solution? He equipped himself with a bus driver's cone changer. How to transport staggering quantities of $100 bills without arousing suspicion or losing them. He put them in brown paper sacks, and he said, "It never occurred to me I'd ever lose it. If you carry a briefcase, you might lose that. If you carry a sack, you instinctively keep it under your arm or on your lap." But what about getting searched on all those plane flights when the airlines began searching for hijackers? Tony says, "One time a fellow in front of me had to produce 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes that set off the alarm. I got a coughing fit, went to the Pennsylvania Railroad station, and took the train home." What about risks of someone getting in the way of his ingenious but simple system for dropping the money? Tony says if someone else had found the key, he would very quickly be relieved of it. Once, while he was waiting for Mrs. Hunt to pick up the luggage locker key from a phone booth, Tony says, "A guy came around wiping the phone booth. I sweated a little. I'm not picking on this guy, but his cleaning process wasn't very thorough." Apart from this Runyon-esque turn of phrase, like getting rid of the cookies and the laundry's in the icebox, meaning the money's in the bank vault, the most attractive thing about Tony was that he caught on first. before all the smart lawyers and the young ambitious aides. In August, Kalmbach asked Tony what he thought. Tony said, "Well, Mr. Kalmbach, something here's not kosher. It's not your ballgame." And to Tony, the importance of Richard Nixon's re-election didn't make it kosher, as it did for so many others. We'll be back tomorrow night. For my colleagues Jim Lehrer and Peter Kay, this is Robert McNeil. Good night for NPACT.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.